Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was raised by overpowered dragons? 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creations and the original stories link in the description. Please do check that first. The trio finally entered the Gryffindor common room. Percy and his fellow prefect Angelica Cole immediately accosted them. Cole exclaimed, "Oh good, all three of you are okay. You three had us worried when Percy told me that we were missing someone. One of us would have gone with you, but we had to make sure the Weasley twins didn't sneak off to prank someone." Then Percy noticed Harry cradling his bandaged arm. He steered the three of them to the couch and the other Gryffindors surrounded them. The oldest Weasley present in the school motioned to his arm. "I take it there's a story behind that?" Harry, Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, and came to a silent agreement. Harry lied. "Yeah, we found Hermione, but the troll kind of found us, first. Got hit with some debris. While it hulked out, but luckily Madame Pomfrey said it will heal in a couple of days. 'Tis but a scratch." Dean quipped, "Oi Harry. Quit the pop culture references and give us the story straight." Harry grumbled, "Killjoy." He continued, "Not much happened. Ron used the levitation charm to float its club away and drop it on the troll's head. Everyone cheered, and soon split up to do their own thing. Katie suddenly sidled up to the trio. "There was more to the story, wasn't there?" Hermione asked. "She knows?" Harry nodded in response. "She's one of the newest hunters of Artemis. I kind of recruited her a week after McLaggen couldn't keep it in his pants. She took the news of me being a demigod pretty well. Anyway Katie, I didn't get injured because of the troll. After we knocked it out, we were on our way back when a hellhound attacked." Alarmed, the second year whispered, "A what, monster from the depths of Tartarus?" According to Professor Dumbledore, someone opened up the Hogwarts wards and let the troll in. However, it seems that the hellhound was lurking nearby and managed to sneak in before the wards were closed. "I managed to kill it, but I got sloppy and it got a lucky bite." She looked down in sadness. "I should have been there. You're pretty much my brother now." He gently pat her back. "Don't blame yourself. If anything, it was my fault for being sloppy. Also, I should start training you to use a bow and arrow. They're the primary weapons of a hunter of Artemis. Trust me, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be rivaling the Apollo kids in accuracy." She mused, this could actually help us in Quidditch as well. From what I observed last year, Angelina is a pretty physical player. Basically, she can muscle her way through any defense. Alicia, on the other hand, is the expert at penalty shots. As for myself, Oliver mentioned that I'm light and nimble. Now with the archery training, it can maybe improve my aim, especially in open play. By the way, how early do you wake up? 6 a.m., usually for training to fight. I think I'll join you. Also, Quidditch season is starting next week, so you might have to wake up early for practice. Ravenclaw have already beaten Hufflepuff last week, and next week we're up against Slytherin." Harry winced. "Yikes. Already being thrown into the snake pit in our first game, huh?" She nodded. "Pretty much. Angelina warned me that Oliver can get pretty fanatical. I'll tell you what, you try and work out a schedule that blends the Quidditch training, your studies, and our personal training." He agreed, and the four split up to go to bed. Over the next week or so, Harry was kept quite busy. He had to juggle his schoolwork, Quidditch practices, and training Katie. To her credit, she managed to pick up archery fairly quickly. Her improved skills also translated onto the Quidditch pitch, as her open play throws were deadly accurate, not that Oliver Wood was complaining. As for Harry's friendship with Ron and Hermione, the girl became a lot less fanatical about schoolwork and her rule obsession. Thought that was largely down to the fact that the entire house staged an intervention for her. The seniors told her in no uncertain words that their academics were none of her business. Also, she was not allowed to check out any books unless it was related to the first year course. Additionally, she was not allowed to hoard the books, because her own classmates need them too. When she asked why, a seventh year called Deidre stepped up and flatly told her that she was almost late for her potion submission because Hermione checked out all of the reference books from the library. The other seniors also had similar complaints, as well as students from other houses. That was enough to silence the girl, and she looked down in shame. Meanwhile, Ron was a little nicer to Hermione, though they still argued with each other. Soon enough, the day of Gryffindor's first match dawned. Katie was a bit nervous, as were Angelina and Alicia. To their and Oliver's surprise, Harry was fairly calm. Fred aired the question hanging over everyone's heads. He said, "Oi, Harrykins. You seem awfully calm about it, considering it's your first Quidditch match." Harry replied, "Nah, this is just like back at summer camp where we play capture the flag. Except, the teams are smaller and the roles are much more defined. I'll explain everything after the match." Oliver nodded, "We'll hold you to that. Now, let's get that Quidditch cup back into Gryffindor hands, where it belongs." As they ate, Headmaster Dumbledore walked up and told him that he was adjusting the wards to allow for portkey travel into the grounds. This was because Sirius and Remus were coming to watch the game. At 11 o'clock, the 7 of them trooped out of the castle doors, ready for the first game. Suddenly, there was a massive commotion as 2 figures popped out of thin air and were dumped on the ground. Moments later, 3 more figures hit the ground. Harry recognized all 5 people immediately: Connor, Travis, Selena. "What the heck are you 3 doing here? I was just expecting Uncle Sirius and Uncle Remus." Selena Beauregard got up and smoothed out her jeans before glaring at the Stoll brothers. The 2 boys shrank in fear, and Remus explained, "I think what happened was that Sirius and I were preparing a portkey in the form of a Dr. Pepper can. Then, these 2 stole it right from Sirius' pocket. Of course, we had another one ready, just in case of an emergency. Selena over here tagged along to fetch these 2 before they got up to any mischief." She stalked over and grabbed the stalls by the ears. She snapped, "And these 2 idiots caused a lot of chaos in my cabin when they replaced Drew Tanaka's shampoo with hair-removing solution. I was in a counselor meeting when I heard her screams of rage." Fred and George snickered, prompting Angelina and Katie to smack them. The dark-skinned girl warned, "Don't even think about it." Harry pinched the bridge of his nose and groaned, "Right, anyway, Sirius, Remus? Is there any way we can send them back to camp? They weren't supposed to be here anyway?" Remus sighed, "Unfortunately, it takes a bit of time to create another portkey. This is largely because the process is a little tedious, and we have to get approval from the Ministry of Magic. So until then, the 3 of them are stuck here. I was thinking, maybe they can stick around to watch the game. We'll make sure they don't get into trouble." Soon, Harry and the Quidditch team headed to the changing rooms. Meanwhile, Selena, Connor and Travis joined Sirius, Remus, Ron and Hermione to head to the stands. In the changing room, Oliver gathered everyone after they changed into scarlet Quidditch robes. He opened his mouth and started off, "All right, lads and ladies. This is it. This is the big one." Just as he was about to continue his inspiring speech, the Weasley twins ruined the moment by imitating him. With a tick mark on his forehead, he snapped, "Do you mind? We were all having a moment. This is the best team Gryffindor's had in years. We're going to win. I know it." They headed out onto the field and all of them stood in front of their Slytherin opponents, decked in green. Madame Hooch stood between them with her hands on her hips. She gave them all a stern warning that she wanted a nice and clean game. Harry observed that most of her focus was aimed at the Slytherin contingent. He remembered Sirius' advice about the Slytherins not playing fair during his school days. Judging by the looks on Captain Marcus Flint's face, nothing had changed since then. Though he also noted that Slytherin beater Erica Rath was focused on Hooch's words. Harry filed that piece of information away for later. As Madame Hooch gave the call to mount their brooms, Harry clambered on his Nimbus 2000. He gave it a cursory look, just to ensure that all the enchantments that Sirius and Remus had placed were still working fine. With a loud blast of Hooch's whistle, 15 brooms went airborne. In a built-in tower in the stands, commentator Lee Jordan was in his element. Though, aside from commentating, he was trying and failing to flirt with Angelina. Jordan only succeeded in getting repeated earfuls from Professor McGonagall. Jordan excited screamed, "She's really belting along up there," a neat pass to Alicia Spinnet. "A good find of Oliver Woods, last year only a reserve. Here we go, back to Johnson and... No, the Slytherins have pinched the quaffle off her." Slytherin Captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle and off he goes. Flint flying like an eagle up there. He's going to SC Nope. Stopped by an excellent move by Gryffindor keeper Wood. Lee continued jabbering away. The Gryffindors take the quaffle on the counterattack, Leading the charge is chaser Katie Bell. Ooh! Nice dive around Flint, off up the field and… ouch. That must have hurt. She gets a bludger to the back of the head, and the Slytherins take advantage. That's Adrian Pusey speeding off toward the goalposts, but he's blocked by a second bludger. Fred or George Weasley obviously didn't take too kindly to the stunt with Bell. Nice play by the Gryffindor beater. Now it's Johnson back in possession of the quaffle. A clear field ahead and off she goes. Golly! She's really flying, and she dodges a speeding bludger. The goalposts are ahead. Come on, now, Angelina. Keeper Bletchley dives, misses. Gryffindors score. Harry simply tuned out the commentary and hunted for the snitch. Within minutes, he had his eyes on it, tracking its movements. His keen eyesight was largely thanks to his time with the hunt. However, he made no move for it. This was because Oliver had told him to wait until the chasers had put up at least 70 points on the board. Instead, he simply opted to fly around lazily, though his eyes rarely left the snitch. Occasionally, he would run interference, mainly using his body to redirect quaffle passes that were out of reach of his teammates. In the build-up to the game, Hermione and fellow Gryffindor Murphy McNully pored over the Quidditch rules. One of the interesting things that they discovered was that he was legally allowed to run interference, as long as his hands were not touching the quaffle directly. Suddenly, he dropped into a barrel roll to avoid a bludger from Wrath. Then, Harry spotted the snitch hovering just behind chaser Adrian Pusey. Fellow seeker Terrence Higgs hadn't spotted it yet, as he was on the other side of the pitch. Harry began to slowly fly over to Pusey, not enough to alert Higgs, but close enough to perform a surprise attack. Unfortunately, Jordan ruined it by pointing out where the snitch was. Higgs came to his senses and raced over, but Harry was quicker and closer. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Flint hurtling towards him. Harry dipped low at the last moment, to avoid the captain, and saw a startled Flint pass over him and nearly collide with Higgs. In the ensuing melee, the snitch pulled a Houdini and disappeared. Then, the Slytherins upped the ante in terms of aggression. Bludgers flew wildly from Slytherin bats, forcing Fred and George to defend, occasionally going two-handed. Harry barely missed getting brained in the head on 3 occasions. Just then, his broom gave a brief lurch before calming down. Harry's eyes narrowed as serious warning echoed in his head once again. In the next few minutes, there was not a peep from the broom, so he assumed that the enchantments were working. Meanwhile, in the teacher's box, Quirinus Quirrell was frowning and glaring as hard as he could. He wondered, why wasn't the jinx working? The Potter brat should have been bucked off ages ago. His master was not going to be pleased with this unexpected development. Unbeknownst to him, Severus Snape cast a wary eye on him, then looked at Harry and then settled down to watch the game. He noticed Sirius and Remus earlier and figured that those two had it under control, in case Potter was in trouble. Just then, Alicia Spinnet scored, making Gryffindor lead 90-40. As if on cue, Harry's lazy flying ceased, and he showed off the true speed of the Nimbus 2000. Terrence Higgs was also closing in and the two were side by side. Higgs, a 7th year, assumed that since he was older and bigger, the puny firstie would be no match for him. However, there was one thing that Harry knew that he didn't. Harry Potter was a demigod, and he had undergone several years of training with the Hunters and at Camp Half-Blood. Hence, he built up a fair bit of muscle, not that his regular robes and Quidditch robes showed it. So, when Higgs barged sideways into him, Harry didn't budge. When Higgs did it again, Harry decided that he could give just as well as he could take it. Harry muscled Higgs out of the way and swiped the snitch from out of the air. Just as he did that, Lee Jordan's excited shouts filled the stadium. He hollered, "He's done it! He's got the snitch! Potter's got the snitch!" Madam Hooch's whistle screech pierced through the cheers and she declared, "Gryffindor win, 240-40. Katie was the first one to him, and practically hugged the life out of him. Alicia and Angelina were next, followed by Oliver and the Weasley twins. When the 7 landed, the rest of the Gryffindors converged on them in a giant group hug. The Stalls heartily pat him on the back, while Selena hugged him and swung him around. As everyone walked back, Lavender asked Selena, "You and Harry seem close, are you two?" The demigod blinked, "Me and Harry? Oh, no, he's like a brother to me. My siblings also treat him like a little brother." Lavender nodded. Also, I love your makeup, can you give me any tips? Selena grinned. I'll send you a care package soon. Later on, Sirius and Remus activated their portkey and took Selena and the stalls with them. Afterwards, in the common room, Ron and Hermione sidled up to Harry once the victory party was over and there was barely anyone. Hermione asked, "So, Selena and the Stoll brothers are demigods too?" Harry nodded. "Yep. The Stalls are the children of Hermes, god of roads, travel, gymnasiums, athletes, diplomacy, orators, thieves, commerce, trade, and invention. Hermes also the messenger god. The Hermes kids, especially the Stalls, are also some of the biggest pranksters I've ever seen. Thanks to them, I've kind of grown a little more vigilant in my prank detection. Meanwhile, Selena is the daughter of Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, desire, passion, pleasure and fertility." Ron mused. "No wonder Fred and George have had such a hard time trying to prank you. Also, that Selena girl was bloody gorgeous. You think she..." Harry laughed. "You're out of her league, mate. Besides, I think she has her eye on Charles Beckendorf, son of Hephaestus." He mumbled, "Worth a shot." Hermione just muttered, "Boys." Chapter 12. One day, Harry was summoned to Headmaster Dumbledore's office. He pretty much assumed that this was part of the detention that he was supposed to get. He stopped outside the gargoyle statue and spoke up, "Reese's Peanut Butter Cups." The statue moved and led him past and up the staircase. As he entered, he saw Professor Dumbledore writing a few letters as usual. Harry amusedly asked, "Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Professor? I had no idea that you were a big fan." He smiled benignly. "Ah, yes. Sirius had recently sent me a gift of assorted variety of American Muggle candy. Granted, I still have a preference for lemon drops, but the other kinds of candy and chocolate are growing on me." Then his expression grew serious. "Now I assume you know why you are here." Harry nodded. "Yes, Professor, you mentioned on Halloween that you would decide my detention." He replied, "That's right, however I am treating it like a quest for you. I understand that you have undertaken various quests at Camp Half-Blood?" "Yes, Professor." "Very well, Hagrid has been recently reporting a disturbance in the Forbidden Forest. He says that some malevolent force is going around, killing unicorns. I do not know if it is one of these Greek monsters or if it is something else. Hence, I would like you to find the cause of this when you take your detention next week at 11 in the night. I trust you will be able to defend yourself from some of the forest's more unsavory inhabitants. You will be allowed to keep your weapons, of course. Ms. Bell will also come with you for your quest. Officially speaking, she is merely there to supervise the detention." Harry brought a closed fist over his heart, as a bit of a salute. He declared, "Thank you, Professor, you can count on us, sir." At the end of the week, Harry and Katie met with Hagrid on the edge of the courtyard at 11 p.m. Just then, he spotted a sheepish Ron, a nervous Neville and a fuming Hermione. Also with them was a sullen Draco Malfoy, with a grinning Argus Filch herding them along. Ron spotted Harry, Katie and Hagrid and had a hopeful look on his face. However, Filch shoved him from behind. "I suppose you think you'll be enjoying yourself with that oaf? Well, think again, boy, it's into the forest you're going and I'm much mistaken if you'll all come out in one piece." Malfoy froze in his tracks. "The forest? We can't go in there at night. There's all sorts of things in there, like werewolves." Hermione spoke up. "What are you doing here, Harry? Katie? I thought you two were back in the common room." "This is my detention carried over from Halloween. Katie's only here to supervise." She nodded in understanding. Then Hagrid's gruff voice interrupted, "Right then, now, listen carefully, because it's dangerous what we're going to do tonight, and I don't want no one taking risks. Follow me over here a moment." He led them to the very edge of the forest. Holding his lamp up high, he pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick black trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they looked into the forest. Hagrid pointed. "Look there, see that stuff shining on the ground? Silvery stuff? That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn in there been hurt badly by something. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're going to try and find the poor thing. We might have to put it out of its misery." "And what if whatever hurt the unicorn finds us first?" Malfoy said fearfully. Hagrid replied, "There's nothing that lives in the forest that'll hurt you if you're with me or Fang. Keep to the path. Right, now, We're going to split into 2 parties and follow the trail in different directions. There's blood all over the place. It must have been staggering around since last night at least. Malfoy blurted. I want to be with you and Fang. Hagrid nodded. All right, but I warn you, he's a coward, but you'll be fine with me. So decide among yourselves who will go in which group. Now, if any of us finds the unicorn, we'll send up green sparks, right? Get your wands out and practice now, that's it, and if anyone gets in trouble, send up red sparks, and we'll all come and find you, so, be careful, let's go. Harry interrupted. Whoa. Back up a minute, what are the 4 of you doing out here in the first place? Why did you all get detention? Hermione glared at Ron. Right, you weren't there. I think you had a meeting with Dumbledore, so you had an early breakfast. Anyway, yesterday morning, Malfoy challenged us to a duel and this prat blindly accepted and named Neville as his second. Malfoy said that they had to meet him in the trophy room at midnight. Obviously, this was a trap and I could smell it a mile away. However, Ron refused to listen, so I tagged along just to make sure they were not in over their heads. We were caught, but Malfoy was also out of bounds when he ratted us out to Caretaker Filch. Ron whined. I already said I was sorry, Harry mused. Well, that answers that question. So, how should we split up? Ron led him, Katie and Hermione a little out of Neville and Draco's earshot. He murmured, I think it's best if you 2 take Hermione. First of all, the 3 of us are the only ones who know of your secret. Also, Malfoy is a bloody bigot of the highest order. Back in the war, there was a wizarding slur for Muggle-borns. I'm only going to say this once, it's mudblood, basically for the pure blood bigots. It means that the Muggle-borns have tainted blood. If she was stuck with Malfoy, he'd probably taunt her with that word through the entire trip. Don't worry about me. I can hand that git, and I'll look out for Neville. At least if you run into another one of those monsters, you 2 can handle yourselves and protect her. Hermione, I'm not saying you're helpless, but I think Harry has more experience with those monsters. Katie's also been training with Harry, and I'm not sure if our wands will work. Her slightly offended look faded as she made sense of his argument, then she nodded. Then, Ron and Neville joined Hagrid, heading in one direction. Harry, Katie and Hermione went the other way. After a few minutes of walking in the Forbidden Forest, Harry slipped off his rings, and a bow and a quiver full of arrows materialized in his hands. He tossed the weapons to Katie and unsheathed his hunting knives. They walked in silence for a while, when suddenly, they heard the sound of millions of steps scurrying around. Hermione pressed closer to the 2, her head looking around wildly in fear. Her wand arm was trembling. He knocked his bow, his eyes also scanning for danger. Then he spotted it. A large ant-like creature was ambling around a few meters to their left. Katie stuttered. What's that? He muttered back, a myrmidon. They have a pretty tough hide and they can spit acid. Be careful, don't startle it. I don't think it's noticed us yet. Also, where there is one, there will be a whole colony nearby. Tread carefully. Trust me, I'm a decent fighter, but we can't face an entire swarm. They inched away slowly, never taking their eyes off the creature, until they were far away and lost sight of it. Eventually, they continued walking deeper into the forest. Then, Harry stopped and crouched on the ground with one leg splayed out. Hermione and Katie crouched next to him. What is it? I can see some hoofprints on the ground. They're a little faint, but they're there. We're on the trail now. He pointed to the left. They're headed that way, come on. Harry trotted off and the 2 girls hurried after him. Hermione puffed as she jogged after him. How can you tell? Phoebe is one of our best trackers and she taught me. I was a fast learner, and now I'm the 3rd best after Phoebe and Zoe. Just then, the sky above them lit up with red sparks, in the direction that they were going. The 2 took that as their cue to run towards the sparks. Admittedly, Harry did slow down so that Hermione and Katie could keep up with him. When they burst through the bushes, they spotted a worrying scene. There was a swarm of myrmidons surrounding the group. Neville and Malfoy were unconscious, while Ron was firing spells from his wand, and Hagrid was firing arrows from his crossbow. Only Hagrid seemed to be earning a few monster kills, but Ron's spell work was only pushing the swarm back. Harry, Katie and Hermione joined the fray, with the younger girl also firing spells. Meanwhile, Harry quickly checked the unconscious pair before drawing his knives and leaping into the fray. Next to Ron and Hermione, Katie Bell began firing arrows in quick succession. Unfortunately, the swarm was relentless and they were barely keeping them at bay. Ron yelled, "What the bloody hell are these things?" Harry hollered back, "They're called myrmidons, giant ants, and they have tough hides and can spit. Ron, watch out." Ron ducked as a glob of spit from a myrmidon missed him and hit a tree. He gazed at it in fascinated horror as the saliva sizzled through the tree and caused it to topple. He snapped back to attention and kept firing spells. Hermione grit her teeth. "It's no use. Our spells are not doing anything. Only Harry, Katie and Hagrid are able to kill them." Just then, several dozen arrows rained down from different directions and managed to cut down several myrmidons. There was a sound of multiple hooves galloping, and soon a group of centaurs arrived, armed with bows and arrows. Together, Harry, Hagrid and the centaurs managed to drive away the myrmidons until they all scurried away. Hagrid beamed at the newcomers. "Ronan, Firenze, Torvis, good to see you." One of the centaurs gave a small bow in their direction. "Hagrid, hello students. Learn much in school. What brings you out into the forest?" Hermione replied, "We were in a detention and we found out that something was killing the unicorns." A centaur inspected Neville and Draco, who were still unconscious. He mused, I see no physical injuries. Must have passed out upon seeing the monsters." Then, the one called Firenze turned to Harry and bowed. "Well met, child of the moon. I bring fair warning, Mars is especially bright." With that, they all left the area, and Harry crouched down again, before spotting a trail of silvery blood. He called out to the others, "I've got something." Hagrid hoisted Neville and Draco and draped them over his shoulders and followed the trio with Harry leading. As he moved further inland, the trail got clearer as they spotted the blood stains getting larger. Harry forged ahead with his knives drawn and his body in a battle stance. Hermione and Ron stuck as close to him and Katie as possible. Then they saw a large white shape on the ground. Harry's blood boiled. This creature was pure and innocent. Whoever committed this crime against nature would face his and his sister's wrath. Just then, a hooded figure came out of the foliage and stopped by the corpse. It then lowered its head and began to drink the unicorn's blood. Harry let out a cry of rage and flung a knife. The figure did nothing, but the knife phased through it, and Harry suddenly felt something try to invade his mind. He firmly expelled the malevolent force out of his mind. The figure recoiled and fled, as Katie let loose an arrow. It didn't quite hit its mark, but passed through the figure once again. Scowling, Harry retrieved the knife that embedded itself in a tree. After a few moments, some white figures stepped into the frame, and Hermione gave a small gasp. The unicorns were stunningly beautiful and they neighed mournfully at the sight of their fallen friend. Then, the herd noticed the humans nearby, and one trotted over too. Hermione and nuzzled her. She giggled slightly, and it did the same to Katie. Then it locked eyes with Harry and trotted over to him. The unicorn neighed, "Child of the moon, normally we do not approach males. However, we sense that you are pure of heart due to your heritage. We thank you for your efforts to try and expel the foul taint that has been culling our herd. We wish to ask you for a favor. With this taint still lingering, we do not feel safe in the forest. We request sanctuary in a safe haven." Harry whinnied back, "I thank you for your trust, noble creature. Never fear, I have an idea." He stepped back and pulled out a hunting horn, a gift from Zoe that came in 2 weeks ago. Harry put it to his lips and blew a long and loud blast. 20 minutes later, there was a sound of multiple feet running on the forest floor. Then, out of the bushes came a large group of girls in silver clothes and black leggings. Leading them was a familiar woman with auburn hair, and Harry's face brightened. He rushed over and hugged her. "Mother." She morphed back into her adolescent form and smiled. "Hello my son, we were still on the trail of Greyback when we heard your call. What is the problem? Are these your friends?" He nodded. "Yes mother, this is Hermione, and this is Ron. I think you're met Hagrid. Also, the unconscious boys are Neville and Draco. Draco's the one in green, and neither of them are aware of my status." She waved her hand. "All right my son, I have put them to sleep now. Why have you summoned us?" "We heard reports of a malevolent spirit that has been killing these unicorns and drinking their blood. Headmaster Dumbledore, under the pretext of a detention, asked me to investigate the matter, especially given my demigod status. Katie was also helping me. I recruited her into the hunt a few weeks ago. The other 4 being here was a coincidence. Artemis looked over at Katie and had a calculating look. Then she approached as the girl knelt. She placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Rise, my child. I cannot think of anyone more worthy of being a hunter. Welcome to the hunt, sister. Promise me that you will look out for each other for the remainder of the year? The girl murmured, thank you for accepting me, my lady. They nodded. Then the goddess turned to Ron and Hermione, who were also kneeling. She crouched and gave them a once-over. I am honored to meet you. My son has spoken a lot about you in his letters. I hope you too will stick by him. Something is brewing in the demigod world. I am not sure what it is right now, but it may be big. Then Ron shakily spoke, Lady Artemis, I hope you are not offended by this, but why did you change from an adult woman into a girl who is our age? She smiled, not to worry Mr. Weasley, I am not offended. You are merely curious. It is true that I can take an adult form, I prefer my adolescent form. This is because it helps me be more comfortable around my hunters. Ron bowed, thank you Lady Artemis. Harry spoke up, Mother, the unicorns do not feel safe over here, especially with this evil spirit lurking around. I was hoping some of them could remain in the hunt, while others can head to Camp Half-Blood. She nodded, it is a solid plan. I shall go on ahead and speak to Lord Chiron about it. Zoe. I wish for you and the girls to bring the unicorns to our camp. Just as they were being led away, one of the unicorns stopped in front of Harry. He recognized it as the one who spoke to him. It said, Child of the Moon, I am yours, if you will have me. When you return from the school, I would be honored to let you ride me. He stroked the creature's muzzle, it would be my honor. Artemis began to glow and she called out, look away now. Everyone looked away instinctively, and there was a bright flash. When it died, Artemis was gone. Soon, the hunters all left, but not before they each gave Harry a hug. Silence reigned between the 4 students and one gamekeeper. Then Ron blurted, bloody hell. I never thought in a million years that I would meet a goddess. Hagrid checked his watch. Alright, I think it's time you lot were off to bed. I got to take care of these 2 sleepyheads as well. By the time Harry and Ron flopped into bed, it was midnight. Katie had already returned his bow and arrows, which he promptly turned back into a pair of rings. He also sheathed his hunting knives. Neville was already asleep, and Ron was out like a light, as soon as he touched his pillow. After a bit of tossing and turning, Harry also fell asleep. Chapter 13. And this figure began to drink the unicorn's blood? Came Professor Dumbledore's incredulous voice. Harry nodded vigorously, yes sir. I confess, I got a little mad and threw my hunting knife at it, but the knife just phased through this, wraith. Why was it drinking the unicorn blood, Professor? Dumbledore looked like he had aged 100 more years and sighed heavily. He spoke. Were circumstances different, I would be hesitant to share this information. This would have been because you are too young and need to enjoy your childhood. However, you are a demigod, and by your own admission, demigods don't have the luxury of a normal childhood. I fear that the Dark Lord is not dead. His body may have been destroyed, but I think his spirit is still lingering. It is said that unicorn blood will keep someone on the brink of death, alive. Harry nodded. I figured as much about the Dark Lord's survival, Professor, when I was 7. Lord Thanatos visited me in a dream and told me about how you know who split his soul. One was even residing within me, but he managed to extract it before the soul piece settled. Dumbledore replied, and you have no idea how relieved I was when it happened. In the worst case scenario, you would have had to die and I did not have sufficient knowledge to look for a safer alternative. Now, I think the first step is flushing out the wraith of the Dark Lord. Harry had a determined look on his face. What do you need me to do? Dumbledore got up and disappeared into a corner in his office. The boy could hear him rummaging around and a few muttered words. Then the older wizard emerged with a folded cloak in his arms. He said, I originally planned to give this to you on Christmas Day. This belonged to your father and is a family heirloom. He gave it to me for study, but I was unable to return it because the Dark Lord had attacked. I felt that it is only right that you should have it. For now, we do nothing and just let nature take its course. By the way, do you have any plans for the Christmas holidays? Harry gave a single nod. Yes, Professor. A week after the holiday begins, I'll be leaving for Camp Half-Blood. Katie wanted to get her affairs in order and then we could leave together. For the winter solstice, myself and a few campers are heading to the Empire State Building where the Olympian Pantheon currently resides. Dumbledore tilted his head curiously. I actually wondered about why the Greek gods decided to reside in America. Harry replied, from what I was told, the idea of the Greek gods never faded with the passage of time. The concept of gods moved to Rome for a while, and they resided there. Albeit with different names. There was also a time when they settled in Great Britain for several centuries. It probably explains how Lady Hecate was able to establish the wizarding world. Now the current residence is in the United States and Mount Olympus is above the Empire State Building. Of course, mortals can't see it because Lady Hecate controls the mist. The mist is kind of a veil that prevents mortals from seeing monsters or our weapons. For example, if I activated my rings, I would see my bow and quiver, but a mortal will only see 2 rings. The headmaster stroked his beard. This is quite fascinating. Anyway, I bid you farewell for now, and happy holidays. Harry gave a slight bow and left. He headed straight back to the Gryffindor common room. Upon reaching and entering, he headed to a table and pulled out a piece of parchment and quill, ready to confirm his presence for the field trip. He spotted Ron nearby, reading a letter and frowning a little. Harry spoke up, "Hey Ron. Is it good news?" The redhead replied, "Just got a letter from Mum and Dad. The 2 of them and my little sister, Ginny, are leaving to visit our brother, Charlie. He's the 2nd oldest in the family after Bill, and he is working in Romania as a dragon handler." Harry grinned. "That's cool." Ron continued, "Since no one will be at home, me, Percy and the twins are staying back at Hogwarts. What are your plans, Harry?" "I'll be here for a week because Katie's just settling her affairs. After that, I'll be back at camp and we've got a field trip planned for the winter solstice to head to the Empire State Building." Ron mused, "Sounds fun. I heard that you and Hermione are going to meet up because she and her folks are also planning a trip to America." "Yeah, she asked me to meet her. By the way, you could also come if you want." Ron did a double take. "You sure, mate?" Harry gestured for him to come closer and Ron obliged. "I kind of wanted to show you too Mount Olympus. Honestly mate, it's the most beautiful place I've ever seen. The decor in the Great Hall here at Hogwarts is pretty much second best after it. I can also introduce you two to Luke and Annabeth. They're my friends from camp." Ron excitedly said, "I'll talk to Percy." As the redhead rushed out, Harry settled down to complete his letter. Just as he finished it, he had a brainwave. Seizing another piece of parchment, he scrawled, "Dear Fletch, how's things back home? I needed a small favor." A week later, on December 14th, Harry, Ron and Katie were on the train heading back to King's Cross Station. Hermione had already left last week in the earlier train with majority of the other students. Ron had somehow managed to convince Percy to let him stay with Harry for a few days. Sirius and Remus were going to meet them at the station, and from there they would catch a flight to New York. Sirius had decided against an international portkey because he learned his lesson after the stalls nicked one from his pocket. This was pretty much going to be Ron's first flight, and the boy was understandably nervous. Katie soothed, "It'll be fine, Ron. Nothing will happen to you. All that you need to do is not talk loudly in the aircraft. Also, when the flight takes off, you may experience some discomfort in your ears. What you need to do is either yawn or plug your nose and breathe out. It will cause your ears to pop also. You need to wear a seatbelt when on the plane, especially while it is taking off and landing." Eventually, they disembarked the train and went through the barrier back to the main King's Cross station. Sirius was waiting for the trio outside the barrier and herded them into a rental car. Remus was driving and Harry raised an eyebrow. "I didn't know you could drive, Uncle Remus." He chuckled. "Lily insisted that we all learn how to drive, and she was pretty decent herself. She was such a speed freak that I used to tease her, saying that she could give Nigel Mansell a run for his money. Your father and I were quick learners. The rat who shall not be named was not interested. Meanwhile, Sirius crashed his car after 5 minutes. Took a lot of explaining to Lily's father, may he rest in peace. Soon enough, they drove to Heathrow Airport and were finally settled into the plane. 8 hours later, Sirius shook Harry and the other two awake. They had finally touched down at New York. He glanced at Ron, who was pretty fascinated by everything, and gave him a thumbs up, asking if he was okay. The redhead murmured to Harry, "Bloody hell. This thing is faster than any broom in the world." If Dad knew about this, he would not shut up for days. He's the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. When they exited the JFK International Airport, Harry spotted a familiar figure waiting for them. He waved frantically and rushed forward, with the other four right on his heels. Harry tackled a blonde-haired girl with gray eyes, in a hug. He cheered, "Beth, thanks for coming." She laughed and hugged him back. "Hey Harry, I told you I'd be there. There's no way I wouldn't pick up one of my best friends." Annabeth then turned to Ron and Katie. "Hi, I'm Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. Nice to meet you too. So you're from Harry's magic school or whatever?" Katie nodded. "Yep, I'm Katie, one of the newest hunters, and I'm a year older than Harry. That's Ron, who's in the same year as him." Ron waved at her. "So, where are we headed?" She gestured to a nearby SUV taxi and everyone clambered in. Annabeth handed the driver a few dollar bills. "Take us to Delphi Strawberry Service, Farm Road 3.141, Long Island, please." The taxi driver grinned. "You got it, ma'am." After a fairly lengthy drive, they finally pulled up on the base of a hill. The driver pulled over and cheerily spoke. "Well, this is as far as we can go. You lot are going to have to go on foot from here." Remus thanked him and they disembarked and trekked up the hill. As they entered the camp borders, Harry was a little worried that Ron would have difficulty getting in. Fortunately, the camp wards allowed the redhead to pass through easily, and the same applied for Katie. A centaur clopped up to the group. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to your two companions. My name is Chiron, and I am the activities director at Camp Half-Blood. Mr. Weasley, you will be bunking in Cabin 11, the Hermes cabin, for the time being. Ms. Bell, with your status as a hunter of Artemis, you and Harry will be in Cabin 8, Artemis cabin. Mr. Weasley, the cabin system works in such a way that when the gods claim their children, only then will they go to that particular cabin. Unclaimed demigods generally go to Cabin 11, because one of Hermes' duties is to welcome travelers and newcomers." The trio nodded and split up, but not before Harry warned Ron to watch out for his things. The demigod explained that the children of Hermes were notorious thieves. If anything of his went missing, all he had to do was ask for head counselor Luke Castellan. A week passed with not many hair-raising incidents. Harry and Katie trained hard and honed their craft. Meanwhile, Ron developed a healthy rivalry with Malcolm Pace, son of Athena. Malcolm was regarded as one of the camp's best chess players and strategists. Currently, their record stood at 8 wins apiece. It was also worth mentioning that Ron asked the Stoll brothers for a few pranking tips. The two smirked evilly, disappeared into their bunks and came out with a DVD case with the label, "Home Alone." All the way in Hogwarts Castle, a shiver ran down the spines of the Weasley twins. Fred looked at his brother and mused, "Brother dearest, is it just me or are we going to get a challenger very soon?" George dismissed the claim. "Nonsense, Freddy, old chum. Nobody is as good as us in pranking, except for our idols, the Marauders. By the way, are you any closer to discerning their identities?" "Nope. But I have a strong feeling that I'm close." Before long, Chiron emerged from the big house in his wheelchair form and gathered Harry, Luke, Annabeth, Selena, Charles Beckendorf, the Stoll brothers, Clarice and several other campers, along with their backpacks. Ron and Katie were also joining them. They were also going to meet up with Hermione at the Empire State Building. Chiron called out, "Is everyone here? Good. Now remember, I want all of you to be on your best behavior, because you will be gathering in front of your godly parents. They will not tolerate any disrespect, so do not offend them at all." As they all board a minibus, camp security guard Argus waved at them cheerily. Ron whispered to Harry, "Oi mate. Who's that bloke with the eyes all over his face and body?" Katie also listened in as Harry murmured back, "That's our camp security guard. Think of him as a nicer version of Filch. Ironically, his name is also Argus, and no, I doubt the two of them are related." After a pleasant drive, a train ride from the Long Island Railroad to Penn Station, and another bus ride, they finally pulled up in front of the Empire State Building, where a familiar bushy-haired figure was waiting for them. When Harry and Ron disembarked, she nearly tackled the two of them in a hug. She squealed, "Harry, Ron, so good to see you. Mom and Dad dropped me here 10 minutes ago and told me to have fun with you guys. They're currently in a Conference about dental healthcare and said that it may go on for a few days. Chiron rolled up to her in his wheelchair and shook her hand. Hello, Ms. Granger, I am Chiron, though you may call me Mr. Brunner for the remainder of this excursion. And yes, I am that Chiron, the legendary trainer of Achilles, Ajax, Atlanta, Jason and many more heroes. She curtsied slightly. I am truly honored to meet you. He gestured to her to join the group. Come dear child, we should get going soon. The winter solstice will soon begin and we mustn't be late. Chiron led the group to a security guard in front of the elevators. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Hello there. I am Mr. Brunner. We had an appointment for a special tour of the Empire State Building. The guard consulted his book. Ah yes. Mr. Brunner and company for the 9 a.m. slot. You are right on time. He handed them a key card with the symbol of a woman with a laurel wreath on her head. The guard called after them. Just remember. Insert the key card in the special slot and press the button that says 600th floor. As Chiron did so, Hermione was confused. I thought the Empire State Building had 102 floors? Luke patiently explained. These are the Greek gods, anything is possible with them. She looked defiant for a second before finally accepting the explanation. Annabeth leaned over and spoke. You're the resident bookworm, right? Under normal circumstances, you are right. The Empire State Building has 102 floors. However, the mist separates the mortal world from the demigod world. So it is possible for there to be a 600th floor where the gods of Olympus reside. You're a logical girl, right? Look, sometimes there are things that books and logic cannot explain. Your magic is one of them, and so is the existence of the gods. That sent Hermione deep in thought and she kept quiet for the remainder of the elevator trip. Soon, the elevator doors slid open with a pleasant ding. There were audible gasps from Hermione, Ron and Katie. Chiron led the group out after warning them to watch their step. Truthfully speaking, the warning was redundant, as the narrow stone walkway in the middle of the air practically promised a long and painful drop with a single misstep, steadily. Everyone walked up a set of white marble steps, winding up the spine of a cloud, into the sky. Nestled comfortably on the top of the clouds was a decapitated peak of a mountain with its summit covered with snow. Dotting the mountainside were dozens of mansions, enough to make any rich pureblood green with envy. There were several roads winding up to the peak, where the largest palace sat imposingly. In short, the whole scene resembled an ancient Greek city in its full glory. History Channel documentaries about ancient Greek cities could not hold a candle to the sheer majesty before them right now. The three wizards and witches' jaws were on the floor. Katie gasped, "It's beautiful. I always thought the scene in the Hogwarts Great Hall was the most majestic thing I ever witnessed." She gestured wildly to the scene before her. "But this place blows it completely out of the water." The other two could only nod, completely speechless. Harry shed a small tear. "Been here a couple of times and this scene still gets to me." As the group forged ahead, Harry pointed out several inhabitants to his wizarding companions. He said quietly, "Those are nymphs, those are naiads, and those half-goat beings are called satyrs." Finally, they entered the largest palace, sitting resplendent in white and silver. Before long, they entered the throne room, which looked 10 times larger than the Hogwarts Great Hall. Massive columns held up a domed ceiling filled with moving constellations. Harry was pretty sure that Professor Sinistra would kill to be in this room, right this very moment. However, the main centerpiece was a set of 13 gigantic thrones placed strategically in a U shape, with an enormous hearth crackling in the middle. On each of those thrones sat 13 men and women in giant form. The entire group knelt in front of the gods, though Katie had to jab a gaping Ron in the back of his knees to get him to kneel. Harry and the group could literally feel the power oozing from the gathered gods in front of them. Smack dab in the center of the U, Lord Zeus stood up, his voice boomed. "Welcome, young demigods, to Olympus. We're glad that you have made the trip here. Unfortunately, some of our discussions are on the more sensitive, so someone will be along to give you a tour of our domain." The son of Artemis could have sworn that Luke's shoulders had slumped in disappointment. Just then, Hades interrupted from his own throne. "One moment, brother. I wish to speak with Harry Potter with regard to his ongoing quest. I sincerely hope that there is an update. Also, bring your wizard friends with you. I am positive that their aid will be vital." As the rest of the campers split up, Hades got up, with his black flowing robes billowing around him. Then, he shrunk to the size of a regular human and beckoned the quartet to follow him to a corner of the throne room. Once alone, his oily voice spoke up, "All right, Potter, how goes your search for the missing soul?" Hermione raised her hand slightly. "Forgive me, Lord Hades, but what missing soul?" He turned to the girl. "I take it you three are familiar with Harry's tussle with the Dark Lord? It seems that the Dark Lord's soul never appeared for judgment. I have been preparing a special place in Tartarus for him." A wide-eyed Ron blurted, "You know who is alive? I thought he was destroyed." The god snarled, "That wretch cheated death with the creation of soul jars. I pray you all never learn this kind of magic at all. Lady Hecate has forbidden it for a reason. Your friend's first task is to find and catch the Dark Lord's wraith. From there, we go step by step to finding his soul jars and finally bringing Olympian judgment on him. My judgment on him." Harry filled him in on what happened in the Forbidden Forest. The elder god stroked his chin. "You have done well to confront that monster for his crime of killing the unicorn. Now, it is your duty to flush out this wraith. Do not fail me." Just then, his eyes were drawn to Harry's backpack. He gestured to the bag and Harry opened it. The boy rifled through his supplies, and Hades' eyes zeroed in on the invisibility cloak. He said, "I thought it was familiar. It has been millennia since it happened, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Tell me, are you three familiar with the tale of the Deathly Hallows?" The four nodded, and then it clicked for Katie. She sharply said, "Lord Hades, are you saying that this is the cloak of invisibility given to the last Peverell? I always thought it was just a story. And how did Harry get his hands on it? I think you will find that many stories sometimes have a grain of truth in them. Believe me, Thanatos spent a century in Tartarus for that stunt. The brat paid for his insolence because he bartered away 3 of my precious items. He even had the gall to sneak in and cut a piece of fabric from my own robes. Thus, the cloak of invisibility was born." Harry gazed at the cloak in his arms. "I was told that it was a family heirloom." Hades replied, "Well, it seems that you are descended from the last Peverell. Do not bother giving it back to me, it is useless to me now. Keep it, Potter. However, if you can find the other 2 items, I would like them returned back to me." He scoffed, "Master of Death, my foot." After a while, Chiron gathered all the campers, with Luke being the last to arrive. With that, everyone including the 3 magical students headed back to Camp Half-Blood. Hermione was also told to bunk in the Hermes cabin with Ron, and given the same explanation. All in all, it was a very adventurous solstice. Chapter 14. On Christmas Day, there was a celebratory game of Capture the Flag. Hermione and Ron stood to the side with Chiron and watched the game unfold. The centaur clopped forward and announced, "For tonight's game, Hermes is the blue team and has formed an alliance with Artemis, Athena, Aphrodite and Dionysus. On the other side, Apollo is allying with Demeter, Hephaestus and Aries." Hermione piped up next to Chiron, 5 against 4? Isn't that a little lopsided? Ron, stop staring at the children of Aphrodite. Chiron chuckled, "Under any other circumstances, you would be correct. However, the Aphrodite cabin don't generally participate as a whole cabin. Only a handful of them like Selena are interested in fighting. Additionally, the Artemis cabin only has Harry and Katie, so the teams even out a little." He clopped forward again, "Heroes. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed, and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I will serve as referee and battlefield medic. Arm yourselves." Everyone armored up, including Harry. Luke then began directing everyone, assigning Katie with the other archers. Harry and Annabeth were on the advance guard. Annabeth was particularly delighted when Harry showed her his invisibility cloak. She signaled that he would head right, while she went left. With that, she put on her Yankees cap and turned invisible. Harry also covered himself with his cloak and snuck away towards the right. He eventually reached the creek and carefully stepped over a few rocks jutting out of the water. There was a hairy moment when he almost bumped into Castor from the Dionysus cabin, on border patrol. After 10 minutes of sneaking, he finally reached the Apollo fort. Admittedly, he very nearly fell into some traps. courtesy the Hephaestus children. Fortunately, he caught himself just in time, though he came away with a few burns. The flag was still there, guarded by 2 Aries campers. He sneaked over and carefully unhooked the flag, bringing it under the cloak. Harry was halfway to the creek when he heard the cries of shock behind him. He promptly took off the cloak and hastily folded it. Then, he broke into a sprint, ducking a few arrows and javelins. He was almost to the creek when his side exploded in pain. He glanced down and noticed that a javelin had just grazed him. Gritting his teeth, he poured on more speed, dodged the Dionysus twins and finally crossed the creek and back to friendly territory. No sooner had he done that, Chiron blew his conch. He announced, "The blue team wins." In response, the blue team cheered, and many of them swept up Harry, carrying him on their shoulders to the medical tent, where Michael Yu was waiting to patch him up. Eventually, the 3 other Hogwarts students caught up to him after the celebration. Ron beamed. "Bloody hell, Harry. This thing looks like a lot of fun, except for the whole weapons and maiming, of course. You reckon you could convince Dumbledore to host our own version of Capture the Flag?" 3 heads turned to him in surprise. Hermione raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms. "Explain." He flushed at the attention on him. "Think of it this way, in Quidditch, there are only 7 students per team. If we introduce this game, the whole house can participate. I'm thinking that the main rule is that everyone sticks to stunners, full body binds and the incarceration spell." Katie had a broad grin on her face. "That sounds like a lot of fun. Also, all students earn 10 points for every successful hit regardless of which house gets the flag. Points deducted for any illegal spells, and getting the flag is worth 100 points. Hermione's eyes shone and she bolted for the Hermes cabin. She hollered as she ran, "I need to write this down." A couple of days after Christmas, Sirius portkeyed all 4 students back to Hogwarts. He managed to convince them that being at Hogwarts for the new year was a heck of an experience. Also, Ron would deny it later, but he was starting to miss his brothers. The first thing the quartet did was pitch the idea of Capture the Flag to Professor Dumbledore. When he heard the idea, he looked like someone had gifted him a lifetime supply of lemon drops. He even called in the heads of house and explained the idea to them. It took some convincing, but soon everyone was sold on the idea. Professor Flitwick was practically bouncing on his heels when Dumbledore laid out the plan. Eventually, with the approval of Madame Hooch, they decided that Capture the Flag and Quidditch would be held on alternate weekends. 3 days after the New Year's celebration, which included a grand feast, Harry was busy exploring the near-empty castle. There was some drama yesterday when Hermione and Ron accidentally wandered into the 3rd-floor corridor. Something evidently spooked them and they fled back to Gryffindor Tower. At that time, it was only the 3 of them in the room. The twins were off pranking somewhere. Katie was sleeping in, and Percy was on patrol. Judging from Ron's frightened murmurs, there was a Cerberus in one of the rooms. Hermione noticed some other details, like a trapdoor under one of its paws. So, she holed herself up and an unwilling Ron in the library for some research. That led him to where he was right now, well past curfew, so he was under his invisibility cloak. Harry had to dodge Caretaker Filch a few times, as well as Mrs. Norris. Then, he found himself ducking into a nondescript room. At first glance, nothing seemed off about the room. It looked like a regular classroom. Then he spotted it. It was a large mirror, running from the ground, almost to the ceiling. As he observed its ornate gold frame, he noted that the Aphrodite children would have been all over it. Then, he spotted an inscription carved around the top. Erised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. Harry stepped in front of it, and suddenly gasped. The first thing he noticed was that he was not the only one shown. There were 2 other figures in the mirror, standing a step or 2 behind him. Quickly whipping his head around, he saw that the room was empty. However, when he turned back, the 2 figures were still there. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but they looked awfully familiar. Then it clicked, they were his mortal parents. Then, another familiar figure strolled into view, Mother Artemis. More and more people showed up: Zoe, Phoebe, Kellen, his other sisters, Sirius, Remus, Annabeth, Luke, Selena, Lee, Beckendorf, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and so many others. All of his family and friends. He edged closer and closer, putting a hand to the glass, as if he wanted nothing more than to reach over and be with them. Harry sat there for what felt like hours, but he gradually tore himself away and sneaked back into Gryffindor Tower. As he settled down to sleep, he contemplated telling Ron and Hermione. Eventually, he elected against it, as it seemed a little too personal. The next night, he was back in front of the mirror, and this carried on for a couple more nights. One night, he looked at the inscription, Erised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. His mind whirred and suddenly all the pieces fell into place. He whispered in shock, I show not your face, but your heart's desire. The gravity of the situation hit him. This thing, whatever it was dangerous. He forced his legs away muttering, I must never come back here. This thing is addictive. He nearly jumped out of his skin when a feminine voice sounded, Hello, Harry. Harry looked up and saw a stunningly gorgeous woman, Lady Aphrodite. What brings you here? She tittered, just keeping an eye on my champion. That mirror was my test for you. Could you overcome its power of showing you your desires? After all, there is a difference between merely seeing your heart's desire and working to fulfill it. After this, I can proudly say, you have passed, and are truly worthy of being my champion. Walk with me back to your tower? As they walked, she continued speaking, that mirror was the work of Nemesis and myself, to punish Narcissus. She gave a long-suffering sigh. That silly boy had so many things going for him. He was smart, handsome, and so many women swooned over him. Aphrodite then leaned over and whispered conspiratorially, I was personally rooting for him to finally get together with that nymph, Echo. The goddess winked at him and Harry blushed. She continued, anyway, Hecate requested me to bring the mirror here for something. I don't know, she was rather tight-lipped about it. According to her, its job was not done yet. Now that you know what this mirror is capable of, I trust that you won't look for it again. She fixed him with a pointed look and he shook his head vigorously. The goddess smiled and pecked him on the cheek. Good, now run along, and I'm still waiting for you to get a girlfriend. That Hermione girl looks cute. There are also a few other witches who I can't wait to match with you. He sputtered, BB, but I'm only 11, and Hermione's my friend. It'll be weird between us. She waved off his protests and sing-songed, don't knock it till you try it, sweetie. Before anyone knew it, the Christmas holidays were over and the castle was full with bustling students once again. Ron revealed that he managed to coax a useful tidbit from Hagrid. To be precise, Hagrid scolded him and Hermione for finding out about Fluffy and that he was guarding something for Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, before clamping his mouth shut. Come to think of it, it explained Hermione's mad rush to the library. Unfortunately, he could not join them in that venture, because Oliver had ramped up the Quidditch practice sessions. This time around, they were facing Hufflepuff. As a result, Oliver warned that this time he had to focus on the snitch. The Hufflepuff seeker was fourth-year student Cedric Diggory. In the words of Oliver, he was an alright bloke, but was pretty ace on the field. Fred even admitted that in a few years, Harry himself could rival Diggory, but Diggory had 2 years of experience over him. Wood insisted that whatever happened, he needed to ensure that he got to the snitch first. Once again, he would wait until the chasers had a healthy lead before hunting for the snitch. Before the game, Harry told both of his friends to keep an eye out for Malfoy. He explained that during the Slytherin game, someone tried to jinx his broom. Fortunately, Sirius and Remus had placed anti-jinx charms based on their own experience. Ron growled, don't worry mate, we'll make sure none of those slimy snakes sabotage you. We all know that if Gryffindor win, they go on top of the table. Harry shot him a look. Ron. My beef's with Malfoy. As far as I know, the rest of the Slytherins have pretty much left me alone. It's just Malfoy and his clique of Crabbe, Goyle, Snide and Merk. The others have mostly left me alone, though Vole and Greengrass offered to teach me some customs about being a scion of a house. Ron paused and then it dawned on him, oh right, I forgot that your dad was a pureblood, so he must have had lordship duties. Harry nodded, Sirius too. In my last letter to him, he mentioned something about making me his heir. Apparently his stint in Azkaban was so bad that he was rendered sterile. So he plans to go to Gringotts sometime next year and start the process. According to him, my grandmother was a black, so I qualify for the position of heir. Ron grimaced, I don't envy you, mate. As the Hufflepuff match drew closer, Oliver Wood really put everyone through the ringer. The night before the game, Angelina Johnson was just about ready to curse him into oblivion. Wood also got into a massive argument with Katie about whether he was trying to kill them. On the day of the game, it was raining heavily, with some crackles of thunder. Oliver gave his usual pre-game speech and went over team tactics one last time. Just then, Fred peered out. "Boy, it's really tipping out there. I think there's a bit of thunder and lightning as well. Hey look, the headmaster's also here to watch the game." The others also crowded around, and sure enough, there he was in all his bearded glory. Both teams gathered and the captains shook hands. This time around, the atmosphere was a lot more friendly and easygoing. It was a stark contrast to the Slytherin game, which was like a powder keg waiting to blow up. As soon as the whistle blew, they were off. Katie's hunter training was clearly paying off, because her movements were a lot sharper and she was more agile. Additionally, most of her shots were on target, forcing saves from the opposing keeper. As she grabbed the quaffle to line up another attack, Angelina flew next to her. "Damn girl. Where the heck did you get this good?" She shrugged. "Took some archery lessons during the Christmas holiday. I was a fast learner." Angelina intercepted the pass and dodged a bludger. "Well, I'm not complaining. I might do the same when school lets out. I'll rope in alley as well." A few meters up above them, Harry carried out his lazy flying tactic. Like in the Slytherin game, his keen eyes picked out the snitch already and was just tracing its patterns. Brief glances behind him showed that Cedric was not so subtly trying to tail him. Harry noted that this game was a lot harder than the Slytherin game. For one, the chasers were a bit more competent, and the keeper could give Wood a run for his galleons. After 15 minutes of a pretty close game, Alicia scored to make the score 90-60, and that was when Harry took off. Right on cue, Diggory also took off after him. Both players dodged and weaved through their teammates and rivals, while still pursuing the snitch. Just then, one of the Hufflepuff beaters smashed a bludger straight at Harry's face. He waited until the last second to roll under his broom, letting the bludger sail past where his body used to be, and almost give a startled Diggory his first kiss. Instead, it smacked his shoulder and sent him veering off course. Harry righted himself and continued chasing the snitch. The rain was making it harder to see, but Harry was able to make out the snitch in front of him. He lunged and somehow swiped it out of the air. As soon as he did so, Lee Jordan's excited screams filled the air. Once again, Harry found himself as the meat in a 7-layer Gryffindor sandwich. Oliver was bawling his eyes out. "One more and we finally have the trophy." Back in the common room, the party was epic. Even when McGonagall came in to warn everyone about curfew, she didn't have the heart to stop everyone. Chapter 15. Apologies for the delay. This chapter needed a couple of rewrites just to get it right. January 7, 1992. The Daily Prophet miracle at St. Mungo's. Longbottoms cured. The entire wizarding world knows what happened on that fateful Halloween when the boy who lived defeated the Dark Lord you know who. However, even after his defeat, there were still remnants of his Death Eater followers. Among them were Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband Rodolphus and brother-in-law, Rabaston. These three criminals attacked the Longbottom family and tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom to insanity. Since then, the couple have been permanent residents in St. Mungo's, as Medi-Wizards desperately tried to cure them, but in vain. All of that changed last night, when renowned and reclusive Greek Medi-Wizard Lester Papadopoulos walked through the doors of St. Mungo's with his stepson Michael Yu. This reporter was able to catch up with Mr. Papadopoulos after he performed his miracle. He said that he had heard about the Longbottom case long ago, and was intrigued. Mr. Papadopoulos declared that he is regarded as one of the best healers in the wizarding world, but was very picky about his cases. So when he heard about the Longbottom family, he could not resist a challenge. Of course, he only turned up now, because he needed time for research and to gather his supplies. This reporter also noted how young Mr. Papadopoulos' stepson was. However, the Medi-Wizard said that Mr. Yu is a prodigy, in his words, a real chip of the old block. So, he took him on as his apprentice, and has not regretted it ever since. This reporter begged to know the procedures used to cure the Longbottoms. At that moment, the hospital staff insisted that Mr. Papadopoulos is bound by the Asclepiad oath to not reveal his medical practices. Dame Augusta Longbottom has been informed of her son and daughter-in-law's recovery. Both Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom will be released from hospital this afternoon to recuperate at home. We at the Daily Prophet wish the Longbottoms a quick recovery. We also hope that they have a happy reunion with their family. Harry had just finished reading the papers when he heard a loud clatter across from him. He glanced up to see Hermione's jaw drop, along with a porridge spoon on the floor, which he assumed she dropped. Reading over his left shoulder, Ron blurted, "Bloody hell. This is massive. Where's Neville?" The three of them were the first ones down in the Great Hall, and thus got the newspapers first. This was also because Hedwig took her delivery job way too seriously. Hermione looked at the door. "Here he comes. I don't think he's aware of the situation yet." Neville sat down to Harry's right, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He sleepily mumbled, "Hey guys, what's the matter?" Harry slowly moved the prophet under his nose. At first, Neville didn't react and his eyes closed. Then his eyes snapped back open and he snatched the paper from Harry. When he finished, he stared straight ahead and then keeled over backwards and fainted. Harry murmured, "Blimey. Fletch worked pretty fast and outdid himself." Ron tilted his head curiously and spoke, "What do you mean, mate?" Harry rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. He said, "I may have written to Lee Fletcher from the Apollo cabin. You remember him, right? 15-year-old guy with blonde hair? That's him. I remember back on Halloween. Sirius told me about Neville's parents. I kind of felt bad for him and wanted to do something nice for him. So I wrote to Fletcher and called in a favor that he owed me. Honestly, I was just expecting him or one of his older siblings. I definitely didn't expect him to get his dad involved." Hermione's eyes widened. "Dad? You mean?" He nodded. "Lester Papadopoulos is an alias Apollo takes when in his mortal form. I'm guessing that he's used it a lot to hang out in the Greek wizarding world. So they didn't really question it." Neville finally came to and snatched the newspaper once again. His face split into a broad grin and hugged all three of them. Harry pat his back. "I'm happy for you, mate. You deserve it. According to the paper, they'll be returning home in the afternoon. You can talk to Professor McGonagall to excuse you for some time." The boy rushed over to the head table, where the equally stunned faculty were seated. In a daze, McGonagall allowed Neville time off to visit his parents. When he returned, an hour after lunch, the boy was deliriously happy. Even Snape, who often made his life unpleasant in potions, decided to leave him alone. Just then, Harry noticed something different about Neville. He said, "Hey Nev, is it just me or is that a new wand?" The boy flushed slightly. "Yeah, I was actually using my dad's old wand all along. It was Gran's idea and she said that I should be honored to use his wand. Dad wasn't too pleased when he found out and got involved in a massive row with Gran. In the end, Dad won and Mum took me to get my own wand, 13 inches, cherry with a unicorn hair core. I've been able to cast spells a lot better now." A couple of weeks later, the trio were in the library researching about Nicholas Flamel, when they noticed Hagrid walking in. The large man came over to them and knelt next to Harry. The boy turned and smiled at Hagrid. "Hey Hagrid, how are you?" His shaggy face broke into a large grin. "Just peachy, Harry. Listen, if you three are not too busy, I wanted to show you a new critter I found." Hermione interrupted. "Is it the mooncalf that you were expecting yesterday? I hope it's nothing dangerous like that chupacabra you showed us last week. Ron's only just got out of the hospital wing, and we had a really awkward conversation with Madame Pomfrey." He waved his hand dismissively. "Nah, it's nothing like that. Well, you'll see. The mooncalf's arrival has been delayed by a couple of weeks." Later on, Hagrid ushered the trio into his hut as they tried to shield themselves from the pouring rain. It had been raining intermittently for the past few weeks, with occasional thunderstorms. When Hagrid closed the door, the first thing that hit them was the sweltering heat. Right by the fireplace was a large cauldron with a large black egg in it. Harry joked. "Hagrid, we just had lunch. Were you planning to make an omelet?" He gave a short belly laugh. "Ha ha ha. Nonsense, Harry. This is a dragon's egg. I was actually in Hogsmeade the other day. Came across an odd chap at the Hogshead Inn and beat him in a game of cards. Bloke had a lousy hand and I won easily. He told me that he was a lover of exotic creatures and his next expedition was to look for a 3-headed dog. He said he heard some rumors of a Cerberus in Albania and wanted some tips to deal with one. told him that all he had to do was play some music and it will drop off to sleep. Hermione squeaked, "Hagrid, you know that breeding dragons without a license is illegal, right? Wouldn't it be better off in a reserve somewhere? I read that there are many dragon reserves in the country. Also, did you see that man's face? He could have been a smuggler." He blew off her warning. Now, no need to fret. There's all sorts of folks at the Hog's Head Inn. The fellow heard through the grapevine that I was rather fond of dragons. So he used some of his influence to find one for me. Just in time. Look, it's hatching." Sure enough, the egg was wobbling a little and there was a cracking sound. Then, it burst open to reveal a reptilian head followed by a serpentine body, and Hagrid exclaimed happily, "Isn't he beautiful? The bloke who I won it from said that it was a subspecies of the Norwegian Ridgeback, or something like that." Harry suddenly blurted, "De immortales. That's not a dragon." Everyone turned to see his pale face. Ron questioned, "It's not?" The demigod nodded. "There's good news and bad news. The bad news is that this is a dracon, and they are much deadlier." Hermione, ever eager for more knowledge, asked, "What's the difference between a dragon and a dracon?" He dodged a spray of venom. "Like I said, dracons are deadlier, and they are several millennia older than dragons. They're also a lot more vicious than dragons." Ron yelped, "And that's the bad news. What's the good news?" "This is a Theban dracon. It's a little less aggressive than other dracon species, but no less dangerous. Most dracon species, including the Theban dracon, can spit acidic venom, and they can grow at alarming rates. I'm sorry, Hagrid, it needs to go, now. Look, it's already trying to snap at me. It has already recognized me as a demigod, and all monsters, including dracons, will go to kill any demigod." Hagrid tried to argue, "Surely you don't mean that, Harry. It's just a wee little baby. It will not survive alone." However, Harry was firm. "Sorry, Hagrid, but I'm not budging on this. Look, I like you because you're a friend, but I don't want to risk this dracon growing up and putting the four of us and the entire school at risk. Imagine the fallout if someone discovered it in your hut. You could get into major trouble." The large man agonized over it for a few minutes before his shoulders slumped. He mumbled, "I suppose you're right. You should go and take care of it in the Forbidden Forest, outside the castle wards." Ron's voice trembled. "When you said growing at alarming rates, what do you mean by that?" The reply came just as he dodged another venom shot. "There are reports in the Demigod world that dracons can be as long as a skyscraper. It'll take an entire army just to take down a full-grown dracon." "What's a skyscraper?" The baby dracon had begun to slither towards Harry, snapping at him. "Imagine a creature as large as Hogwarts Castle and multiply it by 10. Some of the largest dracons are as tall as the Empire State Building." At this, Hermione was also white as a sheet. She whimpered, "Good grief. THTH, that's tall." He motioned to Hermione and Ron, never taking his eyes off the dracon as it continued to advance towards him. Harry ordered, "Do me a favor and make sure the coast is clear. I'll try and lead it to the Forbidden Forest so that I can get rid of it." The two of them nodded and exited the ramshackle hut, leaving Harry to continue backing up as the baby dracon chased him. After 5 minutes, there was a series of knocks on the door. Harry recognized it as Morse code, something that Annabeth had taught him. Avoiding another attack, he quickly opened the door and ducked out, with the dracon following him. He motioned to his two friends, "Get back to the library and try and look up anything else about Flamel. I'll join you once I've got rid of this monster. Don't worry about me, I can handle the bugger." They sprinted away, and Harry began backing towards the Forbidden Forest. In response, the dracon lunged and barely missed him. As it pounced at him again, Harry began to feel for his rings, only to touch bare skin. Turns out, he left it back in his dorm room, and he cursed his own stupidity. He instantly went for his daggers and dropped in a fighting stance, still backing up towards the forest. Suddenly, it leapt at him with its jaws agape and he quickly thrust one dagger and stabbed it. In an instant, the baby dracon screeched and dissolved into dust. Breathing heavily, he sheathed the daggers and shakily made his way back to the castle. A few days later, the trio were no closer to finding out about Nicholas Flamel. The first-year end-of-term exams were also steadily approaching, so they had to study for those as well. One day, Harry trudged into the common room from his dorm after a short afternoon nap, and sat down at a desk. He fished out a few blocks of wood and one dagger before unconsciously carving it up. He wasn't really paying attention to what he was doing, but cast his mind back on a weird dream. In it, he was at a beach where the sea was really rough. Additionally, there was a white horse and a golden eagle attacking each other, a little ahead of him. The eagle appeared to scream, "Where is it? Where is it?" Harry could not make head or tail of it at all. Suddenly, he noticed someone sitting on the desk in front of him. He looked up and saw a smiling lavender brown sitting in front of him. She chirped, "Hi Harry, what are you up to?" He shrugged, "I finished my revisions a while ago and took a nap, now I'm just fiddling around. I have ADHD, known as attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So I have to keep my hands busy or I'll go crazy." Lavender nodded sympathetically, then she looked at the block of wood that he was whittling. The only thing was, it no longer resembled a block of wood, but looked like a small wooden figurine of a roaring lion. She emitted a low whistle. "Wow, you're pretty good at this. Looks incredibly detailed." Harry shrugged again and used his wand to summon a few more blocks of wood. "Back at summer camp, we had arts and crafts. It was a pretty good way to get creative." This time, he managed to carve out figurines of a snake, a badger and an eagle, the Hogwarts house mascots. Later on, Parvati also joined her friend to watch him carve. Eventually, he stopped after carving a stag, a tiger and even a hydra. He looked up and saw that Dean was also a spectator. Then Harry's stomach rumbled and he blushed. Dean chuckled and tossed him a chocolate frog. Harry opened it gratefully and caught the frog before it could get away. Biting into it, he absently noted that the card he got was a Dumbledore card. He flipped it over and the information hit him like a ton of bricks. Fortunately, he made no outward reaction, other than to calmly get up and head out of the common room. Once past the portrait, he broke into a sprint, heading straight for the library. When he reached, he screeched to a halt and then calmly opened the door to enter. Sure enough, he found a bored Ron and an increasingly frustrated Hermione consulting stacks of books. He sat down between them and muttered, "I found him. I found Nicholas Flamel." She looked at him with hope in her eyes. "You did?" He handed the chocolate frog card and she studied the information. Something clicked in her and she grabbed a nearby book. She flipped through it and jabbed S finger at a random paragraph. The girl excitedly whispered, "I knew it. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. This stone is said to have the ability to turn any metal into pure gold. It is also one of the key ingredients in making the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal." Ron muttered, "Bloody hell. I can think of many people who would want to get their hands on it. You want to bet that that's what the three-headed dog is guarding?" Harry quipped, "He's a Cerberus, and that's a sucker's bet, mate. Listen, I'm trusting you too with this information. I've been speaking to Dumbledore. He seems to think that you know who is not dead. At the moment, he's my prime suspect, but I still don't know how he will try to get it. I was also thinking about that wraith. What if that was you-know-who?" Hermione suddenly had a horrible thought. It was drinking unicorn blood. The blood is supposed to keep a person alive, even when they are close to dying. Harry mused, "It's a solid theory. Also, don't you think it was suspicious that the fellow who just so happened to have an egg of a dragon-like creature? There was also a big hole in his story because the Cerberus is native to Greece, not Albania." Hermione said, "We've got to watch out. Though I suppose, as long as Dumbledore is still in the castle, no won't do a thing. Dumbledore is the only person that he ever feared. As long as the headmaster is here, no one will make a move for the stone. So for now, let's just focus on our exams." Chapter 16. As the days passed, the exams crept even closer. Headmaster Dumbledore managed to catch up to Harry one day and revealed that he managed to pull a few strings with the Ministry about his dyslexia. Initially, he had approached the Hogwarts Board of Governors to rope in a Greek examiner who would be grading a dyslexic student's paper as they were more comfortable writing in Greek. Unfortunately, one of the board members, Lucius Malfoy, promptly shut it down, so Dumbledore managed to go over the Board of Governors' heads and appealed straight to the Ministry. To be precise, he went to the Department of Magical Education. This pretty much ensured that the board's hands were tied. As they talked, Dumbledore also made a curious comment about the weather. When Harry prodded further, he revealed that the wards around Hogwarts also helped to keep the weather out. So it was odd that it had been raining for such a long time and within Hogwarts grounds. Eager to solve another mystery, Harry rode to Annabeth, though he had a bit of a suspicion. One morning, Hermione and Ron were busy revising in the common room when a pale Harry stumbled in. Noticing their friend's distress, Hermione got up and ushered him down between them. Ron whispered, "What's the matter, mate?" Still in shock, the dark-haired boy put up a privacy charm that Katie had taught him. Harry murmured, "I just found out why the weather's been so wonky in the past few weeks. I was talking to Professor Dumbledore last week and he admitted that the wards around the castle normally keeps out the weather. Had a bit of a suspicion, so I rode to Beth. According to her, someone stole Lord Zeus' lightning bolt. Now my dream makes so much sense." Hermione exclaimed, "What? Who did it? When did it happen? WH." Ron clamped a hand over her mouth. "Blimey, Hermione. Breathe, will you? Also, what dream, Harry?" Harry shrugged. "No one knows who did it. He's accusing Poseidon, for some reason, though Poseidon is denying it. According to the ancient laws, gods are forbidden from stealing each other's symbols of power. As for the dream bit, dreams are a pretty common occurrence for demigods and they can show the past or future. My dream showed a scene at a beach with an eagle fighting a horse. The eagle was screaming, 'Where is it? Where is it?' I think the eagle was Zeus and the horse was Poseidon. The eagle and the horse are their sacred animals. How did I not see it before?" Ron pat his back sympathetically. "So what's going to happen? How? When the term ends, will you be able to go back to camp?" Harry shrugged. "Maybe. I just have to pray that I don't get blasted out of the sky while on the flight. Look, there's nothing we can do now. Hopefully someone finds it and returns it to him. For now, let's concentrate on our exams, then worry about the stone afterwards." Before anyone knew it, exam week was upon them. Firstly, there was the practical segment, which went fairly all right in Harry's opinion. His favorite exam was Dada, where Quirrell had set up a course and each student had to send offensive spells at cardboard cutouts of Death Eaters and avoid hitting hostages. They also had to complete the task in 30 seconds. Ron managed to hit 7 Death Eaters, but got a point knocked off for a stray stunner grazing a hostage's elbow. Hermione only managed 8 targets, and Quirrell noted that she took too long to decide what spell to use. Neville was actually doing decently until the 8th cutout popped up and it appeared to resemble a tall woman with curly dark hair, thick eyebrows and long eyelashes. That was when the poor boy faltered and clammed up. When it was time for Harry to take his practical, he set a record, hitting all 10 Death Eaters with no hostages harmed, all in the span of 15 seconds. His performance earned a nervous smile from Quirrell and a stuttered congratulations. Then came the written exams, and they were a little harder for the demigod. Unfortunately for him, the question papers were all in English, which did his dyslexic brain 0 favors. The first paper was Transfiguration and McGonagall informed him that Dumbledore tried to get separate question papers written in Greek. However, the Board of Governors were still smarting from Dumbledore's earlier decision to get a Greek examiner for him. So they blocked this move and were not budging on their stance. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick came up with a solution. Harry would be placed in a different classroom with a different professor supervising, while appearing for the exam. Later on, Ravenclaw prefect Penelope Clearwater was roped in to read the questions to him. Her own exams usually finished much earlier than his. As a Muggle-born, she was aware of conditions like dyslexia and was sympathetic, so she was willing to help him. Finally, there was History of Magic serving as the final exam. After a painstaking couple of hours, Penelope finally read the last question to him and he dutifully wrote down the answer. After submitting the paper, he shook her hand and thanked her for her help. The girl was pretty gracious about the whole thing and wished him luck with his results. Before they parted ways, she knelt and whispered, "In my personal opinion, you did pretty well. I think it'll be a good result. Now you can go and enjoy the next few days in peace." "I know that I definitely will." A few days later, Harry made his way to the Great Hall for a small bite to eat. He sat and waited for Ron, Hermione and his other housemates. Just then, Hedwig flew in with a small note in her talons. He opened it, and on it were the words, "It's time, Harry. I will be away on some business. I assume that you have learned of what is being guarded on the 3rd floor. For the record, I have done what the Muggle folk call the old switcheroo. The Philosopher's Stone in the corridor is fake. The real one is with me, and being returned to my friend. Nicholas. It's up to you to keep up the ruse so as to not arouse suspicion from the Dark Lord. I need you to protect the item from him. Destroy the note after reading. I will try and return as soon as I can, should you need my help. With a small incendio, he burned the note and waited. A minute later, Ron and Hermione entered the Great Hall, arguing as usual. She was still hung up on their recently concluded exams. The girl complained, I'm sure I got question 10 wrong in astronomy. Oh, I should have ensured that all of my answers were at least 6 feet long. Oh no, I'm going to fail. A fed-up Ron snapped, come on, quit lying to yourself. You say this every bloody time we have a test and then you come out and top the whole damn thing. Harry called out, I hate to say it, Hermione. But Ron has a point. You're just worrying over nothing. Also, 6 feet more of parchment. Are you planning to keep all of our professors stuck grading your first-year papers by the time you're in 7th year? Take it from me, no professor is going to have the patience to grade insanely long essays. Beth learned that lesson the hard way, when she was 9. One answer was 3 pages long, and the professor put a massive line across 2.5 pages. Told her that she wandered well off the point and he has no patience to read 3 pages worth of a single answer. She sulked for a bit, and Ron asked Harry how his final exam was. After assuring them that his exam went well, he ushered them to sit next to him. He muttered, got a message from Dumbledore. He has some business in the ministry. With him out of the castle, it gives you know who the perfect opportunity to strike. The two looked alarmed and Hermione murmured, we'll go tonight. Harry, do you think you can take him? I mean we're all just kids. He whispered back, Hermione, I've been training to fight for my life, most of my life. I'll be okay. If you want, I can help train the two of you to fight as well. Ron was puzzled, but mate, we have our wands. Why would we need to use swords and other weapons? Harry glanced at his female companion, Hermione. I agree with Ron. Harry turned to them and raised an eyebrow. Okay, what if you were in a duel and you got disarmed? By your logic, you would have to run away or be dead. Ron slumped, yeah, you have a point. I was just a little jealous that you've had to save our asses and we were pretty much useless against those monsters. Which is precisely why I wanted to train both of you. Judging by both of your responses, wizards don't rely on anything other than their wands. That kind of thinking will get you killed in the real world. The worst part is that the regular mortals won't be able to do a thing to help. He stealthily took out one dagger. This is made from celestial bronze. It is the only thing that will hurt or kill any monsters. Regular swords will just go through them without harming them. With that, he sheathed the weapon before anyone could notice. Harry continued, anyway, we have to protect the stone from the Dark Lord. That night, Ron and Hermione waited as Harry headed upstairs to fetch his invisibility cloak. He stealthily opened his trunk and took the cloak and a rucksack when a voice interrupted him. Harry? Is that an invisibility cloak? He looked up to see Neville looking at him curiously. The demigod waved him off. Yeah, I was just going to show it to Hermione. She hasn't seen it yet. Neville sat up. Mate, I'm not stupid. You're planning to sneak out, aren't you? You can't. What if you get caught? When Ron, Hermione and I were caught out of bounds, we lost 50 points each. I couldn't look the rest of our housemates in the eye for weeks. We're so close to beating Slytherin for the first time in 7 years. Then he got off the bed and raised his fists, shaking slightly. He stammered, I'll fight you if I have to. I won't let you and the other two lose points for Gryffindor. Harry paused and had an idea. All right, plan B, you're coming with us. To be honest, Neville was not expecting that response. He backpedaled in surprise. Me? You want me to come with you guys? I didn't stutter. So yes, you're coming with us. I have a feeling you could be of big help to us. Come on mate, time to prove that you're a real Gryffindor. He led the trembling boy down the stairs, ensuring that both of them were quiet. When he rejoined Ron and Hermione, they raised a curious eyebrow at him. He just shrugged, trust me on this. I have a gut feeling that he'll be a big asset. They were able to sneak out of the portrait, because the fat lady was gallivanting elsewhere. Luckily, the cloak was able to cover all 4 of them. There was a moment when they barely dodged Filch. Hermione even had to clamp Neville's mouth shut when Mrs. Norris crossed their path. Avoiding a couple of prefect patrols, they finally reached the corridor. Since Ron and Hermione had been there before, they led the way. The trio even filled in Neville, and his eyes nearly popped out of their skull. They stopped outside an ordinary door, but could hear a harp playing inside. Hermione raised her wand and whispered, "Alohomora," and the lock clicked open. Before he opened the door, Harry looked at his three companions. Last chance to back out. Do you still want to do this? Hermione huffed, "Don't be silly, Harry. What kind of friends would we be if we abandoned you?" Ron quipped, "She's right, mate." Neville stammered, "I have spoken to my dad the other day and he asked about you. He was quite happy that we're friends because he was a firm ally of your dad's. Dad insisted that no matter what happens, Potters and Longbottoms always had each other's backs. I'm not going to abandon you, either." Harry smiled gratefully and opened the door and closed it behind all four of them. As soon as they entered and Hermione shut the door, they took off the cloak and Harry folded it up. Inside, there was a massive three-headed dog, the size of a truck. Ron and Neville whimpered in fear. Fortunately, it was sleeping, due to an enchanted harp playing a Celestina Warbeck song. However, Harry realized that the song was just winding down, so his hand crept into his rucksack and he pulled out a flute, a gift from Hagrid. He ordered the other three, "See if you can move its paw away from the trapdoor. I'll keep it distracted, the harp's about to stop playing." Sure enough, it stopped, but Harry put the flute to his lips and began to play a soft mournful tune. Hermione's eyes widened. "Is that Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen? That's one of my favorite songs." He nodded and kept playing, while there was not a single peep from the Cerberus. The three of them successfully moved the dog's paw and one by one, dropped down the trapdoor. Harry slowly began moving to the open trapdoor and eventually stopped playing. He quietly hopped in and closed the door. Hanging on for a second, he let go and dropped like a stone. When he landed, it was on something pretty soft. Harry called out, "Everyone okay?" Ron called back, "Yeah. Good thing this plant thingy is here to break our fall." She shrieked, "That's a good thing. Do you even recognize this plant?" Neville's voice piped up, "This is Devil's Snare. A real nasty piece of work." Harry quipped, "If we weren't in mortal danger, I'd be making a hentai joke right about now." Ron and Neville were confused, but Hermione screeched, "Harry, don't be crude. Now let me try to remember how to kill it." Neville helpfully called out, "It likes dark and damp conditions." Harry hollered, "Come on, light a fire." She yelled back in panic, "But there's no firewood." Visibly annoyed, Ron roared, "Bloody hell, woman, are you or are you not a witch?" Cowed, she took out her wand. "Close your eyes. Lumos sola maxima." A bright light filled the room and the vines all recoiled. Now that they were relatively free, the quartet escaped the vines and scampered away. As they walked away through a passageway, Ron muttered, "And they call her the brightest witch of her generation. Can't think straight in a crisis. There's no firewood, honestly." Just then, they heard a curious sound. Neville whimpered, What's that sound?" Harry shrugged, "Sounds like wings to me. Look, there's a light up ahead at the end of the passageway." They hurried down the passage and were met with a curious sight. High up above them there were hundreds of bird-like things flying up above them. Harry groaned, "They had better not be the Stymphalian birds. Otherwise we're screwed." Neville was lost. "Stympha what?" Harry waved him off, "Long story. Listen, we've got to make a run for it. Hopefully they won't attack us." To their surprise, the flock above them did not move towards them. Ron suddenly blurted, "It's locked." Hermione tried the Alohomora charm, but it failed. Then Harry had a good look at the flock. What a second, those are not birds. They're winged keys. Then he had a good look around the room before spying his target, a set of brooms propped up against the wall. He made a beeline towards them. "I'll take care of this. What kind of key are we looking for?" Hermione called out, "A big old-fashioned key, preferably a silver one, so that it matches the door handle." He took off and plowed into the flock. His keen eyes searched this way and that for the key. Unfortunately, after 10 minutes of searching, he came up fruitless. Harry glided back down and picked up his rucksack. Whoever came before us covered their tracks well and must have taken the key with them. Okay, plan B. He fished out a lock-picking set, compliments from the Stoll brothers for my 8th birthday. In 2 minutes, he had successfully picked the lock and opened the door. When they entered, the first thing they saw was a life-size chessboard, complete with all the pieces. Ron looked like it was Christmas, Easter and his birthday, all at once. He rubbed his hands and gloated. My time has come. Come on guys, we'll take the black pieces. Now we've got to take the places of some of the pieces. Harry stopped him immediately. Are you having a laugh? There is no way that I'm risking the lives of any one of you. Ron, you can direct the pieces from the side. They argued back and forth, but eventually Ron gave in. What followed next was an intense battle between the white and the black pieces. The white pieces were especially brutal, obliterating the black pieces as they eliminated them. In the end, Ron managed to checkmate the White King by sacrificing his knight and allowing the bishop to take the king. When the game ended, Ron's face was so pale that they could see his freckles. He whimpered, "Bloody hell, I'm glad you talked me out of putting ourselves on the board. That knight would have been me." Harry shrugged, "I told you so. Now hurry up, you know who could be closing in on the stone at any moment." They hurried through the next passageway when a familiar pungent stench filled the air. Holding his nose, Harry turned to Ron. "You think you can do the same trick as last time?" He fished out his wand. "I'll try." Just as they were about to open the door, a familiar voice called out to them. It said, "Not to worry, Harry, Ron and Hermione. I have stunned the troll. The stone is fine, but to be on the safe side, we'll go together." Hermione got excited. "Professor Dumbledore is here, come on." Suddenly, Harry grabbed her hand and fiercely whispered, "Wait, think about it for a second. Trolls are incredibly resistant to spells. There is no way that a stunner could down a troll, no matter how powerful Dumbledore is. Whoever is in that room, it's not Dumbledore. Additionally, he never mentioned Neville. I've got a bad feeling." Harry debated with himself and then reached for his waist, where his daggers were. He whipped them out, and Ron grabbed the door handle. The redhead wrenched it open and Harry charged, brandishing his weapons. As he suspected, there was a Cyclops waiting for him, with one foot resting on a dead troll's head. The one-eyed monster grinned and grabbed a nearby spiked club. Well, it's my lucky day. First an unconscious troll, which I took care of. Now, I finally get to kill a demigod, and it is the moon goddess child. Neville momentarily got over his fear. What's he talking about? The Cyclops brought down the club, intending to turn the pesky demigod into paste. However, Harry dodged the strike and stabbed the monster in the calf. The monster roared in pain and Harry called out, "Hermione, can you fill Neville in? The gig's up anyway. I do it myself but I'm a little busy here." Harry ducked under another swipe, then stabbed the other calf. Then, he straddled the Cyclops' back and stabbed him them. There were more roars of pain and rage. It began trying to grab the demigod with its meaty arms. Ron and Hermione tried to help by sending stinging hexes and stunners. Finally, a wild tripping jinx from Neville managed to send the Cyclops on its back. This allowed Harry to straddle its chest and stab the monster in the throat. With one final roar, it crumpled and dissolved into dust. Panting in exhaustion, Harry crumpled to his knees. His legs felt like jelly and he could barely move them. He gestured to his rucksack. "Hermione, can you feed me some ambrosia? Just a small piece will do." She started forward and rummaged through it. Finally, she pulled out a Tupperware box labeled "Emergency Supplies." As she fed him a piece she snorted, "The label is pretty apartment, this definitely qualifies as an emergency." Eventually, he was able to stand up, though he was a bit shaky. Ron and Neville got on either side and draped an arm over their shoulders. The timid boy asked, "You all right, Harry?" He gave a single nod in reply and sheathed the daggers after cleaning them. "Yeah, I'm steadily getting my strength back. It's one of the perks of being a demigod, we can heal a little quicker. By the way, good job with the tripping jinx, Neville." Neville flushed and mumbled, "It was nothing, really." In the next room, there was nothing, except for a table with 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes. When they fully entered the room, there was a small boom, which made Neville jump, and the room was surrounded by a huge sheet of purple fire. Hermione noticed a piece of parchment on the table and snatched it. She read, "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you. Whichever one you find. One among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among outnumber hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting bidden in line. Choose unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you with your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on Nettlewine's left side. Second, different are those who stand on either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different in size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and second on the right, are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. The girl gushed, "This is brilliant. It's a logic puzzle, and a fair number of wizards don't have much logic. They would be stuck in here forever, but not us, not on my watch. Give me a minute." She paced around the table, muttering away as she kept studying the parchment. Then, she clapped her hands. "I've got it. The smallest bottle would get us through the black flames and towards the stone." Unfortunately, Harry noticed a small problem. There's only enough for one person. I'll have to go it alone. Which one takes us through the purple flames?" She pointed to a round bottle at the other end of the line. Harry took out his invisibility cloak and ordered, "One of you drink it and try and go back and send a letter to Professor Dumbledore. You can use Hedwig if you want, and use the cloak to evade Filch and the patrols. The other two can wait for me here or wait for the bottle to replenish." Suddenly, Hermione hugged him. "Oh Harry, be careful. You're a great wizard, you know that, right?" He shrugged sheepishly. "You're far smarter than the 3 of us, no offense guys." Ron and Neville spoke in unison, none taken. She scoffed, "Books and cleverness can only take me so far. I realize that now. It takes a lot more than that. Friendship and bravery are far more important." With a quick swallow, she downed the larger potion and he did the same with his own. Both shuddered simultaneously and he coughed, "Blimey. It's like ice is flooding through my body." With a deep breath he stepped through the black flames. When he entered the room, the first thing he noticed was that he was not alone. Harry blurted, "Wow. I had a feeling it was you." The turbaned professor finally took notice of the new occupant. He smirked, "You were? Well, I suppose you were smarter than I thought. I had a feeling that you would be coming. Potter. Let me guess, you were expecting Severus? He does seem the type, always swooping around like an overgrown dungeon bat. So who would suspect poor street stuttering Professor Quirrell?" Harry glowered at him, but Quirrell continued talking. He said, "You know, I tried to kill you during your first Quidditch game. In a spot of oversight on my part. I forgot about your mud of a godfather. Those blacks were always a paranoid bunch. So I should have taken into account that he had added an anti-jinx charm to your broom. I had planned to off you during your second game, but the headmaster was already onto me. But that won't matter now, since I will finally be able to kill you myself." With a snap of his fingers, rope appeared out of nowhere and wrapped him up. It was so tight that he couldn't even access his daggers nor his rings. So, Harry switched into distraction mode and decided to keep Quirrell talking. He said, "Am I assuming that the troll on Halloween and the troll in the other room were your handiwork?" There was no need to mention the Hellhound or the Cyclops. Nevertheless, Quirrell obliged him. "Of course it was. The first troll was a distraction, and I have a certain affinity for them. On Halloween, I was only too happy Tom sent the faculty on a wild goose chase. I would have gotten away with it if it were not for Severus and you meddling kids." Deciding to annoy him, Harry quipped, "Didn't know you were a Scooby-Doo fan, Professor." He snapped, "Enough of your insolence. Now sit quietly while I examine this interesting mirror." That was when Harry realized that Quirrell was in front of the mirror of Erised and grinned to himself. The Dada professor muttered to himself, "The mirror is the key to finding the stone. Trust Dumbledore to come up with a contraption like this. No matter, by the time he gets back, I will be far away." Harry tried stalling again. "To be honest, I didn't really suspect Professor Snape. He and I have no beef with each other. I actually suspected that it was the Dark Lord himself." Quirrell paused momentarily. "Truly, you are smarter than I thought." Harry shrugged, or tried to. "Well, the Sorting Hat did say that I could have fit into any house. Gryffindor and Slytherin were the strongest candidates. However, he doubted that Slytherin would survive with me in it." He chortled, "Of course you wouldn't survive in Slytherin, Potter." Harry didn't have the heart to correct him and say that Slytherin would not survive him, and not the other way round. By then, the deranged professor was back to observing the mirror. He murmured, "I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? Is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it? Harry thought to himself, I'd love to see you break it and incur the wrath of Aphrodite and Nemesis. Suddenly, a chilling voice emanated, seemingly from Quirrell himself. It chanted, use the boy, use the boy. Quirrell whirled around, Potter. Come here. Harry shot him an, are you serious look. He deadpanned, I'm a little tied up at the moment, you twit. The professor scowled and loosed the ropes with a flick of his wand, enough of your cheek, you brat. Now, come to the mirror and tell me what you see. Harry dutifully obeyed and looked in the mirror. Surprisingly, it was blank except for himself. Just then, Aphrodite sauntered up to him and stood next to him. She winked and one hand reached into her glamorous dress, the other went up to her luscious red lips in a silence gesture. The hand fumbling through her dress came back out, and she was holding a red, crystal-like stone. The Greek goddess of beauty gently slipped the stone into his reflection's pocket. At the same time, Harry felt something slip in his own pocket. Quirrell was losing his patience. Well, I'm waiting. I see my mum and dad. They're smiling and playing with me when I was a baby. And now it's changing. I'm shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've just won the house and Quidditch cups for Gryffindor. The man growled and shoved him out of the way. Harry stumbled and slowly and stealthily tried to sneak away. Unfortunately, the disembodied voice spoke again. The boy lies. He lies. Let me speak to him, face to face. Quirrell blanched. Master, you are not strong enough. The voice snapped back, I am strong enough for this. Then, the older man began to unravel his turban. When he turned away from Harry, the boy had to fight down some bile rising up his throat. On the back of Quirrell's head was another face. This one was pasty white with glaring red eyes and slit-like nostrils. It was Lord Voldemort. Voldemort snarled, Harry Potter, see what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, I have form only when I can share another's body. There have been those who were willing hosts, and unicorn blood has sustained me for the past few weeks. My vessel, Quirrell, has been most faithful, and once I have the elixir of life, I can create a body of my own. With that said, give me the stone in your pocket. Harry backed off immediately, not wanting him to get his hands on it. Voldemort cackled. Do not be foolish, boy. Better save your own life and join me. Refuse and you will meet the same end as your parents. They died begging me for mercy. Harry immediately raised a hand. I'm going to stop you there. That is the biggest load of dragon dung I have ever heard in my life. Besides, why would I willingly join the man who murdered my parents? He spat in Voldemort's face. An enraged Quirrell raised his wand, but Voldemort stopped him. He sneered, how touching. Yes, I lied about them. I always valued bravery, and your parents were brave. I jeweled your father first, and he was a worthy opponent. However, your mother needn't have died. The silly girl was trying to protect you. Now give me the stone and prove that your mother did not die in vain. Harry bellowed, never, and backed away. Quirrell was faster and clamped a hand on his wrist. Then the strangest thing happened. The professor began howling in agony and let go of him, clutching his blistered hand. The demigod already had a good idea why this had happened. Voldemort was busy screeching, kill him, kill him. Then Harry went of the offensive and grabbed Quirrell's face. The homicidal professor tried to backpedal away, but Harry had a vice grip. After more struggles, Harry felt his strength draining and soon fell unconscious. Chapter 17. When he came to, the first thing he registered was a straw, millimeters from his lips. He blinked and looked at the smiling face of Madame Pomfrey before taking a drink of nectar. The matron was quite delighted to see him awake. She said, oh wonderful. You're up. I dare say. You've recovered far quicker than I thought. Though I suppose your demigod physiology must have lent a hand. You have been out of action for a week now. The official word is that Professor Quirrell was possessed by a dark spirit and abducted the four of you. The other three are all right, but you're still recovering. He nodded. When do you think I'll be up and about? She pursed her lips. I'd give it until tomorrow to be on the safe side. You will be glad to know that you will recover in time for your Quidditch game against Ravenclaw. Had you been a regular wizard, you would have been out longer and forced to miss the game. Harry snorted. Oliver's going to be thrilled. She waggled a finger at him. Indeed, but no straining yourself, young man. Your father was in here, far too many times for my liking. He fired back, Let's try and keep out any Greek monsters. Turns out, we didn't face Quirrell's troll. A damn Cyclops snuck in and managed to kill it, meaning that I had to kill the Cyclops. Fortunately, I don't think Quirrell knew about it, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. Then she looked up. I think we have some company. I'll leave you to it for now. Sure enough, Ron, Hermione, Neville and Katie were gathered around his bed. Katie reached over and hugged him. Then she frowned and gave him a light bonk on the head. She scowled and wagged a finger at him. That was for not keeping me in the loop with your little hair-brained scheme, you prat. I promised your mother that I would protect you. She hugged him again. I'm glad you're safe and sound. These three told me the full story, and Dumbledore revealed that Quirrell was possessed. Next time you get any more funny ideas, at least let me know or let me tag along. Just so that I can make sure that you lot are not in over your heads, or at least I could have covered for you. He had the decency to look sheepish. Sorry, Katie, next time something big happens, we'll keep you in the loop. She sighed and tightened the hug. I'm just glad that you're okay. Neville piped up next. Hey Harry, I have a lot of questions actually, regarding your parentage. I know Hermione told me, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Harry explained. From what my godly mother told me, she was accidentally summoned in a ritual that my parents performed. Prior to that, my mortal mother was cursed to be barren. Sirius looked for an ancient fertility ritual, but accidentally gave them a summoning ritual. Lady Artemis transferred some of her essence into my mortal mum's body. So if we're being technical, I have 3 parents. It was also a loophole in her oath to never fall in love and have children. Trust me, the consequences of breaking a godly oath is very dire. Just then, there was a gentle cough behind them. They all turned to see Professor Dumbledore, who was cycling through various emotions. He asked Harry, Mr. Potter, may I have a word, please? Hermione got up and asked him politely, hello, Professor. Would you like some privacy? He waved her off. There's no need, Ms. Granger. I won't be long. Now Harry, I wanted to ask you, what do you know of your mortal family? Harry shrugged. Not much, Professor. Sirius has just regaled stories of all his Uncle Remus and Dad's pranks together. He gave a single nod. I see. Does the name Petunia Evans Dursley mean anything to you? Harry thought for a bit before shaking his head. No sir. He sighed. Petunia was your mortal mother's sister. She was one of your last remaining relatives, aside from Sirius. In a way, I am glad that your divine mother claimed you. As the Muggle saying goes, you dodged a massive bullet, because of that. Additionally, I would have made one of the biggest mistakes of my life and lived to regret it. As you know, the school term is ending, and enrollment letters are already going out. He reached into his robes and pulled out a letter. Harry took it and read, Mackenzie Dursley, number 4, Privet Drive, the cupboard under the stairs. Dumbledore sighed again. I couldn't believe it myself when I first read it. So I had to investigate it personally and there were some horrifying discoveries. Young Ms. Dursley was being abused by her parents and older brother, simply because she had magic. Hermione looked appalled. Ron and Neville were shocked. Meanwhile, Harry growled and looked ready to storm out of his bed, if Katie had not restrained him, though she looked murderous as well. Dumbledore raised his hands placatingly. Not to worry, I have rescued her and she is safely in Diagon Alley. I was hoping that you and the hunters would take Ms. Dursley under your protection. Petunia and her family want nothing to do with the poor child. It also had me thinking that it could have been you in her stead. I got a message from Chiron the Centaur. Someone will be picking you and Ms. Bell up at King's Cross Station. Ms. Dursley will also be with them. Harry didn't even hesitate. Of course we'll take her in. She's family after all. Also, we may be adding 3 more members to the Jackalope community in the future. Lady Artemis may tolerate males due to my influence, but she shows no mercy to abusive ones. She is especially vengeful if females are either abusive or abetting it. I'll probably send a message to Zoe to stake out number 4 and gauge how they are treating her. Dumbledore nodded and walked away. Hermione shivered and Katie hugged Harry tighter. The older girl declared, if they ever dared harm a single hair on your head, I would hex them to oblivion. Harry quickly changed the subject. By the way, Neville, I have a bit of a confession. Michael Yu is a demigod, the son of Apollo. I wrote to one of his older brothers, Lee Fletcher, and told him about your folks. I honestly didn't expect their dad to tag along. It clicked for Neville. Why, you mean that an actual god healed my parents? Harry nodded once, before he found himself buried deep in his hospital bed with Neville's arms around him. The boy was babbling, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, I owe you so much, mate." The demigod simply pat his back, "It was my pleasure, mate. I felt bad and wanted to help." A day later, Harry was finally up and about, and returned to Gryffindor Tower. As they walked back to the tower, Hermione suddenly spun around and fixed him with an expectant look while walking backwards. Harry looked at her, utterly confused. "You wanted to say something, Hermione? When were you going to tell us that you could play the flute? Don't think that I haven't forgotten that you lulled the Cerberus to sleep with a rendition of Hallelujah." This was news to Katie. "He did?" Harry rubbed the back of his head. "I'm an alright player, though I prefer an acoustic guitar. The Children of Apollo are loads better, and we often play songs around the campfire." Things returned to normal for the most part, except that Oliver Wood really put him through the ringer. His justification was that he missed several crucial days of training, so he had to cram in several days' worth of training to catch him up. This time, Harry's demigod strength and stamina was really put to the test. On the bright side, Katie and the other two chasers did their best to rein Oliver in. It got to a point where Katie actually slapped Oliver and yelled at him, saying that Harry was no good in the game if he collapsed from exhaustion. Finally, the day of the Ravenclaw match arrived and it was raining as usual. As everyone lined up, ready to play, Oliver marched up and down like a drill sergeant. "All right, everyone. This is it. We are finally here in the final. If we win this, the cup is back in Gryffindor hands for the first time in a long time." He pointed to the chasers. "Lena, Allie, Katie, I've gotten word from McNully that his fellow firstie, Sky Parkins, has been teaching the claws her dad's moves. I want the three of you to watch out for the Parkins pincer. From what I know of it, two chasers get on either side of an opposing chaser while the third one rams into them. If one of you happens to be trapped in it, and you can't muscle your way out, I want the other two to be on standby in case the quaffle is dropped. Thistlethwaite, I have a strong feeling that the pincer could injure one of the girls. So you'll be a reserve chaser." He turned to the twins. "Fred, George, disrupt their plays as much as you can. Also try and keep the bludgers off our chasers' backs or fronts. Harry, we may need you to run interference from time to time. They've got a new seeker in the form of Cho Chang. Belle. She's in your year, right? What do you make of her?" Katie tapped her chin thoughtfully. "She's a nice girl. But you remember in the Hufflepuff match, right? She started flirting with Diggory and distracted him long enough to snatch the snitch." Oliver gave a firm nod. "Right, so long story short, don't fall for her flirting, Potter." Harry mumbled, "I've been raised in an all-female household, I think I'll be fine." Katie had to suppress a snort, but Oliver shrugged. "Your funeral." The team discussed tactics a little more, before mounting their brooms and flying into the stadium. Right off the bat, the Lions knew that the Claws were going to be crafty opponents, and the rain was not helping at all. As the stereotypically smart house, Ravenclaw were well versed with tactics, and judiciously used them to their advantage. During the game, Cho had tried to flirt with Harry a few times, but he was unfazed. After half an hour, the score was 70-70, with neither side giving an inch. Katie fell victim to the Parkins pincer twice, with Angelina and Alicia being caught in it once. 3 of those attempts led to a Ravenclaw scoring. However, Katie was quick enough to prevent it from being 4 out of 4, and scored one of her own. When Gryffindor led 90-80, Ravenclaw pulled out the big wands. Cho had been tailing Harry during the entire game, but suddenly abandoned him and zoomed over to fly shoulder to shoulder with one of the Ravenclaw chasers, who was holding the quaffle. The other chasers and the beaters also crowded around them and began streaking towards the Gryffindor goalposts. Oliver recognized the move and yelled, "Power play," prompting everyone to charge at the cluster. Fred and George smashed a bludger each in their direction, before following the bludgers. Angelina used her muscular build to her advantage and barreled through the group. A few Ravenclaws fell, but the main chaser was unscathed. Alicia and Katie unseated the rest before Harry suddenly flew in and body-checked the chaser with the quaffle. Alicia scooped up the loose ball and took off towards the Ravenclaw goalposts at breakneck speed. Since the keeper had also been part of the attack, it left the goalposts vulnerable. Just then, Harry suddenly darted away, evidently spotting something. Cho came to her senses and rocketed after him. The two were neck and neck, but Harry was able to outmuscle the second-year Ravenclaw and swiped the snitch. Madam Hooch's whistle blew and commentator Lee Jordan went nuts. He hollered, "He's done it, Potter's done it, Gryffindor have won. Final score is 250-80. The entire Gryffindor stand erupted into massive cheers as Harry proudly brandished the captured snitch. Being the closest, Cho stuck out a hand for him to shake. "Great game, Potter. It was close. Though I'm curious, how come you weren't affected by my distractions?" He grinned back cheekily, "Perks of living in a predominantly female household. My foster family have a lot of girls and they used to enjoy teasing me. You're going to have to do a lot better than that, Cho." She smirked, challenge accepted. Cho flew off, just as Harry teammates swarmed him, led by a sobbing Oliver. Up in the stands, Dean chanted at the top of his voice, "It's coming home. It's coming home. It's coming. Quidditch is coming home." Slowly, the other Gryffindors picked it up and the chant grew louder. After a loud and boisterous party in the common room, everyone was too tired to trudge to their beds and spent the night sprawled out in the common room. When they woke up, there were a bunch of awkward situations, with Ron's face somehow buried into Lavender's chest. The two spent the rest of the day avoiding looking at each other. Harry himself ended up as an unintentional teddy bear for Alicia. When he woke up, he desperately tried to pry himself off, but she lived up to her nickname, Limpet. When the girl finally woke up, she was unrepentant, but Katie and Angelina found it hilarious. Finally, the end-of-term feast kicked off in spectacular fashion. Harry made his way to the Great Hall, admiring the red and gold decor as he did so. Gryffindor had finally won the House Cup, snapping Slytherin's 6-year stranglehold. At the head of the Great Hall, Dumbledore stood up and held out his arms in a grand gesture. He spoke, "Another year gone, and I'm afraid I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into this delicious feast. What a year it has been. I hope your heads are nice and full, compared to the start of the year. With the holidays approaching, you have plenty of time to empty them once again, before the new term begins. Now, to business. The House Cup needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In fourth place, with 3,520 points, it is Hufflepuff. In third place, with 3,630 points, it's Ravenclaw. Second place is Slytherin, with 3,870 points. Finally, in first place is Gryffindor with 4,000 points. Congratulations to Gryffindor for a wonderful job of winning the House Cup. It is also my pleasure to announce that Gryffindor have also won the Quidditch Cup for the first time in nearly 7 years. The red table exploded into raucous cheers and repeated goblet banging on the table. A day later, the exam results came in, and Harry was thrilled to learn that he had passed in all of them. He even barely beat Hermione to the top rank in defense, by 1 mark. The girl had topped in all other subjects, and he was a little worried that she would resent him for ruining her perfect record. When he aired that concern though, she huffed and smacked him on the head. Hermione scolded, "Harry, I'm not that shallow. Sure, I'm disappointed that I didn't top in Dada, but it just means that I have to work harder. In fact, I welcome the competition." Soon, everyone was packed and boarding the Hogwarts Express to go back home. Katie had stuck with Harry, since they were traveling together. By then, they had changed to casual wear, with Katie sporting the typical hunter gear. Eventually, the train reached the station and students were sent out in small groups. Before they split up, Ron made Hermione, Neville and Harry promise to write letters. He also invited them to stay with him during the summer. As Harry and Katie stepped onto a dripping wet King's Cross station, he spotted a familiar figure. He hollered, "Coach Hedge. What are you doing here? I thought Grover was coming to pick us up." The man in question was in his 40s, was a bit short and had a goatee. He was also sporting fake feet and one hand hefted a cricket bat. Hedge grinned, "Hey Cupcake. Underwood's been sidetracked a little, so the council sent me instead." Hedge left to bring a rental car and Harry noticed another figure standing there. The newcomer was a little girl with curly dirty blonde hair, who was just a year younger than him. He turned and gave her a gentle smile, "Hi, you must be Mackenzie Dursley. I'm Harry Potter, and I'm your cousin." The girl was quite shy, but he noticed that her stance was guarded. He knelt slightly, "Hey sweetie, I'm not going to hurt you. Professor Dumbledore told me about what your mean family have been doing to you. Don't worry, You'll never have to go there ever again, not on my watch." Suddenly, she hugged him and refused to let go. He gently rubbed her back into his. Surprise, was able to lift her up. She was a year younger than him, but she weighed almost nothing. Then he had a good look at her and noted that she was unnaturally thin. He thought, were those people starving her? Just because she had magic? As Hedge brought the car, Harry gently ushered the girl onto the front seat with Coach Hedge. Meanwhile, he got in the back with Katie. He turned to his older companion and quietly revealed his observations. He slowly murmured, "Let's wait until we're with the hunters. We'll see if we can get revenge on her behalf." Katie had a dark look on her face. Agreed. Nobody should have to go through this much abuse. From the shotgun seat, Mackenzie innocently asked, "Where are we going?" Harry replied, "We're going to my home in America. By the way, this is Katie. She's a good friend of mine, and she's going to be staying for a while. Afterwards, we're off to a summer camp. Kids like us generally go there for a few months or year-round. Don't worry, it'll be fun and you'll have lots of friends." Her brown eyes lit up. "Really? I can finally have friends without Dudley bullying them away from me?" "That's right, sweetie," Katie whispered to him. "You going to tell her about your status?" He whispered back, "That can wait, let's not overwhelm the poor thing. I'll tell her after we reach Camp Half-Blood." After a bit of silence, Mackenzie fell asleep while Hedge drove. Katie looked out of the window at the pouring rain and mused, "Do you think our flight will be able to take off in this weather?" Hedge grunted. The big guy is still mad about his lightning bolt, still accusing his brother. Especially since rumors have emerged that his brother had a kid. Grover's just gone to verify those rumors. I think we should be relatively alright. Then, he groaned, "I can't wait until I get these stupid things off, my hooves are killing me." Katie was puzzled. "Wait, hooves?" Hedge grunted, "Right, I forgot you're new to this. I'm a satyr, we're usually assigned to protect demigods and guide them to camp. Potter didn't really need one, since he had the hunters with him. I have these fake feet to hide my hooves, otherwise I'd be having awkward conversations with the mortals." Following a lengthy flight, the four of them finally touched down in New York. Admittedly, it was a harrowing experience, as there was lightning and thunder all through the trip. When they left the airport, Hedge decided to part ways because he had some other duties. While walking around in the pouring rain, looking for a car, Harry heard a voice call out to him. He and the others turned and saw another satyr hobbling up to them. He recognized the satyr as his friend, Grover Underwood. Grover exclaimed, "Man, am I glad to see you guys. Listen, there's not much time, we've got to go. Jay, just follow me, we have to pick up a couple of people." Soon enough, the group stopped at an apartment and two people came out. One was an older woman with long brown hair with gray streaks. The other was a boy, around the same age as Harry. He had jet black hair and sea green eyes. The woman looked relieved when she spotted Grover. He bleated, "Sally. There you are. Come on. There's no time. We have to go now." The satyr turned to Harry and his group. "This is Sally Jackson and her son Percy. They're also heading the same way as us." Sally though for a second, well, the Camaro's no longer an option. In half an hour, she rented a minivan and everyone piled in and she stomped on the gas. There was awkward silence until Percy broke it. "Hey, I'm Percy Jackson." Katie Bell, Harry Potter, Mackenzie Dursley. Sally called out from the driver's seat, "This is a little redundant, but I'm Sally Jackson." Percy addressed Grover, "How do you and my mom know each other? As far as I'm aware, I never introduced you two." Grover was nervous. "Well, we don't know each other personally, but she knew I was watching over you." "Watching over me? What are you?" Harry cut into the conversation. "He's a satyr, half man and half goat." Percy was incredulous. But how? I thought satyrs were myths." Harry snorted, "Considering that there's one in front of you, not so much of a myth anymore." Grover gulped, "Listen, it was best that you were kept ignorant of this world as long as possible. That way, you attract less monsters." Suddenly, there was a bellowing sound coming from a couple of miles behind them. Mackenzie clutched Harry in fear. "What was that?" Harry grimaced, "Nothing good. That's for sure." He took off his rings and handed them to Katie. The boy muttered, "Get ready for anything." Meanwhile, Percy and Grover were arguing and Mackenzie huddled closer to Harry. Suddenly, the minivan swerved and everyone got a glimpse of a blurry figure. Sally grit her teeth. Come on. Come on. Come on. We're almost there. Just one more mile. Then, there was a deafening booming sound and the van found itself in a ditch. The first thing that Harry did was check on Mackenzie for any injuries, and she had none. Then, he promptly opened the doors and crawled out, with the others following. Harry observed the damage and noted that the car was a smoking ruin. Evidently, lightning had struck and blasted them off the road. The only casualty was Grover, who was unconscious and bleeding. Percy was dragging the satyr away from the wreck when lightning flashed again. A couple of 100 meters away was a bipedal figure lumbering towards the group. Harry immediately turned to Katie. Listen, I need you to do me a favor. You see that big tree over there? Take Mackenzie and run over there as fast as you can and then come back here, with reinforcements, hopefully. The witch nodded firmly before taking the younger girl's hand. Mackenzie was surprisingly cooperative, but Katie wasn't complaining. Together, they sprinted to the property line. The two encountered some kind of ward which put up some minor resistance, but let them through. She knelt in front of the terrified child. Listen, sweetie, I need to go back and help your cousin. Wait for us here and don't come out of the boundary line. We promise we will explain everything. Katie sprinted back, turning the rings into a bow and a quiver full of arrows, back with Harry. He and Percy were dragging Grover, with Sally limping behind them. Mother and son were arguing, with Sally begging him to enter the camp borders. However, he stubbornly insisted that he wasn't going without her. All the while, the monster closed in on them, and Harry got a good look at it for the first time. Harry spoke to Percy in a low voice. We'd better hurry, mate. The Minotaur's sight and hearing is rubbish. However, that noggin of his will smell us out soon enough. Percy gave him a weird look. Dude, you talk funny. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm a Brit. We can argue about the English language when we're either behind the camp wards or after that bugger is dead. Then, Harry made a decision. You think you can handle him? I'll try and make sure Grover and your mum are safe. Have you seen the Spanish bullfights on TV? Want to play Matador with him? Here, take this. He unsheathed one of his hunting knives and handed it to Percy. Harry said, this will kill the creature. Try not to get yourself killed. Sally spoke up. Percy, when he charges, wait until the last second to jump away. He can't change directions when he is charging. They split up, with Percy running off on his own with Harry's knife. Harry, Sally and Grover went the other direction, straight up the hill. The Minotaur charged at Percy, evidently perceiving him as the bigger threat. Percy waited until the last moment and dodged easily. Then, things went pear-shaped when the monster turned towards Harry and company and charged. Harry did his best to protect Sally and Grover, charging towards the Minotaur. He managed to stab it in the gut, but it bowled him over and sent him flying back into the other two. Sally recovered quickly just as the monster charged again. She tried to take her own advice, but the creature had learned its lesson. A meaty fist grabbed her and began choking the woman. Harry was the next to recover and pounced on the Minotaur's back, stabbing it. The creature roared in pain, but did not let go of the woman. Suddenly, before everyone's stunned eyes, Sally dissolved into a bright golden light and faded away. Percy screamed in rage and went on the offensive. He shucked off his raincoat, which was ironically red in color. He backed himself to a tall pine tree and waved the jacket like a matador. The Minotaur charged. With Harry still clinging on its neck, it slowed a couple of times, as two arrows embedded themselves on its back. Katie had evidently joined the party after getting Grover to safety. Nevertheless, it continued bearing down on Percy, with both arms outstretched. Then, the boy leapt upwards, kicked off from its head, and joined Harry on the monster's neck. Percy latched onto a horn and pulled. Harry did the same as he yanked on his knife. Finally, both of them leapt off its back, as an audible crack sounded. Harry finally freed his knife, while Percy liberated a horn from the bellowing monster. It charged once again, and as if on instinct, Percy dodged, rolled and drove the horn into its gut. With a roar of agony, it disintegrated into dust and was blown away. The two panted for a bit, before Harry got up and offered Percy a hand. He said, "Come on, mate. Let's get out of here before anything else shows up." Percy grabbed the hand, but then swayed unsteadily on his feet. Katie rushed up and the two Hogwarts students carried the weakened boy through the camp borders. as they entered. Harry hollered, "Medic!" and a camper wearing an orange Camp Half-Blood t-shirt rushed over and relieved Harry and Katie off their burden. Chapter 18. Over the next couple of days, Harry, Katie and Annabeth stood vigil by the unconscious Percy Jackson's bed. Even Grover stopped by from time to time, as he continued his own recovery. Fortunately, Percy seemed to be improving, as he kept drifting in and out of consciousness. At one point, Percy was awake when Annabeth began grilling him about the summer solstice. Harry had to haul her out of the big house and gave her a ticking off. He snapped, "Ease up on the bloke. It sounds like Jackson doesn't have a clue of what we're talking about. You didn't see him out there against the Minotaur. He barely knew anything about being a demigod. What makes you think that he'll know about what happened in the solstice?" She had the decency to blush and he walked back in, just in time to stop Percy from dropping his glass of nectar. Harry chuckled. "Whoa. Easy there, mate. That stuff isn't cheap." Percy slurred and began to get up from his bed. What's going on? Where am I? This isn't our cabin in Montauk. Where's Grover? Where's my mom? What about your cousin and that other girl?" Harry gently pushed him back down. "Whoa, one at a time. Katie's all right, she's a tough girl. Mackenzie's a little shaken, but she's okay. I think Grover's on his way here to the big house." Right on cue, Grover burst in bleeding frantically. "Percy. Oh, thank the gods that you're okay. I owe you a lot. Why, you saved my life." Then he offered a seemingly ordinary shoebox to the prone boy. Grover stammered, "Harry and I went back to the hill and managed to recover this. It's the least that we could do." "Sure, he helped with the kill, but you delivered the final blow." Harry piped up, "In short, this is yours by right of conquest. Go on, mate, take it, it's yours." Percy's reluctant hand reached in and pulled out a white horn with a black tip. He blurted, "Is this the Minotaur's horn?" Harry grinned. "You bet your ass it is, Jackson. You have questions, I'm assuming? Are you up for a short walk to the patio? Come on, Chiron and Mr. D are waiting. Even Katie and Mackenzie are there. I promised my cousin that I would explain everything and I didn't want to repeat myself." Harry and Grover looped Percy's arm around their shoulders and helped him out of the room. Along the way, Grover mournfully bleated, "I'm the worst satyr in the world. I promised to protect Sally, and I failed." Harry snapped, "Quit beating yourself up, Grover, it wasn't your fault. We tried our best, but that damn beast was too strong." Percy interjected, "He's right, Grover. Did Mom ask you to protect me?" The distraught satyr moaned, "No, it's literally my job to protect people like you." He was puzzled. "What do you mean, people like me?" Harry interrupted this time, "Look, Jackson, I promised I'd explain everything. We're almost there. Just be patient for 5 minutes." Then, they finally stepped out of the house and Percy uttered an audible gasp. Spread out in front of him was a scene out of an architect's wildest fantasy. The landscape was dotted with various Greek-styled buildings. There was also an open-air pavilion, an amphitheater and a circular arena. Somewhere nearby, a group of satyrs and children in orange t-shirts were playing volleyball. Then, Harry led them to a porch, where Annabeth, Chiron and Mr. D were waiting. Katie and Mackenzie were also with them. Harry positioned himself between Katie and Mackenzie and the others got settled as well. Mr. D drawled, "Well, I suppose I have to say it. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood." "There, now don't expect me to be glad to see you," Katie murmured. "Wow, he makes Snape sound polite." Harry had to suppress a snort. "How do you think I was able to handle Snape in potions class? He's got nothing on Mr. D." Then he got serious. "Hey Jackson, do you believe in gods? What about you, Mackenzie?" They both nodded. "Well, the short version is that the Greek gods are real and often roam among us. Sometimes they fall in love with mortals and have children. Those kids are known as demigods. Annabeth and I are demigods, as are you, Jackson." Percy looked at him weirdly. "Dude, what's with the last name?" "My name's Percy." Katie piped up, "Harry and I know another Percy. It's easier for us." He shrugged, "Fair enough. Wait, what about Katie and Mackenzie? Are they also demigods?" Harry replied, "Technically no, however, Katie is a hunter of Artemis. The hunters are maidens who are the companions of the goddess Artemis. Mackenzie isn't a demigod, but she is a witch. Katie is also a witch, and I'm a wizard." Mackenzie is here because I was going to offer her asylum. Her parents abhor magic and treated her badly. Since I'm her cousin, she'll be staying with me for most of the time. Right. Hey Mr. Brunner. Do you work here? Chiron chuckled. Actually, Mr. Brunner is a pseudonym that I use when in the mortal world. My name is Chiron, and I must say, I am pleased that you reached here safe and sound. I do not normally handle demigod affairs personally, but Grover sensed some great potential in you. I'm surprised that you're taking this very well. Percy groaned. Oh, believe me, I'm actually going to have a private freak out afterwards. Mackenzie visibly flinched when he said the word, freak. Harry noticed and bent down. What's the matter, Kenzie? She murmured, Mummy and Daddy you used to call me Freak B because of my magic. He hugged her. Don't listen to them, love. You're not a freak. You just have magic, and they clearly hate it. I have magic too, and so does my friend Katie. Mr. D coughed. Anyway, Grover Underwood, come with me. We must discuss your less than perfect performance in this assignment. Grover gulped and trotted after him nervously. Chiron turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, I trust you know where to put Mr. Jackson and Ms. Dursley. Ms. Bell will be in cabin 8 with you. Harry saluted. Yes sir, come on Jackson, let's get you settled in. As they walked, Percy asked, so, you're both a demigod and a wizard? How does that work? Well, both of my parents were witch and wizard. Sometime before I was born, the wizarding world was caught up in a civil war. They were fighting against a wizarding dark lord. My parents were among the good guys. During one skirmish my mum was hit with a spell, rendering her barren. So they looked for a fertility ritual. One of their friends found something, but he mistook a summoning ritual for a fertility one. When Mum and Dad performed the ritual, the closest deity answered. In this case, it was Artemis, goddess of the hunt. She helped out with a ritual, but the caveat was that she was also counted as my mother. One of the hunters told me that my birth was a technicality and does not go against her oath. That's cool, man. Soon, a pretty girl with long dark hair came running over to them. She came up to Harry and beamed at him. There you are, Harry. Firstly, Beckendorf wants to talk to you. Also, I just wanted to let you know that you've officially earned lifetime entry privileges in our cabin. Harry laughed. Lifetime entry privileges? Any reason why, Selena? You just fulfilled the dreams of every little girl with your new equestrian edition. Also, Beckendorf didn't tell me anything. He said that you have to meet him at the forge. He was surprised. They made it back to camp? That took longer than I thought. They came over last week. They're very picky about their riders, though. In fact, they only let girls ride. However, one of them refuses to let anyone ride her. Percy made a timeout gesture. Hold up, what are you guys talking about? Selena noticed Percy for the first time. Hi, I'm Selena Beauregard, daughter of Aphrodite. Harry rescued a herd of unicorns from some dark wizard. Half of the herd are with the hunters, and the rest are here. All of my half-sisters have been dreaming of unicorns since they were little, and the herd had made their wishes come true. Percy whistled appreciatively. Damn, dude, major props to you. Harry chuckled. Thanks bruv. Right, I'll go see what Beckendorf wants. Katie, why don't you come with me? I'll ask him to craft some weapons for you, so you don't have to keep borrowing mine. Jackson, feel free to explore a bit, but report to Luke in cabin 11. Take care of Mackenzie and tell Luke that she is a guest. Also, ask him to tell the Stoll brothers that she is off limits for their pranks. Also, from what we've heard about unicorns, they prefer a woman's touch, but the younger ones don't mind males. You got it, man. Come on, Mackenzie. She shyly followed him away, while the two Hogwarts students went in a different direction and Selena ran off elsewhere. Eventually, Harry reached the forges and met with a huge beefy camper who would not have looked out of place in an NFL squad. He grinned and waved at Harry. Hey Harry. Come on. I've got a surprise for you. It just needs a few finishing touches. Can I borrow your wand for a sec? Harry shrugged and handed it over to the son of Hephaestus. Beckendorf took out a length of measuring tape and wrapped it around the wand. Then, he turned around and tinkered with something before handing it to Harry. He proudly said, worked on this baby with a little bit of help with Lou Ellen. As you can see, it's a wand holster, but she added a charm that will transform it into a shield. The charm is voice activated and will just be keyed to your voice and a specific keyword. According to her, the spell is called Mutatio. Harry high-fived him. Thanks bruv, I owe you one. Think nothing of it, Harry. Wait, let me craft a few weapons for your friend here. Back with Percy and Mackenzie, Grover was back from his discussion with Mr. D, and was giving them a tour. Mackenzie raised a hand. Hey Grover. I couldn't help noticing, why are 3 cabins empty? He smiled down at her. Well, campers are decided according to who their godly parent is. Zeus, Poseidon and Hades made a pact to not have any children. It's a long story, though Lord Hades doesn't have a cabin here. Why not? Grover stammered. Well he usually sort of does his own thing in the Underworld, and doesn't really have a throne on Olympus. Percy interjected, that's a little messed up. I mean, he is their brother, right? What about the other one? There's Hera's cabin, which is an honorary one. She's not really the type to sire children with mortals. She's the goddess of marriage, so it kind of goes against her principles to have affairs with mortals outside her marriage to Lord Zeus. Admittedly, Artemis' cabin used to be empty, but like Harry said, he was an exception to her oath. Percy spoke up again, so what was this about a pact between Zeus, Poseidon and Hades? Grover gulped. Well, nearly 50 years ago, after the Second World War, they vowed not to have children. This was because their kids were getting way too powerful and often affected the course of mortal history. World War II was basically a fight between the children of Zeus and Poseidon on one side, the children of Hades on the other side. Because of the devastation and the losses on both sides, the 3 eldest gods took the vow. Oh, here we are at cabin 11. We'll talk later, Perce. Grover peeped inside. Hey guys. You have company? A voice called back, regular or undetermined? One undetermined, the other is a guest. A guest, that's new. One of them is Harry's cousin. Where's Luke? I'm here, Grover. A tall muscular guy with sandy blonde hair and a friendly smile came over. He looked like he'd pass off as a fairly handsome guy in a roguish way, but a thick white scar from his right eye to his jaw ruined the image. He stuck out a hand. Hi, I'm Luke. I'll be your cabin counselor until you are determined. Hey dude, I'm Percy and this is Mackenzie, she's Harry's cousin. I actually have a message from Harry. He wanted me to tell you to tell the Stoll brothers that she's off limits for their pranks. Got it, buddy. Luke shivered slightly. Harry's pretty scary when he's mad, I remember. When they pranked a kid from the Apollo cabin, she was a newcomer and they shut her in a closet as a prank. They didn't realize that she was claustrophobic and had a huge meltdown. Harry was furious and pranked them back viciously. Honestly, sometimes he makes me forget that he was the son of a prankster, and 2 of his uncles were pranksters as well. Don't worry, I'll let the Stalls know. I doubt they'd want to feel his wrath. Percy led Luke away from Mackenzie. From what Harry mentioned, Mackenzie was abused by her parents, so she might still be a little traumatized. Got it. Anyway, this is where you will be sleeping. You'll be here until your godly parent claims you. It's kind of our duty to take in visitors and unclaimed demigods because Hermes is the god of travelers. A few days passed and Percy soon managed to fall into a steady routine. He tried to learn archery, but sucked at it. Harry still wondered how he managed to shoot an arrow into Chiron's tail when he was right next to him. So, after that happy accident, Harry asked Katie to teach him, as she was getting pretty good at archery. Meanwhile, he taught Percy the art of fighting with daggers. Later on, Harry and Percy sparred with Luke, as the former was hoping to improve his swordplay. He and Annabeth also fielded questions from Percy about life as a demigod child. The boy asked him what made everyone so sure that he was a demigod. Harry replied, firstly, you survived the Minotaur and even helped kill it. Second is the stuff we've been feeding you to help you heal. That's called ambrosia, and the drink is nectar. Regular mortals cannot consume them or else their bodies will burn up. Admittedly, demigods can't have too much ambrosia, or their bodies will burn up as well. Being who we are, our tolerance is higher, but it could still kill us. Their conversation was interrupted by a raspy voice hollering, Potter, Blondie, Newbie. Clarice and a few of her siblings were sauntering up. Annabeth sighed. What do you want, Clarice? Don't you have better things to do, like polishing your spear? She sneered, I'll get to it in some time, so that I can run you through it. Her face morphed into a more serious one. Also Potter, Chiron has asked me to train you to use spears and javelins. Luke will continue training you in swordplay. Chiron wanted you to be more well-rounded in your battle style. Also, I'm looking forward to maiming you lot on Friday. Percy asked, "Who's Ms. Sunshine and Daisies?" Annabeth scowled, "Clarice, daughter of Aries." Clarice fixed Percy with a look. "You got a problem with that, punk?" Before anyone could stop him, Percy blurted, "Nah, it just explains the bad smell." Harry pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Suddenly she grabbed Percy by his collar and dragged him off to the toilets. "Come on Percy, we got an initiation ceremony for newbies." Annabeth made to grab him, but Harry held her back. She whirled around and snapped, "What are you doing? She'll make his life miserable." Harry was unfazed. "Let's wait and see. I doubt Jackson wants us to fight his battles for him. We'll hang back for now, but if she goes too far, we'll step in." They followed the group and watched as Clarice taunted Percy. She attempted to give him a swirly and claimed that the Minotaur probably died laughing after looking at his pathetic face. To his credit, the boy was kicking and punching as much as he could. Then it happened. Inexplicably, the plumbing in the toilet exploded. The toilet water lurched and blasted Clarice and her siblings in the face. Oddly enough, all the other toilets, showers and sinks blasted them with water. The water eventually shoved the Aries campers out, drenching everyone, including Harry and Annabeth. Percy was the only one who was as dry as a bone. Harry blurted, "Bloody hell, mate, are you sure you're not a wizard?" Percy looked lost. "Not that I'm aware of, dude." Outside, Clarice shot Percy a look of pure loathing. She swore, "You're dead, newbie. You are totally dead by the time I'm through with you." Unfortunately, Percy chose that exact moment to be petty. "I'd suggest you close your mouth, unless you want to gargle toilet water again." Enraged, she flew at him, intending to pummel him into the ground. Fortunately, her siblings saved Percy from her wrath and dragged her away. Annabeth grinned, "Percy, you're going to be a big help in Capture the Flag." Harry also clapped him on the back. "Congratulations mate, you just found yourself your very own Malfoy." He was confused. Who's Malfoy? Thinks that he is bane of my existence, but the reality is that he's just an annoying prat who runs to his father to fight all of his battles for him. 9 times out of 10, the first thing he says is, "My father will hear of this," although, he did manage to get 3 of my friends in detention. Though if we're being honest, Clarice is a lot tougher and can fight her own battles. As the daughter of Aries, fighting is in her blood. Yeah, I know that she can be a bit of a bully, but if you can give as well as you can take, she'll respect you. Percy didn't know what to say. Right, soon, word spread of the confrontation, like wildfire. With that, the boy earned a lot of respect from campers who were often bullied by Clarice. A few days later, Katie decided to part ways with Harry and rejoin the rest of the hunters. As she hugged him and Mackenzie, she promised to keep in touch and would meet them at Diagon Alley before the school year began. On Thursday evening, a day before Capture the Flag, Percy and Harry were sparring, while Annabeth was supervising. Suddenly, the demigod asked, "So, when do you think my dad will claim me?" Harry charged and clashed swords with him. "No clue, mate. There are lots of demigods who often go unclaimed for a long time. It may happen soon, or after a long time. Sometimes the gods can be very busy, so it takes a while for them to notice their kids and claim them." Percy drew back and prepared to charge again. That's messed up. They're definitely not winning Parent of the Year. Also, are you sure we're safe here? I mean, if the Minotaur exists, there will definitely be other monsters, right? Annabeth answered him this time. "Normally, the camp wards will keep them out. So this is pretty much a safe haven. Also, the ability to attract monsters depends on how powerful the demigod or their parents are. For a child of Demeter or Aphrodite, they will largely ignore them. In Harry's and my case, we are a medium threat, since children of Athena, and Harry himself is pretty powerful. Admittedly, sometimes Chiron can intentionally stalk a few monsters in the forest for practice fights, but that's it." Eventually, the two boys stopped sparring and walked around with Annabeth. Percy queried, "You've been here for long?" She fingered her camp necklace. "I'm one of the year-rounders. I've been here since I was 7. 2 weeks after I came, Lady Artemis and her hunters dropped off Harry when he was 6. Hey Harry, you've been with the hunters, right? What about your mortal parents?" Harry scowled. "Some wannabe wizard Dark Lord murdered them when I was a 1-year-old baby. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go meet Luke to improve my swordsmanship." He walked away and Annabeth whacked Percy on the back of his head. She snapped, "That was extremely rude, you idiot." Percy paled. "Right, I'll go apologize." She grabbed his arm. "Not now, let him calm down a little. If you went now, you'll only make things worse." He changed the subject. "When you were feeding me that ambrosia, you mentioned something about a summer solstice." Annabeth appreciated the shift. "You know something about it?" He shrugged. "Not a thing, though I happened to overhear Grover and Chiron talking about it. Grover mentioned a deadline. What's that all about?" She led him away to a fairly private area and looked around for eavesdroppers. Deciding not to reveal everything just yet, Annabeth explained, "Something got stolen. Something belonging to one of the gods. They've been pretty up in arms about the whole thing. The last time we went to Olympus, things were just so normal. There was myself, Luke, Clarice, Harry and a few others, who attended the winter solstice. Sometime after the visit, the weather started acting funny. It even spread as far as Scotland, because Harry got in touch with me to report it. According to some satyrs, if whatever was stolen wasn't returned by the summer solstice, the consequences were dire. I was hoping that maybe I could get a quest so that I could find what was stolen and bring it back. Maybe." She trailed off. On that happy note, she and Percy split up and went to their respective cabins. Chapter 19. Percy's sleep was suddenly interrupted with a pillow hitting his face. He woke up to see Harry and Luke grinning at him. "Wake up, Sleeping Beauty. Today's the day for capture." The flag. The Athena cabin is facing off against Aries. So, Annabeth and her siblings have allied with Apollo and Hermes. Meanwhile, Aries have allied with Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, Artemis and Hephaestus. I know it sounds lopsided, but Apollo and Hermes are two of the biggest cabins, so it evens out. Percy scrambled out of bed to get ready, while Harry left to prepare. Luke waited, and once Percy got changed, he escorted him to the forges to get his armor. As they walked, he leaned in and whispered, "In a way, I'm glad that Annabeth and Harry aren't on the same team. She's got a cap that makes her invisible and he has an invisibility cloak. Kind of evens up the odds." Soon, Percy was kitted up in a classic Greek armor, which he had to admit was quite heavy. He also donned a helmet with a blue horsehair plume and got his hands on a shield that was the size of an NBA backboard. Harry jogged up, looking good. "Jackson, I know that we're friends, but I won't go easy on you. Though I'll try and rein in Clarice and her siblings, they're pretty much on the warpath." Soon, he left and Percy joined Luke, Annabeth and the other members of the blue team. The blonde girl was going over strategy and assigning various duties. She pointed at him. "Hey Percy, you're on border patrol. Got it? Just stand by the creek and don't let anyone from the red team over on our side. Not even Harry. Trust me, Athena always has a plan. Oh, and one more thing. Try and avoid Clarice's spear, don't let it touch you at all." He gulped. "Gee, got it. Glad you wanted me on the team." Just then, Chiron clopped forward and delivered his usual pre-game speech. As usual, he declared that magical items were allowed and no one was allowed to kill or maim. Then he blew his conch and Percy mentally guessed that it was to start the game. With a war cry, Annabeth, Luke and several others surged forward, leaving Percy all on his own. The other campers on border patrol were out of his line of sight as well. He grumbled to himself about missing out on the fun. Suddenly, there was a low canine-like growl that made him almost jump out of his skin. Percy frantically looked back and forth, trying to find the source of the sound. At the same time, he had a horrible feeling that he was being watched, and not by a fellow camper with invisibility tricks. Just as suddenly as it started, the growling stopped. Unfortunately, it did not put Percy at ease, because he saw the answer right in front of him. Clarice and 4 of her siblings had burst through the foliage and were making a beeline for him. She yelled, "Cream the punk!" and swung her spear threateningly. One Aries kid swung his sword, but Percy managed to dodge it sideways. Unfortunately, he quickly realized the difference between a Minotaur and 5 trained demigods out for blood. They soon surrounded him and Clarice thrust her spear at him. Luckily, he used his shield to deflect it, but felt a painful tingle all over his body. His hair stood on end and his shield arm grew numb. A horrible realization struck him. The damn spear was electric. One of her brothers took advantage of the brief moment of incapacitation and whacked Percy with the butt of his sword. The impact sent the boy tumbling and he tried to raise his sword arm. Unfortunately, Clarice swung her electric spear and immobilized that arm as well, rendering them useless. Percy tried to distract them. "The flag's that way, if you're interested." One guy sneered, "Screw the flag. Our focus is on the guy who made our cabin look stupid. Did you seriously think that you wouldn't get what's coming to you?" Percy sassed back, "I made you guys look stupid. You did that yourselves, I just helped out." That prompted two of them to advance, and Clarice to poke him with her spear again. A fourth one slashed him in the arm, leaving a nasty-looking gash. Percy snapped indignantly, "Hey man." Chiron said no maiming. The guy smirked, "Oops, I guess I forgot." Then he shoved the boy into the creek. Somewhere behind them, Harry had finally managed to catch up to Clarice's troop. It was times like these when he was a little jealous of Annabeth, because her invisibility cap could make her move faster. Meanwhile, he had to make sure that he didn't trip on his own cloak. He spotted the camper push Percy into the creek and went to get them to back off. However, what happened next made him pause and watch the scene with interest, and the pieces began falling in place. When Percy got dunked, the tables were turned. It was almost as if something had awoken in him and his senses were in overdrive. The 5 Aries kids waded in to continue tormenting him when he recovered very quickly. He pounced and the first guy had his helmet knocked off and he was down soon. 2 others were dealt with pretty easily, and the 4th was just beginning to realize that they were screwed. However, Clarice kept advancing and thrust her spear again. This time, Percy was ready for her and caught the shaft between his sword and the edge of his shield. With a bit of pressure, he snapped it, and in the background, an invisible Harry winced. This could either end well or end pretty badly. Sure enough, Clarice went ballistic and called him every insult under the sun. She raged. "You idiot. You corpse breath worm. You." Then Percy bonked her hard with the butt of his sword. Suddenly, there were more whoops and cheers coming from behind the group. Luke and a few Hermes and Apollo kids burst through the undergrowth with a red banner in Luke's arms and a blonde daughter of Aphrodite in pursuit. Harry quickly shucked off his invisibility cloak and charged at the group, but Lee Fletcher broke off from the group and engaged him. This bought Luke enough time to sprint over the creek and back to friendly territory. When he was safely through, the red banner turned gray, the colors of the Athena cabin. Chiron's conch blew and the entire blue team burst into cheers. They mobbed Luke and carried the teenager on their shoulders. Clarice was fuming. It was a trick. It was a dirty trick. They tricked us. Percy quickly moved away to avoid her wrath. Meanwhile, Harry collected his cloak and walked over to Percy. "Nice one, mate. Didn't know you had it in you." The other boy scowled. "You were here the whole time? Why didn't you help me?" "We were on opposite teams, bruv. Also, when you were in the creek, it looked like you had it under control." Then, Annabeth materialized next to them, taking off her cap. She hip-checked Percy. "Nice job, hero. Where did you learn to fight like that? It was like the other day when you were able to disarm Luke once, but couldn't do it again." Harry chipped in. "That's what I'd like to know, too. Also, what's the deal with your arm?" Percy shrugged. "Sword cut. Should we call a medic?" Annabeth's eyes widened and she stammered, Percy, it was a sword cut, past tense." Confused, he glanced down, and she was right. The scar had faded dramatically and there was barely any blood. He blurted, "Whoa. I didn't know demigods healed so quickly." Harry shook his head. "Actually, they don't." Then wah. Annabeth interrupted. "Percy, just step out of the creek for a second." Still puzzled, he did so and almost stumbled. Luckily both of them steadied him and let him lean on their shoulders. Harry mused, "Well, I did not see that coming." She was less amused. "Oh sticks. This is not good. I thought it would be." Annabeth never finished her sentence, because a piercing howl tore through the forest. Chiron hollered in ancient Greek, "Stand ready, my bow." Everyone drew their weapon and faced the direction where the sound came from. The bushes in the distance rustled and a massive hellhound stepped out. Its glowing lava-red eyes were trained on Percy. Instinctively, Harry and Annabeth moved in front of Percy. Then it pounced, leaping straight over them and right on top of a stunned Percy with its jaws snapping away. Percy tried to wrestle the beast, but it got a few good bites in. Harry immediately drew his bow and fired a few arrows at the monster. More arrows from the Apollo campers joined him and embedded themselves in the monster's neck. The creature was killed and its dead body slumped over a struggling Percy. Eventually, he managed to lug it off him, and it dissolved into shadow. Annabeth was in shock. Immortales. That was a hellhound from the Fields of Punishment. How did it get in here? Clarice screamed, "It's all Percy's fault, he summoned it." Harry snapped back, "Oi! The bloody thing was attacking him. Why would he summon a monster that would try and kill him, you bellend?" Annabeth grabbed Percy and led him to the creek. "You're injured, come on." Almost as soon as he stepped in, he began to feel much better, and the crowd gasped as all of his wounds healed. However, they were not watching his wounds, but looking at his head. Percy joked, "What? Is there something on my face?" Harry called out, "More like something above you, mate." He looked up and saw a hologram of a sea-green circle with a trident on it. Everyone knelt as Chiron announced, "It is determined. Poseidon, Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god." Harry uttered, "Bloody hell, this just got interesting." Over the next couple of days, Percy was moved to cabin 3. One could tell by looking at him that he was miserable. One morning, Percy woke up from a particularly vivid dream. He was on a beach and nearby there were two muscular bearded men clad in Greek-style tunics and they were fighting like wrestlers. One of them was shouting at the other to give something back. Percy tried to run towards them to stop the fight, but his legs felt like lead. To make matters worse, a very creepy voice chortled evilly and it crooned, "Come down, little hero, come down," and the earth opened up and swallowed him. The son of Poseidon woke up and was just contemplating whether he should even turn up for training. Besides Harry, Luke and Annabeth were the only ones treating him normally. Though Luke began pushing him much harder and Annabeth slowly began acting a little weird around him. If he was being honest, Percy was getting sick of the staring, pointing and whispering. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. He moaned petulantly, "Go away. If you want to treat me like some stupid museum piece, the least you could do is pay me." Harry's voice replied back, "Doesn't get any easier, does it, mate? Welcome to my world. I know what you're going through, I've been there before." Percy continued sulking, "Stop lying, buddy. If you're trying to make me feel any better, you're doing a bad job." Harry was having none of it. He entered the room, dragged Percy's legs off and sat on the bed. He coolly replied, "Actually, I have been there before. I'm the son of Artemis. I wasn't technically supposed to be born. So, to the campers, I am still an anomaly. It was worse back in magic school. Remember that dark wizard I told you and Mackenzie about? The wanker murdered my mortal parents and tried to kill me. Somehow the killing curse rebounded back to him, thanks to my mortal mum invoking the blessing of Aphrodite." Percy sat up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The killing curse? Who was the idiot who invented that? They actually teach you about that in school? Don't be silly. That spell is actually forbidden and anyone caught using it is sent straight to the wizarding prison of Azkaban. Anyway, as I was saying, the curse reflected back on him and destroyed his body. Because I survived, the wizarding world calls me the boy who lived. Honestly, mate, when I first entered the school and my name was announced, I was subjected to stares and whispers for weeks. Some crazy witch who was in her 7th year also tried to drug me with a love potion, because she had dreams of marrying the boy who lived. Fortunately, it didn't work. Later on in a dream, Lady Aphrodite told me that since my mortal mother invoked her blessing to protect me from the dark wizard, I'm kind of immune to love potions. I was never so thankful in my entire life. Her blessing also means that I'm an honorary child of Aphrodite." Harry paused for a breath. "My point is, you're going to have to bear it for a few days. Afterwards, something new will come up and everyone will move on. By the way, who's Gabe? And what kind of last name is Ugliano? I'm asking because one of the Hermes kids smuggled in a newspaper about this bloke reporting that his deranged stepson abducted his wife." Percy scowled. "He's my stepfather, if I can even call him that. Dude is a grade A jerk and sometimes I wonder what mom saw in him." Harry clapped him on the back. "All right, mate. Up and at them. We'll plot revenge on Mr. Ugly later. Get dressed. Chiron and Mr. D want you in the big house ASAP." 5 minutes later, the duo walked out of the cabin to see overcast skies sprawled out before their eyes. Grover joined them and they nervously walked to the porch of the big house. Chiron, Dionysus, and Annabeth were waiting for the trio. Mr. D drawled, well, if it isn't our resident celebrity. Percy flinched, and Harry's eyes narrowed. Mr. D was reminding him too much of Snape. The god continued, if I had my way, I would cause your molecules to erupt in flames. Unfortunately, Chiron has insisted that this goes against my mission, to safeguard all the brats in this accursed camp. There is an option for you. My colleague shall flesh out the details. As for myself, I'm needed at Olympus before Barnaclebeard and Thunderbeard begin a grudge match. The overcast sky rumbled, but Dionysus looked unrepentant. Instead, he somehow pulled out a security card and vanished into thin air, leaving an after scent of fermenting grapes. Chiron sighed and gestured for everyone to sit down. He said, Percy, what did you think of the hellhound? The boy stammered, it scared me. If Harry and the others hadn't shot it, I would have been dead. Thanks dude, I owe you. Harry patted his back, you're my friend, of course I'd save your ass. Chiron looked grave, I'm afraid that the hellhound is just the start of what you would face in the near future, especially before you are done. Done? With what? This time it was Annabeth who spoke, your quest. It's pretty much a rite of passage for most demigods. Chiron picked up where she left off, of course, the details are still a little vague. What do you think it entails, Percy? Percy haltingly said, Zeus and Poseidon are fighting over something. I think something was stolen. Harry turned to him and raised an eyebrow. Percy flushed, I had a dream about it. Also, Harry and Annabeth told me about something being stolen. This was after I accidentally overheard you and Grover talking about a deadline, though I don't know what was taken. Chiron nodded, allow me to clarify, your father and Lord Zeus are having their worst quarrel in centuries. This was because Lord Zeus' lightning bolt got stolen. Percy choked, his what? The centaur chided, do not dare take this lightly, Mr. Jackson. This is a 2-foot-long cylinder of high-grade celestial bronze, capped on both ends with god-level explosives. Zeus' master bolt is the symbol of his power and many lightning bolts are patterns after it. The Cyclops forged it during the war against the Titans and it overthrew the king of Titans, Kronos. This weapon is so powerful that it makes the hydrogen bomb seem like a firecracker. Percy winced, yikes. Who do you think stole it? Chiron paused and then told him, well, Lord Zeus seems to think that you did it. Percy's jaw dropped, but how? I've never been to Olympus. I can't even steal a slice of pizza, even if my life depended on it. Chiron nodded, I understand that you are innocent. However, in Lord Zeus' eyes, his brother has some influence over the Cyclops. Especially since their forges are underwater. Since your father openly claimed you as his son, his suspicion has fallen on you. The good news for you is that you can redeem yourself. Lord Zeus has demanded that his lightning bolt be returned by the summer solstice. That's 10 days from now, and as you can imagine, a civil war between the gods will be devastating. Your quest is to find the lightning bolt and return it to Lord Zeus. Think of it as a peace offering from the son of Poseidon to return Zeus' property and uncover the real thief. Come Percy, it is time to consult the oracle. Head upstairs to the attic. When you come back down, we shall talk more. What followed next was an agonizing 15-minute wait, while a jelly-legged Percy trudged up the stairs. To pass the time, Harry, Grover and Annabeth played a few hands of pinochle with Chiron. Soon, a steady thumping sound greeted them and Percy stumbled in, his face in shock. Harry was at his side immediately. You okay, mate? Chiron looked at him expectantly. Well? The son of Poseidon breathed. She said that I would retrieve what was stolen and see it returned. Grover beamed. That's great. However, Chiron was not convinced, and neither was Harry. The centaur pressed further. What else did the oracle say? She said that we would go west to face a god who had turned, and... He stammered again. That's about it. Chiron scrutinized his face again before relenting. He spoke, very well, then. But know this. The oracle's words often have double meanings. Best not to dwell on them too much. The truth is often obscure until the events have come to pass. Percy had the feeling that Chiron knew that he was hiding some things. However, he wondered what the oracle meant when she mentioned a sacrifice to save what mattered most in the end. He changed the subject. So, any idea who the god in the west is? Chiron adopted a thoughtful expression. I might be overthinking this, but who stands to gain if Zeus and Poseidon fight? Percy guessed. Someone else who wants to take over? Annabeth nodded. It would have to be someone with a grudge. A god who got the short end of the stick when the world was divided. Someone whose kingdom could grow stronger with the deaths of millions. Percy thought about the creepy voice from underground, Hades. Annabeth nodded. It's possible. I mean, Zeus and Poseidon forced him to swear an oath to never have children. Now, he will be thinking that they are hypocrites, since both of them have sired children, while he followed the oath to the letter. Obviously he will be furious. Grover spat out a scrap of aluminium, which was whatever was left of a Dr. Pepper can. He blurted, "What? How's that possible?" Chiron calmly said, "My dear Grover, as per your report to me, a Fury came after Percy. The Furies only obey Lord Hades. Hellhounds also fall under his domain. It's quite possible that he had a spy in the camp, and once your lineage was revealed, he could strike. The gods are forbidden from directly taking each other's sources of power. So he must have acted through another demigod." Percy slammed his head on the pinnacle table and moaned, "Great, that's two major gods who want to kill me." Harry rubbed his back. "Welcome to my world. This is me in the wizarding world." Then Percy sat up. "So let me get this straight. I have to go to the Underworld and confront the Lord of the Dead. Find the most powerful weapon in the universe. Then return it to Olympus in 10 days' time." That is correct. His mind was made up. "I'll do it then. I'll go." Annabeth got up as well. "I've been waiting for a quest for a long time, Seaweed Brain. I'm in. I'll admit, Athena is not the biggest fan of Poseidon, but I'll have your back." Harry piped up, "I've got some business with Lord Hades as well, so I might as well tag along. Also, just so you know, I was in Scotland for several months. I couldn't have stolen it." Finally, Grover raised a hand. "Count me in, Perce. You're my best friend. I'll always have your back." Chiron clapped his hands. "Excellent. The four of you shall head out this afternoon. Argus can only take you as far as the bus terminal. After that, the four of you are on your own. Now I suggest you all go and pack." Chapter 20. The first thing that Harry did was head to the Hermes cabin. He poked his head in and spotted Travis. "Oi, Travis. Any idea where's Luke or Mackenzie?" He shrugged. "Don't know. I think he should be somewhere around here. Last I heard, Mackenzie had gone to the stables to see the unicorn herd." "Never mind, I'll ask Selena." Travis went back to his work and Harry made his way to the Aphrodite cabin. When he poked his head in, he spotted Selena and a few of her sisters. He beckoned to the dark-haired beauty and she came over. Selena chirped, "Hey Harry, what's up?" "Hey Siley, I need a big favor. I'm going on a quest with Annabeth, Grover and Jackson. Could you look after Mackenzie for me? I wanted to ask Luke first, but I couldn't find him." She smiled. "Of course I will, Harry. Take care of yourself." As he turned to head to his cabin, he called back, "I will, thanks Siley. You're the best." Soon, he was packed and gave a tearful Mackenzie, who had returned from the stables, a hug. He told her to be good for Selena and that he would be back in 10 days. Harry and Percy also stocked up on American dollars and some golden drachmae. The demigod wizard was also surprised to learn that the camp store also doubled as a Gringotts branch. A goblin he found there told him that once his account manager Griphook had learned of his demigod status, Gringotts had gotten in touch with Chiron and were able to transfer one of their employees to work in the camp store. The goblin he found there also told him that he loved the place, and often sparred with Clarice and the Aries kids. The boys also stocked up on nectar and ambrosia, with Chiron explaining the basics to Percy. Annabeth had her trusty Yankees cap and a bronze knife hidden in her sleeve. Harry had his rings and daggers strapped to his sides and hidden from view. He also sported his new wand holster, shield, and his wand was neatly tucked in. Additionally, he had a backpack while held all of their supplies and his cloak of invisibility. Grover had a set of reed pipes and wore long baggy trousers to hide his fake feet and a rasta cap to hide his small horns. Chiron had also handed Percy a ballpoint pen which turned into a sword. Just as they were about to leave, Luke jogged up. He panted, "Glad I caught up. Wanted to wish you guys luck. Hey Percy, I thought you could use these." He handed the boy a pair of ordinary sneakers and called out, "Maya." At that command, The shoes sprouted wings and began hovering around. Annabeth's cheeks turned crimson when Luke came over. Harry took one look at her before his own face broke into an evil grin. This was just too perfect. He had ample ammunition to tease the daughter of Athena with. Luke told Percy, "Those things really saved my butt during my own quest. Apparently it was a gift from Dad, though if we're being honest I don't have much use for them anymore. It'll look better on you, buddy." Percy's cheeks flushed in embarrassment. "Hey man, thanks, I'll definitely treasure them." Luke choked out, "Listen up, a lot of hopes are riding on you, buddy. Just kill some monsters for me, will you?" They shook hands. Luke patted Grover on the head, between his horns, hugged a cherry-red Annabeth and gave Harry a bro hug. After he left, Harry looked at a still blushing Annabeth and sing-songed, "Beth's got a crush." That snapped her out of it and she slugged him, furiously fighting her blush. Annabeth stomped away to a white SUV that was waiting for them out in the rain. Then Harry's face grew serious. "Listen mate, I don't think Luke really thought this gift through. I mean, you're the son of the sea god. The same sea god who is feuding with his brother, the sky god. Now I'm not a son of Athena, but it'd be pretty stupid and suicidal for you to be taking joyrides in the sky." Percy hesitated for a split second. "Good point. Hey Grover, you want a magic item too?" The satyr's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Before long, Harry and Percy slipped the shoes on Grover, and the world's first flying satyr was ready for takeoff. He shouted, "Maya!" and the shoes sprouted wings again. The ride lasted for a few seconds until Grover lost his balance and his backpack began dragging on the ground, weighing him down. Chiron chuckled, "You just need practice, young satyr." Eventually, the shoes began to act normal and Grover regained his balance. Soon, all four of them filed into the SUV, with Harry stealing the shotgun seat. With Argus driving, it meant that Percy, Grover and Annabeth were sitting at the back. There was an awkward silence for about a few miles before Percy blurted, "So far, so good. No monsters, I guess we're in the clear." Annabeth shot him an irritated look. "Don't say that, it's bad luck to talk like that." Harry also called out from the front, "Don't jinx it, mate." Percy faced Annabeth and grumbled, "Why do you hate me so much?" She shot back, "I don't hate you. It's just, our parents are rivals, so we're not supposed to get along." Harry snorted, "For someone as smart as you, that's the dumbest excuse, Beth. Also, have you heard the phrase, the sins of the parent are not the sins of the child? Heck, my potions professor once told me that he knew my parents. He and my dad were bitter rivals and both of them loved my mum, Lily. Dad used to prank him a lot, and I'll admit, he was a bit of a bully. I'm pretty much the everyday reminder for that professor, that he didn't get the girl. He could have been petty and taken out his frustration on me, especially since people used to keep telling me that I look like my dad. Instead, we worked out our differences and he treats me like any other student. What's your excuse, Annabeth?" The girl had nothing to say. Breaking the awkward silence, Percy asked, "So what was the beef between Athena and Poseidon?" Annabeth answered him, "There are many reasons why. One time, they competed to be the patron god of what is now called Athens. Your dad created a saltwater spring and my mom created the olive tree. The citizens found her gift more useful. Soon, the group reached Manhattan and Argus dropped them off at a Greyhound station on the Upper East Side. After Argus left, the quartet decided to wait a little. Just then, Percy noticed a wanted poster with his name and face on it. He ripped it down and tore it up before anyone could notice. He found the area familiar because it was close to his and his mom's apartment. Grover interrupted his thoughts. "You want to know why she married him? She did it for your sake." Even though he was smelly, his smell served a purpose. In other words, his smell masked your own, which pretty much hid your demigod scent from most monsters. Without him, you would have been found out long ago. She loved you so much that she put up with him for a long time. Percy was silent, still contemplating those words. He then thought about his real mission, to save his mom. Chiron had told him that she was not dead, but most likely held hostage by Hades. Then that blasted prophecy repeated itself in his mind. "You shall go west to face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stolen and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend. And you shall sacrifice to save what matters most in the end." Eventually, everyone got bored while waiting and decided to pass the time. Harry fished out his Rubik's Cube, while Percy, Grover and Annabeth played hacky sack. Unfortunately, the hacky sack game ended prematurely when the apple got too close to Grover's mouth and it disappeared in one mega goat bite. The scene was enough to make the other three burst out laughing as the satyr blushed. When the bus finally arrived, the quartet lined up to board it. Just then, Grover began sniffing and Harry instantly began twiddling with his rings. Percy whispered, "What is it?" The goat man sniffed again and whispered tensely, "I don't know, maybe it's nothing. I'm probably being paranoid." They boarded the bus and took seats right at the back, as more people began to board. Annabeth's hand shot out and landed on Percy's knee. The demigods looked up to see an old lady with a crumpled velvet dress, lace gloves and a shapeless hat enter. Just behind her were two other ladies, who were similarly attired, but with different color schemes. All three occupied the front row and splayed out their legs in an X shape. They essentially blocked the way to the front. As if nothing was wrong, the bus pulled out of the station and everyone was on their way. Percy murmured, "She didn't stay dead for long. I thought they would be dispelled for months, years or even lifetimes." Annabeth whispered back, "Unfortunately, we're really unlucky." Grover whimpered, "D immortales. All three of the kindly ones." Harry slowly examined the windows. Escape from the windows is out of question. They're sealed shut. There's no back exit either. With a little hope in his eyes, Percy whispered, "They won't dare attack with many witnesses around, right?" Annabeth whispered back, "Hard to say. The mist might show the mortals completely different." By then, the bus had reached the Lincoln Tunnel. Harry slowly unzipped his backpack, ready to pull out his invisibility cloak. When it plunged into the tunnel, the darkness enveloped the passengers, with the occasional flashing lights. Just then, one of the Furies got up and declared that they were going to the restroom. The other two also got up, declaring the same thing. With that, they began shuffling down the aisle, heading straight towards them. Annabeth carefully pressed her Yankees baseball cap in Percy's hands. He looked at her questioningly, and she muttered, "They're looking for you, Percy. Turn invisible and go up the aisle and let them pass you. You're the most powerful of us, so we might be of little threat to them." Percy clearly didn't like the stealth approach because he felt that it was too cowardly. With trembling hands, he slipped the cap on and moved to somewhere in the middle of the bus. He waited with bated breath as the Furies slowly passed him, one by one. There was a hairy moment when one of them, who he recognized as his evil math teacher, Mrs. Dodds, stopped. She sniffed the air and her eyes turned in his direction. After a few agonizing moments, Mrs. Dodds turned away and followed her sisters down the aisle. Percy made it to the front and noticed that they were just leaving the Lincoln Tunnel. He was about to press the emergency stop button when he heard screeching. The Furies finally showed their true form. Their faces were the same, but their bodies were shriveled into leathery hag bodies, with bat wings and claws replacing their hands and feet. The lead Fury hissed, "Where is it? Where is it?" Annabeth yelled back, "We don't know where he is, he's gone." The passengers were all screaming and the bus driver was trying to see what the din was all about. Meanwhile, all three Furies pulled out flaming whips, prompting Annabeth and Harry to pull out their own weapons. Seeing his friends in danger, Percy made an impulsive decision. With the driver still trying to see what the fuss was about, the demigod grabbed the steering wheel and jerked it to the left. On cue, everybody was flung to the right. The driver snapped back into action and tried to wrestle the wheel back. However, Percy was not letting go anytime soon. The bus slammed into the guardrail and ground against it, sending sparks everywhere. Eventually, the wayward bus exited the tunnel and back out into the pouring rain. Unfortunately, it was heading towards the Hudson River, so Percy whacked the emergency brake. The bus did a full 360-degree spin and crashed into a tree, with the vehicle now stationary. The driver staggered out, with the passengers barreling after him. Meanwhile, the battle between Harry, Grover and Annabeth versus the Furies was still raging. Percy doubled back to help the trio and took off the invisibility cap. Mrs. Dodds spotted him and sneered, "Perseus Jackson, you have offended the gods. You shall die." He quipped back, "I liked you better as a math teacher." She snarled and prepared to pounce. Meanwhile, he fished out the ballpoint pen that Chiron gave him. Percy uncapped it and it transformed into a shimmering double-edged sword. Mrs. Dodds faltered very briefly and hissed, "Submit now, and you will not suffer eternal torment." No thanks. She cracked her whip and the other two Furies lunged, ready to tear him to pieces. The first one got batted away, while the other one got sliced open. With a shrill scream, the monster dissolved into dust. The first Fury came back for round 2, but Percy was ready for her, and she joined her dead sister. Only Mrs. Dodds was left, and she was busy wrestling Annabeth, while Harry shot her with arrows. Grover managed to grab her whip and tie her up with it. Just then, the hair on the back of Percy's neck stood up and the atmosphere smelled electric. They scrambled out, but not before Harry snatched up their bags. They disembarked, not a moment too soon, as the bus exploded. The passengers were all freaking out, and the quartet booked it into a nearby forest before anyone could realize it. As they crashed their way through the trees, they could hear Mrs. Dodds screeching in rage and probably calling reinforcements. As they trudged away, Annabeth laid into Percy for jeopardizing the plan and coming back for them. Percy argued back that he couldn't let them die for him. The bickering continued before Harry broke it up and played peacemaker. He grumbled, "Bloody hell. You two are worse than Ron and Hermione. Jackson, thanks for saving our asses, Annabeth. He did the best he could and he didn't even know the bloody plan." Harry soon found a small clearing. "Let's rest here and heal up for a bit. I'll try and see if I can order some healing potions. They should work on you guys. I could try and brew it myself, but I'm not sure if the ingredients are available out in the wild and I don't know how far we are from the nearest wizarding district." He cupped his hands over his mouth and hooted loudly. In 2 minutes, Hedwig came swooping down and handed on his shoulder, nuzzling him. Harry got out a piece of parchment and a quill, and quickly scribbled down an order of 6 vials of Wiggenweld potion. He also handed her a few galleons before she flew off. Not long afterwards, she came flying back with 3 other owls. They were all sharing the burden of a fairly large container. He opened it, pocketed a few sickles and nuts and brought the crate back. Before handing out the vials, he warned that all potions tasted horrible. With a small countdown, they downed their potions and struggled to not throw up. Percy screwed up his face. "Dude, that tastes horrible." Harry sighed, "I know, Jackson, but you've got to bear with it for now." They waited for a few minutes before finally getting a move on again. Grover led the group, as he attempted to play a song on his reed pipes. As they walked, Annabeth fell into step next to Percy. "Hey, I appreciate you coming back for us. That was really brave." He shrugged, "I mean, we are a team, and I would like to consider you guys as my friends." Harry squeezed his shoulder. "Got that right, mate." As she gazed up at the evening sky, despite its cloudy nature, Annabeth mused, "In a way, I'm glad we had this quest. This was pretty much my only chance to see the real world. I've been in camp since I was 7 and haven't ventured out except for short field trips. I ran away from home when I was 7 because my dad and I had a fight. Once I left, I was rescued from a monster attack by Luke and Talia. Since then, we had to fend for ourselves." Harry was lucky that he had the Hunters of Artemis help raise him since he was a 1-year-old. Even still, he has also been at camp for as long as I have. Percy had no idea what to say after that. Then Annabeth perked up. "You know, when the Furies were attacking they..." Unfortunately, she was cut off by a tuneless note from Grover's reed pipes. Harry stopped him before he could murder 3 sets of ears. "Grover, how about I lead? I'd hate to let Phoebe and Zoe's tracker lessons go to waste. No offense, mate." Grover grinned, "None taken. I wasn't sure if I could remember the Pathfinder song." So, with Harry as the lead, the group forged through the forest. After 15 minutes of tripping, swearing and shuffling from the others, Harry spotted some neon lights in the distance. With renewed hope, everyone surged forward. Finally, they came upon a deserted street, with the only landmarks being an abandoned gas station, a tattered billboard and a seemingly ordinary curio shop which also doubled as an eatery. The sign was lost on all 3 demigods owing to their dyslexia. Meanwhile, Grover mused, "Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium." Annabeth and Percy crossed the road without hesitation. Grover fiercely whispered, "Hey, what are you doing?" The girl justified, "Lights are on inside, we can hit the snack bar." Percy echoed in agreement, "Snack bar." Harry was a bit hesitant, because something felt off about this place. As they entered the premises, the first thing that greeted them was a garden full of stone statues. Before they could knock though, Harry whispered, "Wait. Let's just get our story straight." Percy was lost. "What do you mean? Annabeth piped up, no, he's right. We're 4 11 and 12-year-old kids wandering without adult supervision. That's going to be pretty suspicious, and the last thing we need is police and CPS after us. Grover murmured, so, what do we agree on? Harry replied, I'll think of something. Just let me do the talking and get the story straight. Meanwhile, Grover took in his surroundings. This looks pretty creepy, guys. That statue there looks like my Uncle Ferdinand. The quartet entered and an empty room greeted them. However, there was some rustling in the background and Harry could hear a number of faint voices. Then a woman with a black veil stepped out of the doors leading to the kitchens. Her eyes, which was the only visible part of her, sparkled with surprise and delight. My, I didn't realize that we were going to have customers this late. Where are your parents? Harry stepped forward. Salam alaikum. We were part of a school trip but got separated from our classmates. Our professors told us that if we were ever lost, then we had to go to the nearest shop or restaurant and wait there. Annabeth nodded, that's right, and we were really hungry so we stopped here. The veiled woman gave a gentle laugh, oh my dear child, I'm not a Muslim. I actually had an accident which burned my face. That's why I have my veil. Call me Auntie M, the owner of this little establishment. Percy blurted, I'm sorry miss, but do you have company? I thought I heard a pressure cooker. Harry helpfully said, I also heard several voices somewhere in the background. She waved him off, oh it's nothing, I was expecting some family. However I'm not one to turn away hungry children, come and sit. I'll fix you all something really quick. Harry gave a short bow, thank you, ma'am, and apologies for thinking that you were a Muslim. I saw the burqa and just made an assumption. Before long, she dished out helpings of double cheeseburgers, milkshakes and French fries. Annabeth smiled politely, thank you, ma'am. This looks wonderful and delicious. The lady stiffened very slightly, but relaxed almost immediately, that's quite all right Annabeth. I must say, you have such lovely gray eyes. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly, but his question was interrupted by Grover. He nervously asked, Auntie M. What's that hissing sound? Her eyes widened. Oh dear, I must have left the pressure cooker on, I'll be right back. The hissing and the voices soon stopped or were reduced dramatically. Then, the hostess returned and sat down at a table next to them and watched them eat. Trying to make casual conversation, Percy asked, so, you sell garden gnomes? Her eyes brightened again, oh yes. As well as statues of animals and people. Sometimes I do custom orders and business has been flourishing. Harry was the next to ask a question. Why do they all look terrified though? Is it a personal art style of yours? She replied, yes, it was an unfortunate habit of mine, one that I've been trying to break. It's always the face. I started this statue business with my 2 sisters, but they have since moved on. Annabeth perked up, wait, 2 sisters. Harry also caught on, and one hand crept towards his waist where his daggers were. Auntie M continued her story, I was in love once, but one day, my boyfriend and I were found by another. They caused a terrible accident and my face bore the brunt of it. My sisters stayed with me for as long as they could, but eventually they moved on. Percy looked enthralled by the story, until Annabeth nudged him. She whispered urgently, Percy, we have to go, our teachers are waiting for us. Percy didn't move for a bit, it seemed like he was enthralled by the woman. Auntie M looked at them and pleaded, please, dears, I so rarely get children as customers. Before you go, won't you sit for a pose to commemorate the occasion? I might use it as inspiration for my next statue. Annabeth bounced on her heels nervously, we appreciate the offer Auntie M, but we're late enough. Percy interrupted her, of course we will. It's just a photograph, Annabeth, what's the harm? The woman led everyone outside and had them stand among the statues. Harry looked at the late evening sky and mused, not much light for a photograph, is it? Oh enough for us to see each other, is it not? Now, smile for me everyone. Annabeth muttered in Percy's ear, Percy. Meanwhile, alarm bells also rang in Harry's mind that something was definitely wrong. Then, she reached for her veil, hang on a minute, let me get this veil off so that I can see you 4 better. The realization struck all 4 of them in an instant. Thinking fast, Harry tackled everyone to the ground, ensuring that nobody was looking at the woman. Harry heard a whole bunch of raspy voices hiss, so close. All 4 of them split up, with Harry taking cover behind a statue of a random man. He twisted his rings and turned them into his bow and arrows immediately. Harry risked a peek at his companions, spotting Grover activating the shoes. Percy was on the floor, looking dazed, but he didn't look up. Annabeth was nowhere to be seen, so he assumed that she had gone invisible. Auntie M, better known as Medusa, was slowly advancing towards Percy. She crooned. "Such a handsome face, it would be a shame to destroy it. Stay with me, Percy. All you have to do is look up. Annabeth's mother did this to me, she turned me from a beautiful woman into this." Annabeth screamed out from somewhere. "Percy! Don't listen to her," Medusa snarled. "Silence, Athena spawn." She turned back in Percy's direction and spoke sweetly. "You see why I must destroy the girl. She is my enemy's child and I will crush her statue to dust. You on the other hand, need not suffer. Don't be a pawn of the Olympians." As she monologued, Harry silently flanked her. Eventually, he hid behind a statue of Grover's Uncle Ferdinand. That vantage point meant that Medusa had her back to him. He carefully took aim at her head and prepared to fire. Suddenly, a flying satyr dive-bombed from the right and nailed the distracted monster. Percy took the chance to scramble away as Grover went for another attack. As the son of Poseidon struggled to get his bearings, Annabeth materialized next to him. She took off her cap and said, "Percy, you need to cut off her head. I do it myself, but she has a massive grudge against me because of my mom. Also, you have a sword while I have a knife." She grabbed a semi-transparent crystal ball and shoved it into his hands. "Look at her through the glass, that will protect you." She risked a peek through the ball, watching as Harry joined the onslaught, firing arrows. A few nailed the monster on the back, but Harry could hear the snakes warning her to dodge majority of them. All of this was enough for Percy to draw his sword and begin advancing towards the monster. Just as he got within range, Medusa managed to trip the flying Grover and send him careening into Harry. As she began turning back to him, he lunged and swung his sword at her neck. There was a sickening schlock sound and something thudded on the ground. Annabeth came over, and with her eyes looking up, used the veil to wrap up the head. Finally, everyone looked down to see the wrapped-up bundle. Percy struggled to hold in his cheeseburgers. After recovering, he asked, "Why didn't the head evaporate like the rest of the body?" Harry mused, "Spoil of war, mate. Bloody thing can still turn you into stone though, best not unwrap it." The quartet double-wrapped the veiled head with 2 plastic bags and stuffed it into a cardboard box. Percy asked, "So why was she so fixated on me and hated Annabeth?" Harry stepped in before Annabeth could say anything. He explained, "Medusa was one of your dad's ex-girlfriends. One time, they snuck into a temple of Athena with the help of her sisters. Obviously, Athena did not appreciate the stunt because, let's be honest, it's pretty disrespectful. So she turned her and her sisters into the Gorgon monsters. Annabeth couldn't stop herself, that's why she was so sweet to you, you reminded her of him." Percy shot back, "Oh, so it's my fault?" Annabeth mockingly imitated him, "It's just a photograph, Annabeth. What's the harm?" Before they could bicker, Harry jumped in and played peacemaker once again. He snapped, "Oi, knock it off, both of you. Now, what do we do with this bloody thing?" Percy grabbed the box. "I have an idea." He disappeared with it and returned 5 minutes later with a delivery slip attached. He asked, "What's the address for Olympus?" Harry cocked his head. Why? Wait, you're not seriously." Grover agreed, "They won't like that, they'll think that you're impertinent." Harry sighed and gave him the address. Percy filled out the slip and placed a few golden drachmae in a pouch, which he placed on top of the box. Annabeth simply raised her hands in an "I give up" gesture. Chapter 21. After Percy sent the care package, the quartet left the place quickly. They walked for a while longer until it got too dark and they decided to camp for the night. Fortunately, Harry brought some tents with him and had learned how to pitch them. Being with the hunters, he had to know how to set up camp. Percy and Grover volunteered to take first watch for the night, so Annabeth and Harry turned in. That very night, Harry had a strange dream. He was standing in a throne room, but it was definitely not the Underworld. It was mostly dim, and the only source of light were a series of lit torches on either side of the room. In front of him were 2 figures. The first was a tall woman in black robes, standing in front of her throne. The woman sported dark shoulder-length hair and had black eyes. Next to her was a house elf, who looked pretty bedraggled. Harry bowed. "Lady Hecate, I am honored that you have visited me. Is it time for more of our lessons?" She shook her head. "Nay, son of the moon, I have taught you all that I could. However, this little fellow here with me has a message for you." Harry approached and crouched in front of the elf. "Hello, young house elf. What did you want to speak to me about?" The elf nodded excitedly. "Harry Potter. So long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir. Such an honor it is. Dobby has come to tell you, sir, it is difficult. Dobby doesn't know where to begin. Dobby's initially be thinking of warning the great Harry Potter to not return to Hogwarts because of great danger. However, as Dobby came to warn you, Mistress Magic appeared before Dobby. She's be telling Dobby about the great Harry Potter's true heritage as the son of the moon goddess. That is when Dobby's deciding to change his approach. Harry Potter must protect Hogwarts and her students. Great danger lies ahead." Harry asked. "What kind of danger is it, Dobby?" Dobby shook his bat-like ears. "Dobby's not be knowing, sir. But there is a plot. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts. Dobby has known of the plot for months, but not know the details." Harry was about to ask if he knew who was behind the plot. However, Lady Hecate interrupted. "Dobby's master is the one behind it, but the house elf is forbidden from revealing his master's identity. Just know that this will be a difficult quest. Also, for the record, I am aware of this trace on your wand that detects magic use in non-magical areas. However, I am allowing you to use your magic and I am removing the trace. I do control the mist after all, and the mortals will be none the wiser. My only warning is that you should not abuse this boon." Harry bowed. "Thank you, my lady. Also, thank you for the warning, Dobby. Rest assured, I will handle the threat." Hecate nodded. "Very well, now young hero, it is time to wake. I shall see you soon. Also, young Dobby had intercepted your letters in his misguided bid to keep you away from Hogwarts. You will find them in your backpack." The next thing Harry knew, Percy was shaking him awake. He spoke. "Hey dude, it's yours and Annabeth's turn to keep watch." Harry got up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "All right, Jackson, go get some shut-eye. Beth and I will keep watch." Close to dawn, Harry and Annabeth sat outside the tents, keeping watch. He was just going through the letters when she broke the silence. "Hey Harry, I guess it sort of slipped my mind in all this madness, but I forgot to ask, how was magic school?" He perked up. "It was great. Remember I told you about Ron and Hermione? Ron and I hit it off pretty well, though Hermione was a bit uptight. I'm glad I wrote to you for advice on how to befriend her." She smiled at him. "You're one of my best friends, Harry. Of course I'd help you. I'm sure Percy and Grover would love to meet them as well. They weren't here during Christmas because Grover was busy watching out for Percy. Yeah, speaking of which, Ron's invited me to his house later on. Of course, we'll finish this quest and hopefully not die. Do you, Grover and Jackson, want to tag along?" "Absolutely," Harry continued. "Anyway, during the school year, Headmaster Dumbledore and I were pretty much working together. He suspected that the Dark Lord who was after me was not destroyed. So, he used a trinket called the Philosopher's Stone as bait. The first line of defense was a magically locked door housing one of Cerberus' children. The dog was guarding a trapdoor to the next room. That room was full of vines from a plant called Devil's Snare. The next room had a bunch of flying keys and one of them would open the door to the next room. Apparently, the Dark Lord played it smart and took the key with him. But I was able to pick the lock. The next room had a room-sized chessboard with life-size pieces. After that, there was supposed to be a troll in the next room." She tilted her head curiously. "Supposed to be?" "A cyclops snuck in and killed the troll. Damn nearly fooled everyone with its mimicry skills. In the end, I managed to kill it and we entered the penultimate room. This room had a table with a bunch of potion vials and a logic puzzle. When we entered, the whole room was surrounded by fire, and one would let us pass through the flames. The other would bring us back to the previous room. There was only enough potion left for me, so I entered and confronted our defense against the dark arts professor, who was hosting the Dark Lord's spirit. Eventually, we had a fierce fight and I managed to kill him." She was struck dumb. "Wow, that sounds like a really cool adventure." He looked up at the sky. "Hey, why don't you wake those two? I'll ask Hedwig to scout ahead and see how we can get out of here." She nodded and disappeared into the tents, while he hooted. On cue, Hedwig came fluttering down and perched on his arm. He hooted and barked at her. "Hey Hedwig, can you do me a favor? Could you find the closest public transport area?" She hooted back, "Yes Harry, I'll be right back." After she flew off, he got started on making breakfast. When Annabeth returned with the other two, he had already begun plating some scrambled eggs and toast. Once again, this was a skill that he had learned with the hunters, as everyone used to take turns cooking. Just as they finished, Hedwig's familiar snowy white form fluttered down and perched on his shoulder. She gently hooted in his ear, "There is an Amtrak station around half a mile to the west. I read the signs and the next train leaves in 2 hours, only as far as St. Louis. The last train to Los Angeles left an hour ago and there won't be another until tomorrow." Grover overheard the conversation and bleated, "We can't afford to wait until tomorrow. We'll freshen up and then get going." Percy was puzzled. "Go where?" Harry replied, "While Annabeth was waking you two up, I sent Hedwig to scout ahead. According to her, there's an Amtrak station about half a mile west of here. The next train towards the west leaves in 2 hours, but it goes only as far as Denver. We missed the direct train to Los Angeles by an hour and there won't be another until tomorrow. Oh, and before you ask, I can talk to animals, it's a child of Artemis thing." Soon, they were on the train, westbound towards Denver. As he sat, he read through Ron's letter again. The redhead wrote, "Hey Harry, it's Ron here. I don't know why you haven't been replying to my last couple of letters. Anyway, I was hoping that sometime in August you could come over to the Burrow. I've already sent a letter to Hermione and invited Neville. By the way, a word of warning, my little sister Ginny is obsessed with the boy who lived. I know you hate that moniker and hate fangirls. Especially after that 7th year tried to potion you. Just prepare for Ginny to be really awkward around you for a bit. I was also kind of hoping you would maybe talk to her and get her out of that phase. I'll see you soon, mate." Harry quickly penned his reply, explaining that a house elf had blocked his mail. He also explained that he was on a quest, so replies would be less frequent. However, he did promise to visit the Burrow. When the train slowed a bit, he quickly sent Hedwig with the letter. The others were asleep and he was the only one keeping watch, on a couple of occasions. Grover's fake feet nearly fell off, but Harry quickly solved it with a sticking charm. He was then startled by Percy mumbling in his sleep, "I won't help you, I won't." Harry reached over and shook him awake. "You all right, mate? You were talking in your sleep." He looked at Harry, bleary-eyed, before blinking his sleep away. Percy grumped, "Great. Anything else I do in my sleep? First, Annabeth points out that I drool and now you say that I talk." Harry shrugged, "Could be worse. My friend Ron snores and we usually have to put up silencing charms around his bed to block out the noise. Anyway, you were saying something about not helping someone. What were you talking about?" Hesitantly, Percy revealed that there was some evil voice coming from a deep, dark pit. In the middle of the story, Annabeth and Grover also woke up. She mused, "That doesn't sound like Hades. He is usually seen sitting on a black throne and never laughs. He offered my mom in trade, but I don't understand why." Harry adopted a thinking pose. "Doesn't make sense. Why is he asking you for the lightning bolt if he supposedly has it? Maybe another god is involved and Lord Hades wants to find it as well, so that he can get back in the good graces of his brothers?" Annabeth pleaded, "Look, you can't barter with Hades. Even if his kindly ones were holding back." "Holding back? You've met them before?" She instinctively fingered her necklace, "Once, but my point is, you can't be tempted to make a deal for your mom. If it was my dad, I'd leave him there to rot." Percy was beginning to look angry, when Harry jumped in. He got in between them and said, "Look Beth, I understand that your home life wasn't the best. But not all demigods had wretched childhoods. Out of the 3 of us, Jackson is the luckiest, because his mum was understanding. I never knew my own mortal parents, so I really can't side with either of you." Afterwards, everyone was silent for the rest of the trip. Finally on the second day, the train pulled into St. Louis. Annabeth gazed longingly at the gateway arch and sighed, "I want to do that one day." Percy glanced at her with an questioning expression. "Do what?" She replied, "Build something like the arch. I want to build something for the gods. Something that will last for centuries." He was struck dumb. "Wow, I didn't know you wanted to be an architect." She flushed slightly. Yeah, I do. My mother expects her children to create things, not destroy them like a certain god of earthquakes. Harry smacked her shoulder. Oi, since when were you diagnosed with foot-in-mouth syndrome? She got the message and blushed in shame. She said, sorry, that was mean and you didn't deserve that. Percy pleaded, can't we work together somehow? I'm sure Athena and Poseidon cooperated on a few occasions. Grover helpfully quipped, there's the chariot. It was Athena's invention, but Poseidon created the horses to pull it. Finally, the train ground to a halt at the station. Annabeth got up, come on, let's go sightseeing. This may be my last chance to ride to the top of the arch. On the way to the arch, the daughter of Athena kept rambling away and spouting facts. Meanwhile, Grover and Percy were snacking on jelly beans, with the latter mostly eating blue ones. Suddenly, the boy stopped in his tracks, everyone else also paused. He stammered. Guys, I had a thought about our friend downstairs. Hold that thought. Harry stopped him and stealthily took out his wand. He quietly cast a notice me not charm. Okay, you can speak freely now. Percy nodded gratefully. As I was saying, Hades has a symbol of power, right? His helm of darkness. How do we know that he isn't invisible right now, and watching us? The others thought about it, then Harry spoke. We don't know that, mate. We'll just have to risk it. Finally, they reached the arch with half an hour left until closing time. As they waited for the elevator, Harry and Percy looked around them. Along with them was an obese lady and her chihuahua. There was also two families. One of them was a family of 4, who were just entering the elevator. The second family had 3 members consisting of the parents and a girl with black ratty-looking hair. The girl looked like she was his age. Harry also couldn't help noticing that she looked a little familiar, but couldn't quite place her name. It also didn't help that her face was mostly turned away from him. Finally, the 4 of them and the dog lady entered the elevator when it was their turn, and it was a slight squeeze. The woman had beady eyes and was dressed in a floppy denim hat and a denim dress. She politely asked, hello children, where are your parents? Harry took the lead and stuck with the story they told Medusa. We're actually part of a school trip. Unfortunately, I left something behind on top and my friends here decided to accompany me. Strangely enough, the chihuahua growled menacingly. The lady chided her pet, now Sonny, behave. Finally, they reached the top and they all stepped out onto the observation deck. An excited Annabeth scampered out and began looking around. Then, she dragged the 3 of them and began yammering about the arch. Harry once again noticed the family with the familiar-looking girl and quietly slipped away to observe them. Then the girl turned around and recognized him. Potter? What are you doing here? It took him a second to recognize her. Wait, Parkinson? What are you doing here? Vacation. She replied back cordially, yes, it's a vacation, and I believe I asked first. He shrugged noncommittally, I'm on vacation too, and I'm here with some friends. Annabeth over there is a big lover of architecture. Then Pansy Parkinson's parents noticed him and her father said, hello, Harry Potter, is it? We've heard a fair bit about you. He smoothly replied back, greetings Lord Parkinson, it is a pleasure to meet you. We'll leave you two to catch up. Her mother also spoke up and the couple moved away. As they looked out at the horizon, she said, so Potter, I'm surprised that you're talking to me. I figured that you hated all Slytherins on principle. He snorted, the only person who I have any beef with, is Draco Malfoy. Even still, he is merely an annoyance and I am good at ignoring him. Neither you, nor the rest of your year mates have been overly antagonistic. So I have nothing against you lot. She blinked, fair enough. However, you do realize that when we are back in school, I cannot afford to have much interaction with you. Malfoy has a lot of power within Slytherin. Especially since his father is in the Board of Governors. Her face soured. One thing you need to know about us purebloods is that when we start Hogwarts, we are expected to make alliances. My family had close ties with the Malfoys, so I tried to get close to him. Unfortunately for me, Snide and Merk got to him first, the prat. Even had the audacity to insult me when I approached him to hopefully start an alliance. Father was furious at his disrespect and cut all ties with the Malfoy family. Since then, we have been allied to the Greengrass family. Daphne has a fair bit of political sway in the house. Harry nodded along. Right, Greengrass and Vole have been teaching me about my future lordship duties as well. I wasn't exactly raised in the wizarding world. Just then, a park ranger announced that they were closing soon. The first family filed into the elevator, along with Annabeth and Grover. They were about to get out when Percy convinced them to go on ahead. He and Harry would catch up with them. The only people left on the deck were the Parkinsons, Harry, Percy and the lady with her chihuahua. The woman smiled at them, offering a glimpse of a forked tongue. Then, the chihuahua began to act up a little, jumping up and down, yapping away. His owner scolded once again, Now, Sonny. Does this look like a good time? In front of all these people?" The dog bared its black lips in a snarl and she sighed, "Oh well son, if you insist." Percy blurted, Did you call that chihuahua your son?" She gently corrected, "Chimera dear, not chihuahua, it's an easy mistake to make." With that, she rolled back her sleeve to reveal green scaly arms. She smiled again and this time, everyone could see that her teeth were like fangs and her eyes were transformed to look like slits of a reptile. Meanwhile, the dog continued barking, but with each bark, transformed into a hideous creature. The Parkinson parents yelled in shock and reached for their pockets. However, their hands came up empty and Mr. Parkinson cursed, "Merlin's beard. I forgot that we left them down with security." The now named Chimera finished its transformation. The end result was a large creature with a lion's head, body and hooves of a goat, and a serpent's tail. Harry immediately went to shield the Parkinson trio. A terrified Pansy stuttered, "P. Potter. What in Merlin's name is that?" The snake lady hissed with laughter, "Be honored Percy Jackson. Lord Zeus rarely allows me to test a hero with one of my brood. Your friend and the others need not die. As for who I am the mother of monsters. I am the terrible Echidna." Harry slowly removed his rings and turned them into their bow and arrow form. Meanwhile, Percy looked at her in confusion, "Isn't that some kind of anteater?" Harry fought down a snicker, but Echidna had a different reaction. She raged, "I hate it when people say that. I hate Australia. Naming that ridiculous animal after me. For that, Percy Jackson, my son shall destroy you and everyone here." The Chimera charged, but the two demigods dodged. Percy uncapped his sword and brandished it threateningly. Harry once again positioned himself in front of Pansy and her parents. He spoke, "Stay behind me, my friend, and I can handle it. I promise you that we will get out of this alive and I will explain everything." The monster opened its mouth and everyone got a strong whiff of smoke. Harry's eyes widened, "Get down." Percy dived away, while Harry tackled Pansy and her parents to the ground, as a sheet of flame blasted above them. The creature then burned a massive hole through the wall. Recovering, the son of Poseidon swung his sword, but it clanged against the Chimera's collar. Then, the tail serpent sprang out and sank its fangs into his calf. Almost immediately, Harry fired an arrow and killed the snake. Percy then positioned himself in front of the gaping hole, limping as he did. Echidna taunted, "I guess they don't make heroes like they used to." Percy then caught Harry's eye and they came to an understanding. The demigod keeled over backwards, falling out of the hole and down into the Mississippi River. Harry fired more arrows. This time he managed to kill it with 3 arrows through the heart and it dissolved into dust. Then he brought out his daggers and turned to attack Echidna. However, the mother of monsters swatted aside his first attack and grabbed Pansy by the neck. She snarled, "Back off, hero, or your friend will be on my menu." Suddenly, he gave a piercing whistle and in the next moment, a small feathery white blur shot in and began clawing at her face. With a screech, she let go of Pansy, who Harry promptly pulled away from the monster. He straddled the distracted monster's back as she tried to bat Hedwig and shake him off. Then he plunged both daggers into her neck. With a scream, she too dissolved into dust. After a few moments, a visibly bleeding Harry ushered the shell-shocked Parkinson family to the elevator and they rode down in silence. Then, Pansy hugged him and stammered, Thank you Potter. You saved my life from whatever that thing was. I owe you a lot." He tried to brush it off, "It was nothing Pansy, can I call you Pansy?" Her father interrupted, "It wasn't nothing, Mr. Potter. We are grateful that you have risked your life to protect us. My daughter now owes you a life debt." With this being the first he ever heard of it, he asked, "Lord Parkinson, what does that entail?" The man replied, "It is a magical bond created between the savior and the person they saved. As such, My daughter may feel a compulsion to repay you by doing something that may benefit you in the future. He tried to protest, but sir, I was just doing what I thought was right. Her father smiled. Nevertheless, there is no way of breaking such a magical bond without harming either party. Harry paused and said, "Thank you, Lord Parkinson. I acknowledge the life debt and I shall call on her to honor it someday. Anyway, I promised that I would explain, but I need something from all of you. I need you to promise to never reveal to anyone what I am about to tell you. The wizarding world at large is not ready to learn of this. Honestly speaking, I was more than happy to not reveal this to anyone, but the situation forced my hand." The three Parkinsons finally collected their wands and Mrs. Parkinson quickly healed him before anyone could notice. Then, they all took a magical oath to never reveal the information about Harry's origins. Soon, they said their goodbyes and Mr. Parkinson promised to run interference with the media. After they left, a frantic Annabeth and Grover rushed up. Grover bleated, "What happened? Where's Percy? We heard an explosion earlier." Harry led them away. Turns out, the lady and her chihuahua were actually Echidna and her son, the Chimera. Jackson got bitten by the snakehead during the attack. After the Chimera blew a hole, Jackson jumped out of the hole and down into the river. The girl looked worried. "He will be okay, right? I mean, a fall like that." Harry wrapped an arm around her. "I'm sure he'll be okay. He is a son of Poseidon after all. To the water will protect him. Let's go and try to find him." After half an hour, they finally saw him wading out of the river, and completely bone dry. Grover Bro hugged him and bleated, "You scared me, man. I'm just glad that you're okay." Percy turned to Harry, "What happened to your friend's family?" Harry smiled, "The Parkinsons are okay. Mr. Parkinson has already promised to run interference and get some heat off our backs. Let's get out of here, mate." The son of Poseidon interrupted, "Santa Monica. We need to go there. I met someone under the water. She said that she was a messenger from my dad. According to her, it was my dad's will and we must go to Santa Monica before he go to the Underworld." Somehow, they managed to get back to the Amtrak station and hitch a ride to Denver. Chapter 22. Upon reaching the city of Denver, the group wandered into an empty car wash area. They all moved to an area near the back of the building, where there were some spare spray guns. Annabeth's gray eyes lit up. "This is perfect. We can talk to Chiron. We need to tell him about Percy's talk with the river spirit. We'll IM him." The boy looked lost. "IM?" Harry explained. "It's called Iris messaging. Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, usually carries messages for the gods. Demigods also use it as a method of communication with each other. Like an instant video call. Just need to make a rainbow. Bit of a headache, to be honest. There's got to be a better way of communication, other than letters via owl post." They finally got a thick mist going and the sun beat down on them, creating a rainbow. Annabeth grumped, "Yeah, well, this is good enough for now. Harry? Drachma, please." Harry dutifully handed it to her. She then raised it over her head. "O goddess, accept our offering." Annabeth flung the coin into the rainbow and it disappeared with a shimmer. She then clearly intoned, "Show me Half-Blood Hill." Soon enough, the familiar strawberry fields came into view and they recognized the big house's porch. Also present was a familiar sandy-haired figure, though his back was facing them. Harry grinned and called out, "Oi, Luke. It's Harry and the gang." Luke spun around in surprise and his scarred face broke into a grin. He cheerfully called back, "Harry, Percy, Grover. Is that Annabeth too? Thank the gods. Are you all okay?" Annabeth blushed and stammered, "We're fine. Where's Chiron?" His grin melted. He's down by the cabins. Some of the campers are having issues." Just then, Harry noticed a car pull into the car wash. He quietly took out his wand to cast a silencing barrier around them. Grover also noticed the car and he tugged on Annabeth's t-shirt. "Hey Annabeth, give Percy the nozzle. We have some company." Looking relieved, she pressed the spray gun into Percy's hands and ran off. Luke continued, "Chiron had to break up a fight. Things are getting pretty tense here. Rumors began flying of a potential standoff between Zeus and Poseidon. It's probably the same person who let in the Hellhound. Everyone's taking sides here. As far as I've heard, Aphrodite, Aries and Apollo are backing Poseidon. Athena is backing Zeus. The rest are staying out of it." Harry interjected, "Hey Luke, how's Mackenzie? She's settling in okay? Can I talk to her? He thought about it for a second. Last I saw her, Selena was taking her on a ride with the Pegasi. Kid was dive-bombing us earlier today. You know, I wish was with you guys. Sorry we can't help much on our end, but we'll try and keep the peace. If you ask me, I still maintain that Hades took it. Percy interrupted, but I thought that the gods couldn't take each other's items of power. Luke shrugged. He probably used a demigod to do his bidding. The only way that someone took it if they were invisible or something. Harry snapped, Oi! Tell me you're not insinuating what I think you're insinuating. He backpedaled, and no. Gods no, I didn't mean to accuse you or Annabeth. I've known you two for most of my life. You two are like my little brother and sister. Just then, the screen flickered. Look. We're almost out of time. By the way, Percy, how are the shoes? Percy flushed slightly. Oh, yeah, they came in handy. Harry scoffed. Are you kidding? You totally kicked Medusa's ass with them. Luke grinned. You did? Wow. That's awesome, dude. Listen. Take care of yourselves out there. And tell Grover that nobody will turn into a pine tree this time. Whatever he was going to say next got interrupted as the connection faded and the mist disappeared. Just then, Annabeth and Grover turned up and Harry cancelled the silencing barrier. She pressed, so what did Luke say? Harry shrugged. Things at camp are a little tense. Folks are starting to take sides in the whole matter. He didn't say it in so many words, but we'd better hurry and find the lightning bolt. Percy's stomach rumbled and everyone laughed. Harry began leading everyone away. Come on, let's go and grab a bite to eat. A few minutes later, the four of them were seated at a local diner. Soon, a waitress came over to take their order. She took a look at them. You kids out here alone? Harry replied, Actually, we're waiting for my uncle. He told us that we would meet him here and to get started without him. He's running a bit late from his meeting. She was still skeptical. Can you pay for your food or will your uncle be by later to pay for your meal? Annabeth was about to answer before a noise interrupted them. Everyone looked out to see a large purring motorcycle roll up to the diner. The owner of the bike was clad in a red muscle shirt, black jeans and a black duster. He also had a hunting knife strapped to his thigh and wore red wrap-around sunglasses. As for his face, he could have passed off as a handsome man with an oily black crew cut, except that he had a few scars adorning his face and cheeks. For some strange reason, Harry's mind was filled with images of Draco Malfoy's smarmy face and his blood boiled. He honestly would not have liked anything better than to punch his smug face in. The biker swaggered up to them and slid into the booth. He shot her what was supposed to be a charming grin and addressed the gaping waitress, Not to worry, doll, it's on me. After shooing her away, he looked at Percy. So you're old Seaweed's kid, huh? Percy bit out, what's it to you? Harry not so subtly kicked him under the table. Oi, Jackson, do you have any? The biker raised a hand. Don't worry, I don't mind a little attitude. Long as you remember who is the boss. I take it you know who I am, little cousin. Percy fumed. You're Clarissa's dad. Aries, god of war. He grinned and took off his shades to reveal two burning eye sockets. That's right, punk. Heard you broke my daughter's spear. Percy sassed back. She was asking for it. Probably, it's cool. I don't fight my kids' fights. Anyway, to business. I heard that you were in town, so I got a little proposition for you. Soon, the waitress returned with the food and Aries stretched out his hand with a few drachmae. At the last second, Harry stealthily transfigured the drachmae to American dollars. He continued talking, so I need a favor. I left my shield at an abandoned water park in town. I was on a date with my girl when we were interrupted. In our haste, I left it behind. So I want you to fetch it for me. I'd go get it myself, but I don't have the time and have better things to do. Percy's eyes narrowed, and if we say no? Aries leaned forward. A god is giving you an opportunity to prove yourself. Are you going to be a coward? Or do you only fight near a water body so that your daddy can protect you? Percy bit out, in case you haven't noticed, we're already on a quest. This isn't a video game where we accept side quests. Aries' flaming eyes glowed brighter. I know about your quest, punk. When the damn thing was first stolen, Zeus handpicked me, Apollo and their moms, gesturing at Harry and Annabeth, to find it. Trust me, I've got a nose for powerful weapons, but even I couldn't sniff out a weapon that powerful. If I can't find it, what chance do you have? Besides, I'm the one who told him about corpse breath. Percy was incredulous. You told him that Hades stole the bolt. He shrugged. Framing someone to start a war? Oldest trick in the book. In a way, you have me to thank for your quest, so you're welcome. Here, I'll sweeten the deal. You help me out and I'll arrange a ride for you and your friends. Maybe I'll give you information about your mom. Percy grit his teeth. I'm listening. He chuckled darkly. Got your attention, huh? The water park is a mile west on Delancey. You can't miss it. Look for the Tunnel of Love ride. Percy blurted. What spooked you hard enough to interrupt your date? He dodged the question. You're lucky you met me, punk, and not one of the other Olympians. They're not as forgiving of rudeness as I am. I'll meet you back here when you're done. Don't disappoint me. Chop, chop. A few minutes later, the quartet seemed to wake up from a trance. Aries was gone and everything seemed like normal. Harry quickly polished off his hot dog and got up, wiping his mouth. Come on. The sooner we find Aries' shield, the quicker we can get back to finding the lightning bolt. Percy gaped at him. Tell me you're not seriously considering finding that stupid shield. Grover bleated nervously. We have no choice. You can't ignore a god's request, no matter how banal. Annabeth piped up. He's right. I don't like Aries either, but it's suicidal to ignore the gods. Otherwise you will be saddled with bad fortune. Aries has the power to turn you into a rodent and will run you over if he's mad at you. Why us? Why not ask Clarice or his other kids? Annabeth shrugged. Maybe this is a problem that requires brains and strategy. Aries mostly relies on strength, but even strength has to bow to wisdom sometimes. Harry spoke up. Come on, let's get this over with. He did promise to arrange a ride for us if we completed the side quest. By sunset, they finally found the water park, or what was left of it. Once upon a time it was called Waterland, but time hadn't been kind to it. Evidently, some vandals broke in and nicked a few letters from the name, leaving it to be called Watrad. The main gate was padlocked and had barbed wire crowning it. Percy took one look at the gate and wire, and mused. Great, how do we get in? Harry stepped up with his wand drawn. Allow me, Alohomora. The padlock clicked open and Grover dutifully removed it. However, it took all four of them to wrench the gate open because it was pretty rusty. In silence and with weapons drawn, they slowly made their way through the park. Eventually, they came across a souvenir shop and Annabeth wasted no time in pinching several clothes. Harry searched a bit deeper and found some food, which he stocked up on. When they were done, they continued looking for the Tunnel of Love. Percy broke the silence. So who's Aries' girlfriend again? Aphrodite, came the simple answer. But isn't she married to Hephaestus? Annabeth replied. Yep, and he's caught them together several times. I remember one legend goes that he caught them together in a golden net. He then proceeded to invite the other gods to laugh at them. Hephaestus is always trying to humiliate them. So I guess that's why an abandoned water park could be an ideal location for a brief get-together. After a few minutes, they stumbled upon an empty pool, which was 50 meters across and shaped like a bowl. It was surrounded by several bronze Cupid statues with their wings open and nocked bows and arrows. On the far end, there was a yawning tunnel with a sign above it reading, Thrill Ride O Love. Grover noticed a small two-seater boat at the bottom of the pool. On one of the seats was a shield, which was polished very thoroughly. Percy said, This is too easy. So we just walk down and get it? Harry warned, Don't jinx it, mate. Here. The three of you go and get it. I'll look for higher ground and cover for you in case things go south. Annabeth's cheeks were crimson. Are you kidding me? Me and him? How embarrassing is that? What if someone saw us? They argued for a minute before she relented and sullenly followed him and Grover. Meanwhile, Harry scaled a nearby fence and perched on top of it. He could not shake the feeling that something was drastically wrong. Sure enough, there was a sound of several gears grinding together. The initial sound nearly made Harry jump and topple off the fence. The Cupid statues moved in such a way that their arrows were pointing at each other. They promptly fired, and each arrow was connected to a golden thread. The threads all interweaved to form a giant net. Percy, Annabeth and Grover grabbed the shield and made a run for it. Harry yelled over the din, What did you do? What did you guys touch? All the while, the Cupid heads popped open and video cameras emerged, as spotlights shone over them. A disembodied voice blared, Live to Olympus in 1 minute, 59:50. The nightmare didn't end as a bunch of mirrors that Harry missed from his vantage point opened up. From the mirrors, thousands of tiny metallic bugs and spiders came scurrying out. Sure enough, Annabeth began to freak out. Harry cursed and hopped down from his perch before sprinting towards them. He began firing arrows in a frenzy. Percy was desperately looking around and finally spotted something. He pointed, there, the water pipes. Harry fired a blasting spell and the pipe exploded with water. Percy closed his eyes and reached out his hand. Sure enough, water came rushing out and swept the mechanical spiders away. The wave also picked up the boat and it shot towards the tunnel. While all of that was happening, the countdown kept going and it was down to 30 seconds. By then, Annabeth had recovered from her freakout and was helping steer the boat. Harry was nearly unseated twice before he took out his wand and placed sticking charms on all 4 of them. However, there was a new problem, as the gates at the end of the tunnel were chained up. Harry solved that with a well-timed bombarda, which blew the gates open. Eventually, they managed to get out of the ride, with Aries' shield still strapped to Percy. It was just in the nick of time too, as they got out with 10 seconds to spare. The voice fell silent and the cupids turned back to their original positions. The spotlights also shut off and the park was dark once again. Percy scowled. That was a close one. I hate being humiliated, and nothing's worse than it being broadcast to the public. We need to have a little talk with Aries. As promised, the war god was there with a cocky grin on his face. He chuckled darkly. Well, you didn't get yourselves killed. My only regret is that you 4 got the hell out of Dodge before the cameras started rolling. I was hoping to see the look on that crippled blacksmith's face when he sees a few stupid kids on TV. A fuming Percy chucked the shield at him. You knew that it was a trap. You're A-grade a jerk. Annabeth and Grover looked stunned, while Harry elbowed him. Sure, he was also mad, but nobody would be stupid enough to take it out on a god. As soon as Aries got hold of the shield, he spun it on his finger and it transformed into a bulletproof vest. He sneered and pointed. Yeah, whatever kid, a deal's a deal. You see that truck there? That's your ticket to LA. Said truck was an 18-wheeler, with a sign reading, Kindness International, Humane Zoo Transport. Warning, live wild animals. Percy was incredulous. You're kidding, right? The god snapped his fingers. Free ride west, punk. I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Oh, and before I forget. He tossed a nylon blue backpack to Percy, who caught it. The son of Poseidon barely bit back a snarky retort, but slung the backpack over his shoulder. He was about to leave when Percy yelled out, Hey, you promised me information on my mother. He paused. You sure you can handle the news? She ain't dead. She was taken from the Minotaur before she could die. She's probably being held hostage. The boy demanded, Why? You need to study war, punk. She's a hostage. The idea is to take someone to control someone else. We'll meet again, Percy Jackson. Next time you're in a fight, always remember to watch your back. With that, he revved his Harley-Davidson and roared off into the distance. Percy glared hatefully at the retreating bike before Grover nudged him. He whispered urgently, Percy, we have to hurry. The truck drivers are just paying for their meal. That snapped everyone into action, and they quickly piled into the back of the truck. The first thing that hit them was the stench of feces. The trailer was dark until Harry choked out, Lumos, and his wand lit up, illuminating the room. What greeted them was a sight that made Harry's blood boil. Even Grover looked equally mad at seeing 3 cages with a male albino lion, a zebra and antelope. Whoever was in charge of feeding them had done a lousy job, because the lion's cage had a sack of turnips, while the other 2 had hamburger meat in front of them. Harry turned to the trio. When we get out of here, make a note of the license plate. We're going to increase the jackalope population when my mother finds out about this. Unfortunately, the truck's engine roared to life and the trailer began moving. Then, Harry got up unsteadily and pulled out his wand. He quickly vanished the feces and tried to make the place smell a little better. The demigod wizard then intoned, Wingardium Leviosa, and levitated the turnips and meat away. Percy found a water jug and went to fill each bowl. The lion growled slightly, before Harry growled back, telling it that they were trying to help. With that, the lion was more cooperative, and Annabeth placed the meat in front of it. Meanwhile, Grover divided the turnips between the antelope and the zebra. Just then, Harry noticed another small cage hidden at the back. He raised his lit wand to see what was in it, when he nearly dropped it in shock. Bloody hell! Is that a golden snidget? I thought they were extinct. They came rushing up, and Annabeth squealed, "It's adorable." Grover interrupted with his eyes narrowed, "What do you mean, extinct?" Harry sighed. These creatures were commonly found in Europe in the magical communities. They are well known for their extreme speed and their ability to hide. Unfortunately, around the 11th century, wizards and witches began hunting them for sport. Later on, when it was close to extinction, the Wizards' Council banned snidget hunting and declared it a protected species. Unfortunately, from what Uncle Sirius and Uncle Remus told me, the hunting still continued. It wasn't long before the snidget was declared extinct. Grover let out a cry. "Man, that is such a crying shame." Then Harry stood up. "I'm going to free it. I'll keep it safe with me until we find a place to release it." He quickly unlocked the cage and the snidget buzzed happily before perching on its shoulder and nuzzling him. Annabeth slowly reached out a hand. "See, can I pet it?" He nodded. "Yes, but be very, very gentle. Snidgets are pretty fragile." She hesitated, then reached out a finger to gently rub its head. Even Percy proved that he could be gentle and stroked its head. After a while, the four of them were sitting in silence. Harry was busy calming the snidget and the other three were sitting down next to each other. Annabeth piped up. "Hey, I'm sorry for freaking out at the water park. I hate spiders." Percy guessed. "The Arachne story, I'm assuming? She got turned into a spider because she challenged your mom to a weaving contest." She shuddered. "Ever since then, her children have had it out for children of Athena." Then Percy spoke. "Back when we spoke to Luke, he said something about no one being turned into a tree." Both Annabeth and Grover's expressions looked sad. He mournfully brayed. "I try not to think about it. It's just hard, man. I tried to protect her, but I thought that if you knew about what happened to Talia, you wouldn't want a failure of a satyr along." Annabeth sighed. "I was 7. I wouldn't have survived the trip to camp on my own. When I met them, Talia was 12 and Luke was 14. Like me, they too ran away from home. We survived 2 weeks before Grover found us." The satyr sniffed. "My orders were to escort only Talia. Hades was after her, simply because she was the daughter of Zeus. However, I couldn't leave Luke and Annabeth alone. I bit off more than I could chew, thinking that I could lead 3 demigods to camp. In my arrogance, I took some wrong turns and when monsters attacked, I froze up. So, the kindly ones caught up and attacked. If only I was a bit quicker." Annabeth sharply said, "Stop it. No one blames you. Talia didn't. I don't either." Grover wasn't convinced. "It was all my fault. The Council of Cloven Elders said so." Percy snapped. "What did they expect you to do? Leave Luke and Annabeth to die? That's not fair." Harry piped up from where he sat, cradling the tiny bird. He said, "Look mate, we all make mistakes, but I'm sure that you will redeem yourself. Besides, which other satyr would dare venture to the underworld?" Percy picked up where Harry left off. "Yeah, you've got the biggest heart of any satyr. You're a natural searcher, and that's why you will be the one to find Pan." Grover bleated happily and hugged Percy. Then, they all decided to get some sleep. Later on, at what everyone assumed was a red light, a tapping sound woke up Harry. It came again, and it sounded like it came from the door. Harry carefully unlocked the trailer door with his wand and opened it slightly. Just then, Hedwig squeezed in through the gap and he closed it again. He spotted a letter in her claws and took it. The snowy owl then hopped onto the floor and carried out a conversation with the snidget. He read the letter, then put it down before cursing. "Damn it, Sirius. Where the hell did you disappear off to? That's got Remus so worried." "What is it?" Grover was awake and looked at him questioningly. Harry sighed. "Got a letter from Uncle Remus. According to him, Sirius took a small vacation to Vegas without telling him. It's been a week and there's no word from him. I hope we're stopping off at Vegas so that I can find him and ease Remus' worries." Suddenly, the truck's engine stopped and voices could be heard. By then, Percy and Annabeth had woken up. Harry and Grover quickly huddled between them and Harry fished out his invisibility cloak. Annabeth moved out of the way and donned her cap. Soon, the doors opened to reveal a large trucker. He complained, Man, I wish I hauled appliances for a living." He regarded the 3 animals in the cages as he poured water for them. His eyes fell on the lion. "You hot, big boy." The trucker then proceeded to dump the rest of the contents on the lion, drenching it. Naturally, it roared in fury, but he was unbothered. He then lazily chucked a happy meal at the antelope before glancing at the zebra. He mockingly said, "How are you doing, Stripes? We'll be getting rid of you at this stop. You like magic shows? Then you're going to love this one where they saw you in half." The terrified zebra gazed in Harry and Percy's direction. It pleaded, "My lords, free me." Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded on the side of the trailer. This successfully distracted the trucker to holler at his buddy, "What do you want, Eddie?" Eddie's voice faintly hollered back, "Maurice. What did you say? What are you banging for?" Maurice then lumbered out cussing at Eddie and they began to argue, back in the trailer. Annabeth materialized in front of the group and Harry pulled off his cloak. The lion confirmed that Maurice and Eddie were animal traffickers. With a look, Percy and Harry came to the same conclusion. The son of Poseidon used his sword to slash the lock open. Meanwhile, Harry used an unlocking charm to free the antelope and the lion. The animals quickly jumped free, creating a ruckus. Then, Annabeth donned her cap and Harry covered the 3 of them in his invisibility cloak. In the meantime, Hedwig fluttered away, and the snidget buzzed into Harry's shirt pocket, nestling comfortably. Together they stepped out of the trailer and carefully walked away. Fortunately, they were already in Vegas, which would make Harry's job easier. When the coast was clear, they became visible again and stopped at a nearby cafe. Munching on a taco, Percy asked, "So, what now?" Harry once again fingered his letter and sighed, "I guess we're hitting the casinos. I've got a godfather to find and give him a piece of my mind." Chapter 23. The first casino that they hit was the MGM Grand. When the quartet entered, a man with expertly coiffed black hair, aristocratic features and a fancy cane walked over to them. He spoke in a genial tone. "Hello children, are you 4 supposed to be here? I cannot imagine that you all are coming in to try my machines, are you? I'm afraid that you are a little too young for slot machines." Harry flashed him an apologetic smile. "Apologies, we didn't come here by choice. The thing is, my family and friends came here for a small vacation. We were just getting ready to leave when we noticed that my godfather was missing. He's a bit of a wild child, and we figured that he went to sample different casinos, Mr. He started, "Oh, sorry, I'm Mr. Benedict, the owner of this fine establishment. Why don't you all come with me and we'll check the register? I'd like to think that we take care of our guests. What is your godfather's name?" Harry replied, "Sirius Black, sir." As the man perused the register at the front desk, he mused, Sirius Black. Wasn't he the man who was recently released from prison after being wrongfully accused of mass murder? "That's right, sir. The real killer was caught and confessed that he framed him." He smiled, "Well, I'm delighted that justice has prevailed." Then his smile turned into a frown and he closed the register. "I'm terribly sorry, but I don't seem to have any record of a Sirius Black here. Might I suggest that you check out my other hotels, the Bellagio and the Mirage? If he isn't there, you can try Caesar's Palace or a few other casinos. He couldn't have gotten very far." Harry gave a small bow. "Thank you, Mr. Benedict. Have a nice day." Unfortunately for them, Sirius wasn't at the Bellagio or the Mirage. Even Caesar's Palace was a bit of a dud. Then, Percy noticed a place called the Lotus Hotel and Casino. He gestured towards it. "Hey, let's check in here. Maybe we'll find him here." The doorman smiled and ushered the quartet inside, and the scene took their breaths away. To say that it was a giant game room would be an understatement. It had everything, from an indoor water slide, starting from nearly 40 stories above, to a climbing wall and indoor bungee jumping. A nearby bellhop came over. "Hi, welcome to the Lotus Hotel and Casino. How can I help you?" As he spoke, he pressed a green plastic credit card in each of their hands. Harry smiled politely at him. "I'm looking for someone. I believe he may have come here to have some fun, but he's been taking a bit of time. I've come to fetch him before my group leaves." He replied, "Aw, that's a shame. I hope you find him. Also, could I convince you 4 to try some of our games while you search for whoever you are looking for?" Annabeth replied, "Of course, it would be rude not to try some of your games." They went up to a suite that was waiting for them and couldn't help marveling at how posh it was. Harry thought to himself, Draco Malfoy, eat your heart out. After freshening up, which included them gathering supplies and Percy dumping Aries' bag, they went back down. Harry turned to the other three. Okay, let's split up, we can cover more ground that way. Once we find Sirius, we'll meet up by the entrance and get back to the quest. Annabeth nodded firmly, but Percy and Grover grinned, we'll also get in some playtime. Harry rolled his eyes good-naturedly, okay fine. We'll have some fun too. The gods know we deserve it after all we've been through so far. With that, they took off in different directions. As Harry walked, he felt his mind become a little foggy and a very strong urge to play a few games. If he was being honest, NBA All-Star Challenge 2 was very tempting. Instead, he slammed down his occlumency shields and the feeling disappeared. Finally, after what felt like 10 minutes, he found Sirius sampling Wolfenstein 3D. The man was muttering, "Come on BJ. Get that Nazi scumbag." Harry waited until he finally defeated Adolf Hitler, equipped with a robotic suit and 4 chain guns. He grabbed the man's shoulder. "Hey Padfoot. I found you at last." He turned and his cloudy eyes brightened with recognition. "Pup, so good to see you. You want to play a 1v1 with me?" The feeling of succumbing to playtime came back, but Harry strengthened his occlumency shields. He shook his head. "Come on Sirius, Mooney is getting worried." The man waved a dismissive hand. "Meh, he can wait, it's only been an hour." That was when Harry definitely knew something was wrong. He stammered, "Actually. Padfoot, you've been gone for nearly a week. I think Remus had a right to be worried sick." Sirius' eyes cleared briefly before it spaced out again. "Come on Harry, Mooney has always been a worrywart. Now let's play a few rounds." He made to drag Harry next to him, but Harry moved back with his wand in his hand. The boy pointed it at him and chanted, "Finite incantatum." That did it, and Sirius' eyes cleared for good. He blinked. What in Merlin's name? Harry was done waiting, and grabbed him by the hand. He began slowly dragging the man away. Just as they made it down the aisle, he bumped into a girl with dark silky hair and olive skin, wearing a floppy green cap. The two of them tumbled down, just missing a younger boy, who also had dark hair and olive skin. He was on his feet immediately and helped her up. "Hey, are you okay? I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. I'm Harry Potter. This is my godfather, Sirius." She held out a hand. "Bianca D'Angelo. This is my little brother Nico. You've been here long? We've stayed here for a few weeks." Harry shook his head. "I just got here and Sirius has been here for an hour. But it doesn't make sense, I mean." Just then, Percy came running over to us. His eyes panicked. He grabbed Harry's arm. "Dude. Something's seriously wrong here. I was playing against this guy called Darren and he said something weird, groovy. I got a bit suspicious and asked him what year it was. According to him, it was 1977. Nico piped up, "No it's not, it's 1942. Harry and Percy looked at each other in horror. Sirius was also slowly catching on. The two hurried forward and Percy breathed, "We've got to find Annabeth and Grover." Eventually, they found her playing an architecture-themed video game. Percy shook her, "Come on, we've got to get out of here." However, she ignored him and he shook her again. The girl snapped, "What, can't you see I'm busy? Listen, the Underworld, our quest. Harry's found his godfather. Come on," she protested, "but I just got to the towers. Just give me a few more minutes." Harry also tried, "Beth, there are people who are in here, as far back as the 1940s, and they've barely aged a day." Sirius also said that he was in here for an hour, but it's been a week. "So, it's great over here, so what if you lose track of time?" This time, Percy got impatient. He grabbed her by the chin and forced her to look in his eyes. "Spiders, large hairy spiders." Sirius helpfully quipped, "Acromantulas." That was enough to snap her out of it. After assuring that she was okay, they finally found Grover. Together, all of them managed to drag the satyr away, much to his indignation. Eventually, the 7 of them managed to exit the hotel, though the friendly bellhop looked pretty gutted. Annabeth grabbed a nearby newspaper and her face paled. June 20th, 1992, "We wasted 5 days in there." Bianca freaked out a little, but Nico was still lost. She breathed, 50 years, we were in there for 50 years, all of our friends and our family. Harry turned to Sirius, "Padfoot, Why don't you head back to Uncle Remus? Hey Bianca, Nico, why not go with him? Look, I get that it must be really difficult for you too. I promise you, Uncle Sirius will help take care of you. You will, won't you, Padfoot? Nico asked. Why do you keep calling him Padfoot? Sirius looked around him and didn't see anyone. He grinned and turned into a shaggy black dog, and barked. He then bounded towards Nico and plastered his face in slobbery kisses. After he was done, he turned back into a human. The younger boy was delighted. That was so cool. Sirius then turned to Harry. What about you, Harry? Aren't you and your friends coming as well? Harry pulled him away and told him in a low voice, we can't, we're on a quest. Lord Zeus' lightning bolt was stolen. We're trying to find it and return it by the summer solstice, and that's tomorrow. We think that Hades had something to do with it, but something smells fishy about this. The entrance to the Underworld is in Los Angeles, and we need to get there as fast as we can. He suddenly remembered his little feathered friend. Oh, I almost forgot. When we came here, we stowed away on a truck and found out that they were animal traffickers. Aside from a malnourished lion, a zebra and an antelope, I found this little fellow. Harry reached for his front pocket and the snidget hopped onto his palm. Sirius' eyes widened when he saw the tiny bird. Merlin's saggy bollocks. I thought they were extinct. Harry nodded excitedly. Precisely. Besides, the Underworld is no place for such a little guy. I was hoping that you could bring him to Hagrid. You know he loves little magical creatures. Sirius stroked his beard. True, but I think bringing him to Professor Kettleburn is better. He is the care of magical creatures professor, after all. I'll take it to him. As for your transport, I have an idea. Sirius pulled out his wand and stuck it out. Suddenly, there was a deafening bang and a triple-decker purple bus materialized in front of him. He nodded at Harry, trusting him to take care of things from there. He stepped away with Bianca and Nico, and after giving them a small warning, apparated away. Just then, the bus door opened and a conductor in a purple uniform stepped out. He announced, "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board and we can take you anywhere you like. My name is Stan Shunpike and I'll be your conductor today. Say, what's your name?" Harry thought fast. Daniel Radcliffe. These are my friends, Percy, Grover and Annabeth. Stan nodded and gestured for them to hop inside. He directed them to a brass bedstead, with curtained windows and a candle burning in a small bracket. He asked, "So where are you lot headed?" Annabeth replied, "Los Angeles, by the Santa Monica Pier. We need to be there as fast as possible." Stan Shunpike sat down next to the driver and hollered, "Take her away, Ern." A second later, there was another loud bang and the quartet found themselves flattened against the bed. When they were able to extricate themselves from the mess of tangled limbs, Percy told them about his latest dream from the smuggler's truck. It wasn't exactly accurate, because the Lotus Casino ordeal was still fresh and had clouded some information. The best that he could recall that the pit monster's servant called him by a nickname. Annabeth's brows furrowed. The silent one? The rich one? Both of them are nicknames for Lord Hades? However, Percy was still not convinced. Even she realized that her theories were falling flat. The only other new information was that the pit monster was expecting 2 items. Before long, the night bus halted at a local beach in Santa Monica. They staggered out and Harry handed Stan a few sickles and galleons before thanking him for the journey. Percy blurted, "Dude, wizarding transport sucks." Harry snorted, "No argument there, mate. Personally speaking, this is the second most unpleasant mode of wizarding transport. There are 5 of them. In order of most to least unpleasant, there's apparition, the night bus, portkeys, flow travel and broomsticks." Percy shot him a weird look. A broomstick? Dude, stereotypical much? They walked to the beach, and on a whim, Percy entered the water and kept walking. Annabeth spotted him going deeper and called out a warning, but it was too late, as his head went under. What followed was an agonizing wait while Annabeth fretted. Around 15 minutes later, he emerged from the water, bone dry as always. However, he was clutching something in his hand. He came over to them and spoke in a low voice. "I spoke to a Nereid and she gave me these." His fist opened to reveal 3 pearls nestled in his palm. He continued, "According to her, in times of great need, we should smash the pearl at our feet. Annabeth frowned. No gift comes without a price, Percy. He protested, but she gave them to me for free. Harry interjected, that's not what she meant, bruv. There's a phrase that goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch, there's always a price. Eventually, after hitchhiking to a bus station, they were on a bus to West Hollywood. Unfortunately, the driver did not know of any place called DOA Recording Studios. Percy had told them about this place from a business card he picked up from Medusa's lair. Nevertheless, the bus driver dropped them off at the next stop. From there, they wandered for hours and had difficulty finding the place. As nighttime fell, so too did the mood of the city. There were all sorts of shady figures slinking around in the shadows. As they walked past an alley, there was a holler. Before they knew it, 6 boys had surrounded them, all decked in swanky clothes. One boy advanced, and they guessed that he was the gang leader. He bore down on them, but was cut off by a punch from Harry and Percy. The boy stumbled in shock, and the quartet took that chance to bolt. Meanwhile, the thugs recovered and gave chase. They ran for a few minutes until they ducked into another alley and burst into an open store. The group ran in and took refuge behind a waterbed, watching as the thugs ran past. Grover sighed in relief, I think we lost them. A voice spoke up behind them. Lost who? Was it those pesky kids again? I should have known. They hang around these parts every night, and more often than not, I get some unexpected, but not unwelcome customers. Greetings. I'm Krusty, owner of this fine establishment, Krusty's Waterbed Palace. Would you like to look at a waterbed? The kids whirled around to see a man dressed in a silk paisley shirt, which was unbuttoned halfway. He also wore a velvet jacket with very wide lapels. Finally, he capped off his look with numerous silver chains. As for his complexion, Krusty was tall with a bald head, gray leathery skin, thick-lidded eyes and a cold reptilian smile. With a large meaty arm, he steered everyone inside the store. As he stopped in front of a bed covered in black satin sheets and built-in lava lamps, he spread his arms proudly. This is my most popular model, Million Hand Massage. Why not try it out? Million Hand Massage. Sweet. Grover cheered and dived into the bed. Then, he guided Harry and Annabeth to 2 other beds, which were side by side. They put up a bit of resistance, but he outmuscled them and pushed them onto the beds. He snapped his fingers, ergo. And on cue, ropes sprang from all 3 beds and fastened themselves onto the 3 helpless children, covering their bodies and wrapping around their wrists and ankles. Unfortunately for Harry, he couldn't quite reach his wand either. Krusty groaned, darn it, almost. He then reached out and grabbed Percy, who was just backing away. He said condescendingly, don't worry, kid. We'll find one for you in a sec. A defiant Percy yelled, let my friends go. Krusty replied back, we'll do that, but I got to make sure that they fit first. Fit first? All beds are exactly 6 feet. Your friends are too short and I hate imperfect measurements. So I got to stretch them out, they might just live. Percy thought fast, your name is not Krusty, I'm assuming. It's a nickname. Short for Procrustes. His eyes widened in realization, the stretcher. But who can pronounce Procrustes? It's a bit of a mouthful and it's bad for business. Now Krusty, everyone can pronounce that, and it's catchier. Percy then began to keep him talking while he figured out a plan. He ran a finger across the lacquered finish of a random bed. He said, man, the workmanship on these beds are fantastic. I don't think I've ever seen a built-in lava lamp. Annabeth yelled out in protest, but Percy ignored her. He continued, what happens if a customer is more than 6 feet tall? He finally let go of Percy and reached for a huge double-bladed bronze axe. Hefting it onto his shoulder, he nonchalantly said, I just center the subject as best as I can, and lop off whatever hangs over on either end. Now terrified out of his mind, Percy gulped, sensible. While all that was going on, Harry, Annabeth and Grover were really looking like they were in trouble. Percy then pointed to a bed that had the tag, Honeymoon Special. He cried out, hey, does this really have dynamic stabilizers to stop wave motion? Krusty beamed, absolutely. Want to try it out? Actually, I'm curious about one thing. Will it work on a big guy like you? Guaranteed? No, you're joking. I'm not, I'll believe it when I see it. Procrustes bought it, hook, line and sinker, and plonked himself onto the bed. He grinned up at the boy, no waves, see. He made to get up, But Percy was faster and snapped his fingers, ergo. On cue, a whole swath of ropes cocooned the giant, and he yelled indignantly, "Hey!" Percy ordered, "Center him just right," and the ropes obeyed dutifully. They adjusted themselves in such a way that his whole head was sticking out from one end, and his feet at the other end. The son of Poseidon then brought out his sword, and Krusty began pleading and trying to bargain. The man was still bargaining when Percy raised the sword above his head and beheaded him. With Procrustes dead, he got to work chopping off the ropes binding the other three. He couldn't help quipping, "You three look taller." Annabeth grumped, "Very funny, be faster next time." Harry mused, "Heck of a way to have a growth spurt. I wonder how I'll explain this one." Grover then spotted a bulletin board nearby and noticed a bright orange flyer. It was about DOA recording studios, which offered commissions for heroes' souls. It also had the address and a map to the location on it. Fortunately, it was not too far away. They trooped down Valencia Boulevard until they reached an ordinary building. Outside was a black marble sign in gold letters etched on it, reading, DOA Recording Studios. No solicitors, no loitering, no living. By then it was nearly midnight, but the inside was lit and looked full. The four of them were nervous, but were not willing to outwardly say it. Percy turned to Harry, "Dude, do you mind doing most of the talking? You did say that you had some business with Hades, right?" Harry nodded, "I do have business, thanks for the reminder." "No worries, Jackson." Inside the lobby, soft music played, via hidden speakers. The studio's interior looked pretty dreary, with steel gray-colored walls and carpets. There were also pencil cacti growing in the corners. The furniture was also decked out in black leather and there were several dozens of people waiting. Percy couldn't help noticing that the people looked slightly transparent. They walked up to the security guard's desk and Annabeth nudged Harry. The guard was a tall man with dark skin and bleach blonde hair in a military crew cut. He wore a pair of fancy sunglasses and a bleach blonde Italian suit. Harry smiled at him and placed his hands in his pockets. "Hello Lord Karen, I'm Harry Potter." He looked up from his magazine and peered at them. "Hello. Welcome to the entrance of the Underworld. Now, may I know how you all died? For the record, of course." Harry shook his head. "Actually, none of us are dead. However, I do have some business with Lord Hades. Information about a certain Dark Lord who has escaped from death." Karen's eyes hardened. "Ah yes, I've heard Thanatos throw plenty of tantrums about that pesky spirit." "Well godlings, in that case I shall let you through on one condition. When you speak to Lord Hades, tell him that I need a pay raise. You have no idea how annoying it is to be forced to babysit these spirits. Always crying and groveling. Please don't let me be dead. Please let me across for free." By far, there are only 3 spirits who were the most cooperative. They were James Potter, Lily Evans and Ignatus Peverell. Harry brightened. "James and Lily are my parents, and Ignatus is my ancestor." Percy interrupted, "You deserve better, Karen. A little appreciation, respect, good pay." Harry caught on to what he was doing and slowly began stacking drachmae and even threw in a few galleons. Karen whined petulantly, "I haven't had a pay raise in 3,000 years. Do you think these suits come cheap?" Percy smoothly replied, "We can mention a pay raise to Lord Hades, if you want." Finally, Karen noticed the assortment of drachmae and galleons. His eyes gleamed greedily and then gave a huge dramatic sigh. "Oh well, boat's almost full anyway. I'll just add you lot and be done with it." He led them to the elevator, grumbling about freeloaders. Just before he entered, he called out, "All right you lot, no funny ideas while I'm gone or things will be unpleasant for you. And if anyone messes with my easy listening station one more time and I'll make good on my promise to keep you all here for 1,000 years." As the elevator went down, Annabeth asked, "How long do these spirits wait in the lobby?" He shrugged, "Forever, or until I'm feeling generous." She swallowed nervously. "Oh, that's fair." Karen raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Whoever said death was fair? Young miss. Just wait until it is your turn. Where you're going, it might come soon enough." Then, the descending motion stopped and they got the feeling that they were moving forward. The air turned misty and the elevator faded out and was replaced by a wooden barge. Karen's crisp Italian suit was also swapped out for a long black robe. Outside the barge, they were being ferried across an inky black river. On top of it were carcasses of dead fish, crushed dolls, flowers, and strangely enough, diplomas and other such paraphernalia. Grover murmured, "Is this the river Styx?" "But it's so." Karen bitterly spat, "Polluted?" "That it is, young satyr, that it is. For thousands of years, humans have been dumping so many things in it. Hopes and dreams, wishes that went unfulfilled, irresponsible waste management, if you ask me." At that point, the four of them began to realize that they were the only living things on the boat. With that thought, they all huddled together just to reassure themselves that they were alive. As they reached the shore, they heard a demonic howl in the distance. Karen grinned at them, or at least they assumed that he was grinning, because his face was replaced by a skull. He chortled, "Old Three-Face is hungry. Bad luck for you, godlings. Maybe this time you'll be back as actual ghosts." They disembarked and followed the other spirits down a well-worn path. Suffice to say, the underworld was nothing like they had expected. It looked like a scene out of airport security. There were 3 separate entrances under a giant archway that read, "You are now entering Erebus." There were metal detectors and security cameras at each entrance, oddly enough. Beyond them lay various toll booths with other black-robed people. The howling grew louder, the closer they approached. 2 of the 3 lines had an "attendant on duty" sign, and the last one had a sign reading, "Easy Death." Apparently, the Easy Death line was moving at a much faster pace than the other 2. Annabeth mused, "The Easy Death line must go straight to Asphodel. Most of those souls don't want their lives judged in court, so this is the easiest option." Percy looked at her in confusion. "There's a court for dead people?" Grover nodded. "Yeah, there are 3 judges, but they are constantly changing. There were judges like King Minos, Thomas Jefferson, William Shakespeare, and many more. If a person deserves a special reward, then they send the soul to the fields of Elysium. The ones who did bad are usually punished harshly. Finally, the ones who were neither here nor there are simply directed to the field of Asphodel. It's like standing in a wheat field in Kansas for eternity." Percy winced. "That's rough." Grover snorted, "Tell that to that fellow there." They looked over to see some of the black-robed ghouls haul out a spirit and were frisking him. Then Harry caught sight of his face and gave a small gasp. "I know him. That was Professor Quirrell." Grover glanced at him. "Wasn't he that guy who hosted that homicidal Dark Lord's spirit? Well, I'm not surprised that Hades will be mad at him. Only people like them get his personal attention. I'm guessing that when you finally kill that Dark Lord of yours, there will be eternal punishment waiting for him." They kept shuffling forward until the howls became nearly deafening. Then, a veil of green mist in front of them dissipated. What lay before them was the path branching off into 3 different lanes running parallel. However, their focus was on what was standing over the paths. To be precise, they were staring at an enormous shadowy dog. Harry mused, "A Rottweiler, I always pegged him for a pitbull kind of god. But bloody hell. He's easily 3 times bigger than the Cerberus that was guarding the Philosopher's Stone." Nervously, they approached and Harry began to slowly dig through his backpack. The middle head swiveled towards them and started growling. As they moved closer, the growls grew louder and more menacing. Percy tried to distract it with a broken bedpost, but it was not impressed. Then Harry stepped up with Hagrid's flute to his lips. He then began to play a soft lullaby on it, and that was when things changed. Each of the Cerberus eyelids began to droop and it swayed on its feet. Taking that as their cue, Percy, Grover and Annabeth hurried through under its legs and past the monster. Then, Harry calmly walked through like the Pied Piper of Hamelin, still playing the flute. Finally, with a ground-shaking thud, the giant dog flopped onto its belly and began to snore. Unfortunately, the plan went off the rails when they passed the metal detectors. Alarms blared shrilly and Cerberus was soon back up on its feet again. After hiding for a while, the quartet began moving once again. When they finally explored the depths of the underworld, they came across millions and millions of souls. What was so unnerving about the whole experience was that none of the ghosts seemed scary, but they just felt sad and depressed. Before long, they passed through another gate that branched off into either Elysium or eternal damnation. On their left side was a rocky path towards the aptly named Fields of Punishment. Although the torture souls were far away, they could still make out the punishments. Each one seemed worse than the last, and the only recognizable ones were Sisyphus' punishment, and they even spotted Tantalus chasing after an apple. However, the right side of the path definitely looked like paradise. The valley was dotted with stunning-looking houses from every era. Harry also could have sworn that he spotted a red-haired woman in the distance. In the middle of the valley, there was also a lake with 3 small islands, which looked like something from a Hawaiian postcard. Finally tearing themselves away, they forged on through the fields of asphodel. The deeper they went, the darker it got and everything went grayscale. When they all looked at each other, their faces and bodies looked like characters from old movies. In the distance, there was a sound of a familiar screech and there was a glittering black obsidian palace looming on the horizon. 3 dark bat-like creatures were also fluttering around. At this point, a terrified Grover began to slowly inch away. Maybe the lightning bolt is hidden somewhere in Elysium. However, Harry and Annabeth yanked him back towards them. Then something truly bizarre happened. His shoes suddenly sprouted wings on their own and wrenched him away from them. Harry yelled, "Oi, Grover, cut it out, mate." He hollered back desperately, "This isn't me. Maya. Maya, come on. Why won't the wings disappear?" The possessed shoes began dragging him towards the palace, and the other 3 sprinted to keep up. Annabeth yelled at him to get the laces off, but the satyr couldn't reach. Just then, a few meters from the palace gates, the out-of-control Grover veered to the right and got dragged in the opposite direction. He was rapidly being dragged through a tunnel. Where the walls were beginning to narrow, Percy hollered, "Grover, hang on to something." As they ran, the tunnel grew darker and chillier. The whole place reeked of evil and something really ancient. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a cavern and smack dab in the middle of it was a massive chasm, which could have swallowed up 100 Hogwarts castles clustered together. The panicking Grover finally smacked a big rock and that was enough to loosen one shoe. The other one kept tugging him, but without its twin, it was much weaker. Eventually, Harry and the others caught up and heaved him away from the chasm. The remaining shoe finally broke free and flung itself down the chasm. The group finally dragged their friend to a safe area and collapsed on the ground to catch their breath. Grover nearly whimpered, what was that?" The 3 demigods eyed each other before Annabeth spoke, "Tartarus, the entrance to Tartarus." Eventually, they dragged themselves away and came back toward Hades' palace. Along the way, Percy began struggling a little as he walked. The boy grunted, "Man, this thing's getting heavy." As it turned out, he got stuck with carrying Aries' backpack. Harry wasn't letting his own backpack out of his sight, so he kept a hold of it throughout the whole trip. Finally, the 4 of them stood in front of the gates, not knowing what to expect. Chapter 24. The gates themselves depicted various scenes of death. This ranged from wars from ancient times, to the more modern ones. It even had scenes of numerous famine victims and tragedies of a miscellaneous nature. Beyond the gates lay the courtyard, and immediately the scene had Harry's hackles rising. Aside from multicolored mushrooms and shrubs that Harry was sure were poisonous and luminous plants, the garden had an assortment of statues. What really worried Harry was the fact that they looked eerily like the statues from Medusa's lair. As they forged deeper into the garden, they entered an orchard of pomegranate trees. The tart smell was pretty overwhelming, and Harry was forced to strengthen his occlumency shields. Percy and Annabeth had some degree of self-control, but Harry was forced to fire a full body-bind curse on Grover before he could raid the trees. Eventually, the 3 of them managed to drag their frozen 4th companion out of the garden before Harry ended the curse. The group slowly walked up the steps and into the palace, between black columns and under a black marble portico. The main entrance hall had polished bronze floor, and the ceiling was replaced by a cavern roof. Each doorway that they passed had a skeleton guarding it. Each skeleton represented different eras of soldiers, and Harry could even spot some skeletons wielding wands. None of the skeletons seemed hostile, but they felt their gazes fixed on them, which was a lot worse. Soon, they stopped at the entrance to what they guessed was the throne room, considering that it was guarded by 2 skeletons in U.S. Marines gear. They were bang on the money. Harry noticed Percy struggling. "You all right, mate?" He grunted back, "Stupid bag weighs a ton. It's like I've somehow picked up a stray bowling ball. Don't worry, I can handle it." Before they could work up the nerve to knock, a hot wind blew down the corridor and the doors opened slowly. Percy could not help noticing that it looked exactly like the one in his dream. The only difference was that the throne was occupied by the man himself. Unlike Dionysus and Ares, Hades absolutely exuded power. Harry noted that he was clad in black silk robes and a crown of braided gold. His attire was different from when Harry had met him on the winter solstice. The god of the underworld gazed down at them as they knelt and then got up from his throne. He spoke, "You are brave to come here, son of Poseidon. After what you have done to me, you are brave. I should vaporize you where you stand, but you also did me a massive favor." Percy gulped and looked at Harry and Annabeth, asking them about their next move. Harry mouthed, "It's your quest, mate. You take the lead." Percy slowly got up, "Lord and Uncle, I come with 2 requests." Hades raised a smooth eyebrow, "Only 2 requests? Arrogant child. As if you have not already taken enough. Speak now." The boy gulped again, "Lord Hades, a war between the gods would be really bad. I implore you to please return Lord Zeus' Master Bolt and help me clear my name." His eyes grew dangerously bright. "Clear your name? You dare keep up this pretense after all that you have done?" Percy looked lost, and so did everyone else. The god bellowed, "Do you think I want war, Godling?" Harry slowly got up, respectfully, "My lord, we don't know how to answer that." Hades scoffed, "Of course my brothers would think that I need to expand my kingdom. Do you think I need more subjects? Did you not see the sprawl of Asphodel? Have you any idea how much my kingdom has swollen in this past century alone? How many subdivisions I've had to open? More security ghouls, traffic problems at the Judgment Pavilion. Double overtime for the staff. And I'm still waiting for that bastard Voldemort to show his miserable face in here. I used to be the god of riches and I control all precious metals under the earth. Yet the expenses are astronomical." Percy blurted, "Karen wants a pay raise." That only riled up the god even further. "Don't get me started on Karen. That brat has been insufferable ever since he discovered Italian suits after hobnobbing with that Maurizio Gucci fellow. I'm needed to solve every damn problem around here, and the dead keep arriving. I do not need another war." Percy carefully asked, "Lord Hades, if you haven't taken the Master Bolt, who did?" He spat back, "Isn't it obvious? Your father may fool Zeus, but I see his plan. You were the thief during the winter solstice. Your father directed you into the throne room at Olympus. You took the opportunity to pinch the Master Bolt and my helmet." Annabeth asked, "Your helmet is also missing?" "Precisely. I have held my silence about the helmet's disappearance because I had no illusions that anyone on Olympus would offer me the slightest justice, the slightest help. Return my helmet now or I will stop death. I will open the earth and have the dead pour back into the world. You thought that by freeing my children, you would gain some favors? You thought wrong?" Percy was starting to get angry, but refrained from yelling, "Lord Hades, I did not steal the Master Bolt, nor did I steal your helmet." Hades sneered, "Is that right? Open your backpack then." "No, not you, Potter." Percy froze and then robotically took off the blue backpack and unzipped it. He then fished out a 60-centimeter long metal cylinder, spiked on both ends, humming with energy. The other 3 were stunned and Harry exclaimed, "Bloody hell! How did that get here?" Percy now looked panicked. "I don't understand. Lord Hades, this is a mistake." He roared, "A mistake? There is no mistake. I know why you came. You came to bargain for her." Hades opened his fist and let loose a large ball of gold fire. It hit the ground and exploded, revealing Sally Jackson frozen in stasis. He continued, "Yes, I admit it. I took her because I knew you would come to bargain with me eventually. She's not dead, but if you displease me, I could remedy that." Percy suddenly remembered the pearls in his pocket. However, Hades' next words caught him off guard. He drawled, "Ah, the pearls. My brother and his little tricks. Bring them forth, Perseus Jackson." The boy automatically obeyed and showed them to the god. He sighed in mock disappointment, "Only 3. What a shame. You do realize that each pearl only protects a single person. Try to use them to take your mother and sacrifice 2 friends to spend eternity with me. Leave without her and one is still left behind. Go on then and choose. Or give me the backpack and accept my terms." The 4 of them huddled and conversed with each other. Percy told them quietly, "We were tricked, set up." Hades was losing patience. "Decide, boy." Harry spoke up, "I'll stay behind and you can't convince me otherwise. Lord Hades knows that he can't kill me. He needs me to bring Voldemort back to face Olympian justice." Grover whispered, "Percy, you can't give him the bolt. I'll stay behind too, and you can use the 3rd pearl for your mom." Annabeth interrupted, "No, both of you go. Grover, you have to protect Percy and get your searcher's license to find Pan. They began bickering, but then Percy snapped, "Stop it, all of you, I know what I have to do." The prophecy was slowly beginning to make sense. He handed a pearl to Grover and Annabeth and turned to Harry. Percy said, one of the lines of the prophecy said, "A sacrifice to save what matters most in the end. Promise me that you will save my mom." Harry understood immediately. "I promise, mate. Now go on and save the day." Percy approached his petrified mother. "I'm sorry, I'll find a way." Hades' smug look faded, godling. "I'll find your helmet, uncle. I'll return it, and please remember Karen's pay raise." Percy, Grover and Annabeth smashed the pearls at their feet and the pearls exploded. Soon, they were encased in 3 milky white spheres and slowly began to float upwards. All 3 spheres crashed through the stalactites and were soon out of sight. With them gone, Hades turned to Harry. "Potter, do you trust them?" Harry nodded firmly. "With my life, Lord Hades. Also, I have to ask, you mentioned something about freeing your children." "Yes, about that. I was referring to young Bianca and Nico. Before you ask, they were born before the pact between me and my brothers. However, Zeus, being as paranoid as he was, tried to kill them to circumvent the great prophecy. I managed to protect the 2, but could not save their mother. After wiping their memories of the attack, I tasked my Furies to place them at the land of the Lotus Eaters. I am pleased that you have freed my children. For that I give you this. You have 15 minutes. He waved his hand and 2 ghosts floated in, 2 familiar ghosts. Harry's eyes widened and rushed up to them. "Dad, Mum." His mother had a bright smile. "Harry, oh my sweet little boy, I'm so proud of you. I knew that you were destined for great things, but you have exceeded my expectations. I am happy that you have liberated your cousin from that vile sister of mine. Petunia was always jealous of me and the fact that I was a witch. I tried to extend as many olive branches as I could, but she refused to make peace." His dad also grinned. "Hello my son, I'm glad that you have grown into a fine young man. Also, youngest seeker in a century. I'm telling you, I was grinning like a loon for weeks." His mother gave an exasperated sigh. "Oh you men and your Quidditch, at least I was the first to find out. You only found out later after you finished your month in the Fields of Punishment and then joined me in Elysium." "Dad was in the Fields of Punishment? Before we got together, your father was an absolute git. He, Sirius, Remus and the Rat were infamous pranksters. So your father's punishment was to experience all of their pranks, but 10 times worse. Also, I want you to pass on a message to Professor Snape. You may not know this, but he and I used to be friends. That lasted until he fell into the wrong crowd and became a Death Eater. Later on, he defected and has since been acting as a spy for our side. With that being said, you can trust him with the truth of your parentage. I'm relieved that he is treating you like any other student. Had he been petty and taken out his silly grudge with your father on you, I would have haunted him until he apologized. Tell Severus to stop beating himself up about his poor choices, and try to get along with Sirius and Remus." Harry nodded. "Yes Mum." After some time Hades spoke up. "Come, James and Lily, your time is up." Harry teared up a little and tried to hug them. Unfortunately, his hands just phased through their bodies. After they left, Hades said, "To business then. How goes your current quest to catch the Dark Lord?" "I managed to sort of flush out the Dark Lord's spirit, but he got away. I'm sorry, Lord Hades." He waved a dismissive hand. "Not to worry, young Potter. Thanatos will soon be on his way to find him." Just then, Harry had a brainwave and exclaimed, "Mars is especially bright tonight. That's why Percy believes that Aries was the thief." "I beg your pardon. Back in Hogwarts, I met a colony of centaurs, and one of them told me that Mars was very bright. It just now clicked for me that he was referring to the real thief, Aries. Think about it, he is the god of war and a war between the gods would only benefit him. I'm also guessing that he stole your helm of darkness as well." Hades adopted a thoughtful look. "I see your logic, Potter. Very well, then. You may go and take Perseus' mother with you. If the boy does not return my helmet, I will be back to reclaim her. You'll find your friends at Santa Monica Pier." He straightened up and snapped his fingers. On cue, the golden fire died out and Sally Jackson unfroze. She stumbled and Harry rushed forward and caught her. He soothed, "It's okay, Mrs. Jackson. You'll be fine. Come on, let's get you home. Then, Hades snapped his fingers again, and the two of them were enveloped in darkness and shadows. When it died down, the two of them found themselves in New York. Sally managed to get her bearings and hugged Harry. She murmured, "Thank you, Harry. You are a good friend to my son. He is lucky to have you. Now go back to him and your other friends. I'm sure that they will need your help. Also, you and your cousin are more than welcome to live with me and Percy." With that, they parted ways and Harry took the night bus back to Santa Monica. He disembarked at the pier and arrived sometime in the afternoon, just in time to see a large wave engulf a giant boar with one tusk. The other tusk was lying at Jackson's feet. Grover and Annabeth were standing a good distance away, as Percy squared off against Aries, who was wielding a baseball bat. Harry jogged up to the two. "Sounds like I came just in time for a right old kerfuffle, Annabeth hugged him. "You're okay. Is Percy's mom?" He smiled. "She's fine. I've dropped her back in New York and took the bus here." Their conversation was interrupted by Percy challenging Aries to a duel. As Aries morphed his bat into a two-handed sword, Annabeth took off her camp necklace and tied it around Percy's neck. She murmured, "For luck." Grover handed him a flattened tin can, while Harry handed him his wand holster and chanted, "Mutatio." On cue, it transformed into a shield in an instant. Aries drawled arrogantly, "You all done saying goodbye? I've been fighting for an eternity, kid. My strength is unlimited and I cannot die. What have you got?" Percy braced himself, and Harry jokingly called out, "I'm only letting you borrow the shield once, Jackson. Get your own one when we get back to camp." For his part, Percy remained a few feet away, with the surf up to his ankles. The two circled each other before Aries got bored of waiting, and charged. He brought his sword down for the kill, but Percy was no longer in the path of the sword swing. As the battle raged, Percy was simply trying to survive, while Aries was clearly the superior fighter. Then, Percy tried to close in, but the god knocked his sword away and kicked him in the chest, sending him nearly 20 meters away. Fortunately, the soft sand cushioned the fall, and he was able to recover. Unfortunately, complications arose when they heard police sirens blaring. At least 5 police cars were gathering and the policemen were all pointing their guns in the direction of the battle. One cop recognized Percy from the newspaper article that had reported him missing. Another one noted that Aries was armed. Someone, who they assumed was the chief of police, ordered Percy and Aries to drop their guns. However, the god was having none of it. He bellowed for a little privacy and with a wave of his hand, engulfed all 5 cars in a red sheet of flames. With that out of the way, he went back on the offensive. Percy was defending and retreating backwards towards the water. As the war god advanced to deliver what he thought was the killing blow, Percy struck. It appeared that he was holding back the tide and finally let it go in a massive 2-meter wall of water. He vaulted over the startled god and let the wave smash into Aries. Thinking fast, he countered the god and stabbed him right in the heel. The subsequent roar of pain was deafening. Limping, he hobbled towards Percy with pure hatred in his eyes when something stopped him. For some reason, the light faded, there was no sound or color, and a cold heavy presence washed over everyone. The god lowered his sword and darkly said, "You have made an enemy, Godling. You have sealed your fate. Every time you raise your blade in battle, every time you hope for success, you will feel my curse. Beware, Perseus Jackson, beware." His entire body began to glow and the 4 of them instinctively looked away to avoid getting vaporized. When they turned back, Aries was absent, and in his stead was Hades' bronze helmet of darkness. Percy went to pick it up, and as soon as he did so, there was a sound of 3 pairs of wings flapping. The Fury in the middle stepped forward. "We saw the whole thing. So it truly was not you?" Percy tossed the helmet to her and the surprised Fury caught it. He spoke, "Please return that to Lord Hades. Tell him the whole truth and ask him to call off the war." They nodded and flew off, but not before giving him a stern warning. After they left, the demigod collapsed, absolutely exhausted. Harry opened his own backpack and fed him some nectar to get his strength back up. He held out his hand, "Come on, Jackson. We're still on the clock. I'll call the night bus to take us back to New York." Percy sighed, "At least it was better than my idea to risk a flight back to New York." Finally, they reached the city by evening, and Percy convinced the 3 of them to let him go it alone. There were some initial protests, but he insisted that he had to do this alone. However, Harry shut down the argument by telling him that he promised his mother that he would look out for him. As they left, Percy and Harry headed to the Empire State Building. It took a bit of time to haggle with the security guard, but one glimpse of the Master Bolt was enough to change his mind. As they waited in the elevator, Percy handed the shield back to Harry, who promptly transfigured it back into a wand holster. Percy asked, "You've been to Olympus a lot?" "A couple of times, and it's bloody gorgeous. No matter how many times I've visited, it still feels like the first time. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, where did you get the sword from?" Percy uncapped his pen and let it transform into a sword. He handed it to Harry. "It's called Riptide, and in Greek it's called Anaklusmos. This sword has a bit of a history. It belonged to my big sister Zoe. She is a hunter of Artemis and gave it to Heracles to fight the dragon, Ladon. Bloody Wanker took all the credit for getting past Ladon and left her to face the wrath of her father and sisters. As a result, she was cast out from the Garden of the Hesperides, and that's when Mother took her in and made her a hunter. If she ever saw you using it, she'll probably treat you a bit coldly. However, if you can prove yourself to be better than him, she's possibly going to respect you." Finally, the doors swung open and Percy nearly had a heart attack. Harry carefully led him up the steps, through the resplendent city, and finally into the palace. The difference between Hades' palace and the Olympian palace was pretty much night and day. Eventually, after more shameless gawking, they entered the throne room. Harry observed that this time around, there were 12 thrones, as opposed to 13 during the winter solstice. Additionally, all thrones were empty, except for 2. He recognized Zeus and Poseidon as they approached. He whispered in Percy's ear, "Acknowledge Zeus first, because he's the king." Their attire was a complete contrast, with Zeus looking very formal and businesslike. On the other hand, Poseidon looked like he was getting ready to go fishing. Neither of them spoke, but there was palpable tension in the air between them. Percy approached and knelt before Zeus, "Lord Zeus." Then he knelt before Poseidon, "Father." Zeus rumbled, "You have been raised and advised well, boy. You but always address the master of the house first." He turned to Poseidon, "So you still claim him then? You claim this child whom you sired against our sacred oath?" Poseidon raised his hand placatingly, "I have admitted my wrongdoing. Now I wish to hear his tale." The king of the gods grumbled, "I shall listen. Then I shall make up my mind whether or not to cast this boy and his companion down from Olympus and risk Artemis' wrath. I know for a fact that you personally oversaw the ritual between her and the child's mortal parents. She has been rather attached to her son. Perseus, tell him your story." Just like that, Percy narrated the tale, leaving out a few bits like meeting the Parkinsons and the D'Angelo siblings. As he spoke, he took out the Master Bolt and gently laid it at Zeus' feet. When the tale finished, the sky god opened his palm and the weapon promptly flew into it. Upon closing his fist, the metallic points crackled with electricity and soon resembled a classic thunderbolt. After a few moments, he said, "I sense that the boy is telling the truth. But that Aries would do such a thing, it is most unlike him." Poseidon mused, "The man is proud and impulsive. It runs in the family." Then Harry nudged Percy and muttered, "The voice, mate." The other boys started and hesitantly spoke aloud, "My lords?" Both gods looked at him, "Yes?" Aries didn't act alone. Someone else, something else, came up with the idea. From there, he described his dreams, the uneasy feeling on the beach and other such feelings. Percy also admitted that he had a hunch that Aries was having similar dreams. Zeus was intrigued, "So you are accusing Hades, after all?" "No sir, we've been in Lord Hades' presence, and this feeling was a lot different. A lot older and more ancient. Something powerful and evil is stirring, and I think it is happening in Tartarus." That prompted both of them to engage in a quiet and animated discussion in ancient Greek. Then Zeus stood up from his throne. He turned to the two of them, "You have done me a service, boy. Few heroes have accomplished as much." Percy's cheeks reddened slightly. "I had help from Harry here, as well as 2 of our friends, Grover Underwood and Annabeth Chase." Zeus continued, "To show my gratitude, I will spare your life. Make no mistake, I do not trust you, Perseus Jackson. I do not like the implications that your arrival has on the future of Olympus. Do not presume to fly again and do not let me find you here when I return. or else you shall taste this bolt and it shall be your last sensation." With a clap of thunder and a blinding flash of lightning, Zeus was gone. Poseidon sighed and massaged his temple. "Your uncle has always had a flair for dramatic exits. I think he would have done well as the god of theater." Harry fought down a snicker before clearing his throat. "Lord Poseidon, do you have any idea what is in that pit?" His sea-green eyes focused on the two of them. "Have you not guessed?" Percy stammered. "It's Kronos, the king of the Titans, isn't it?" As soon as he uttered the name, the room darkened ever so briefly. Poseidon also gripped his trident firmly. "In the first war, my brother cut our father, Kronos, into 1,000 pieces. It was what you would call karmic justice, as Kronos had done the same to his own father. The remains were cast into the deepest pits of Tartarus. The Titan army was scattered and their fortress on Etna was destroyed. However, it does not mean that the Titans are dead, no more that we gods. I'd imagine that Kronos is still alive." Percy replied, "He is healing, isn't he? He's coming back." His father shook his head. "Over the eons, Kronos has stirred. He has the ability to enter people's dreams and breathes evil thoughts. Unfortunately, Lord Zeus has closed discussion on this matter. He will not allow talk of Kronos. Now it is time for you two to leave. Congratulations on completing your quest." Percy was about to argue when he thought better of it. "As you wish, father." Poseidon gave a small smirk. "I take it that obedience does not come naturally, does it?" Percy reddened. "No, sir. I suppose that is partly my fault. The sea does not like to be restrained. Even you, Mr. Potter, are the same. Some animals do not like to be tamed, as your mother would put it. Also, when you return home, there is an important package waiting for you. You will understand when you see it. Perseus, your mother is a queen among women. I had not met such a mortal woman in a millennium. I have brought upon you a hero's fate, and a hero's fate is rarely happy. You did well though, do not misunderstand me. Whatever else you do, know that you are mine, a true son of the sea god." On that note, the two boys left Olympus and were back on the streets of Manhattan. The first thing they did was head to Percy's apartment to check on Sally. As soon as he rang the doorbell, she opened it and crushed her son into a hug. She murmured, "Oh, thank goodness. Oh, my baby. Harry was the one who brought me back. I think I scared Gabe out of his wits when I appeared in front of the doorstep. I was so worried, especially when Gabe told me that you were a wanted criminal for getting involved in a bus accident and then being attacked at Santa Monica. I just got back from work actually. Gabe told me that I had a month's salary to make up." Both boys scowled, but she shook her head. "He's not going to be happy when he sees you." Just then, his voice echoed, "Sally, is that meatloaf done yet or what?" She ushered both of them inside, though Harry tried to protest, saying that he didn't want to intrude. Moments later, he was really regretting the decision to enter. The place reeked to the high heavens and he fought the urge to gag. Then they reached the living room, and the sight that greeted them was that of 4 slovenly men at a table playing poker. One of them, who Harry assumed was Gabe, had a cigar in his mouth and was spilling ash haphazardly. Gabe glanced at them and his face grew violently red. Sally ignored his rage-filled face and cheered. "Percy's not a fugitive. He was saved from being kidnapped by a terrorist. Isn't that wonderful, Gabe?" He sneered. "Bad enough that I was forced to give back your life insurance money. Sally, get me the phone. I'll call the cops." Her smile was wiped in an instant. "Gabe, no?" The slob raised an eyebrow. "Did you just say no? You think I'm going to put up with this punk again?" But he interrupted her and raised his hand, and she instinctively flinched. Up until this moment, Harry had been restraining Percy from going feral. However, when Gabe raised his hand, he let go of the growling boy. Percy nearly flew at him, but his mother held him back. She changed tactics and dragged the two to Percy's room. Sally pleaded, "He's just upset, honey. I'll talk to him later. I'm positive that things will work out." Harry interrupted, "I hate to say it, Mrs. Jackson. This bloke is an abusive twat. He's not going to change." Percy called out, "Harry's right, Mom. We can help you." Harry and Sally turned to see him holding a familiar cardboard box. Under the message that Percy wrote, was another message, "Return to sender." That was when Harry had a wicked grin on his face. "Mrs. Jackson, if you want Gabe gone, the answer is right here in this box." She shook her head frantically. "No, you can't. Percy grabbed her hands and held them. Mom, Poseidon called you a queen. He told us that he hadn't met a woman like you in 1,000 years. She was definitely blushing. Percy continued, Mom, you deserve better than him. You can finally go to college and get your degree. You can finally write that novel that you've been talking about since forever. You don't have to stay with that jerk just to protect me. I'll leave the box, and if he threatens you. She asked, What about you, Percy? I'll be with Harry and my friends at Half-Blood Hill. At least when Harry isn't busy elsewhere. Don't worry, it won't be forever. She sighed and kissed his forehead. You'll be a hero, Percy. You'll be the greatest one of all. The same goes for you, Harry. I had the pleasure of meeting your parents and they were lovely. I am positive that if they had lived, they would have raised you to be the lovely boy that you are, today. Remember, you and Mackenzie are always welcome to stay in my home. The three of them walked to the front door, enduring more snide comments from Gabe. It took a lot of self-control from Harry to not shoot him with his bow and arrows. The man then ordered Sally to get him his meatloaf on the double. A brief flash of anger crossed her face before schooling her features. Sally then shot him an innocent smile, coming right up, dear, meatloaf surprise. The last thing they saw was Sally Jackson eyeing the four poker players, as if she was envisioning how they would look as statues. Chapter 25. A couple of days later, Grover and Annabeth swung by to pick Harry and Percy up. Together, the four of them returned back to Camp Half-Blood, and all of them received a hero's welcome. During the feast, they wore laurel wreaths and led a procession down to the camp bonfire. Apparently they were the first questers to return alive since Luke, a few years ago. Since no one could guarantee anyone's safety, there were burial shrouds built, just in case. The Athena campers created a beautiful gray silk shroud decorated with embroidered owls. Meanwhile, the Apollo cabin handled Harry's, a silvery silk shroud with a large crescent moon and an arrow crossing it. The Aries cabin took the responsibility of creating Percy's and intimidated everyone else into backing off. His shroud was a plain bed sheet with painted smiley faces with crossed out eyes, and the word, loser, in big bold words. So, the three demigods had plenty of fun burning the shrouds. As for Grover, the Council of Cloven Elders were so impressed with his performance that they granted him a shiny new searcher's license. The only ones who were pretty sour about the whole ordeal were Clarice and her siblings. Soon, everything fell into a routine once again, with Harry and Percy training hard, because the fight was never over. However, Harry also managed to sit down with Mackenzie and brought her up to speed with the basics of magic. At the same time, he managed to get his summer homework done, 2 birds with 1 stone. Back in Manhattan, Sally Jackson sold her first life-size concrete sculpture, titled The Poker Player. The winning bid came from Sirius, who wanted it, just to annoy his dear old mother. The check he filled out was enough to see her buy a new apartment and have some left over to pay for first-term tuition at NYU. On the 4th of July, everyone gathered to watch the fireworks show, courtesy the Hephaestus cabin. That night, as Harry, Percy, Annabeth and Mackenzie set up their picnic blanket, Grover came trotting up. He bashfully drew circles with his hoof. Hey guys, I thought I'd let you know that I'm heading off now. Need to get started on my quest to find Pan. Annabeth and Mackenzie hugged him, while Harry and Percy gave him high fives. Percy tried to wheedle out the location of his first destination, but Grover denied him. Annabeth immediately began fussing over him. You got enough tin cans for the trip? Remembered your reed pipes? Do you? He grumbled, geez, enough already. You're starting to sound like an old mama goat. Soon enough, with a walking stick and backpack, he was off and away. Soon, the light show began, depicting various scenes which looked almost animated. Heracles killing the Nemean lion, Artemis chasing a large boar, George Washington, son of Athena, crossing the Delaware. In the thick of July, everyone got really busy training. However, Harry couldn't help noticing that something was bothering Percy. Eventually, he thought nothing of it and left him alone. On the last day of the summer session, the campers all received their annual bead. This year's bead was pitch black with a sea-green trident in the middle. In the days that followed, the Hermes cabin became embroiled in a massive prank war. Of course, Harry could not resist, and unleashed his inner marauder. Back when he was in the Underworld, James had told him about the marauders and made him promise to get their map back. So, Harry found himself under his invisibility cloak, meandering around. Just then, he spotted Luke and Percy heading to the woods nearby and decided to follow them. Harry spotted a six-pack of Coca-Cola in Luke's hand and was surprised to see the older boy flouting the camp rules so blatantly. As he inched closer, he heard them talking, though it was mostly Luke. Then Luke did a surprisingly uncharacteristic move. After finishing the can, he crumpled it and lazily tossed it into the creek. Then Harry got within hearing range. Heck with laurel wreaths. I'm not going to end up like those dusty trophies in the big house attic. Percy replied, you make it sound like you're leaving. Luke shot him a twisted smile. Oh, I'm leaving all right, Percy. I brought you down here to say goodbye. With a snap of his fingers, a small fire burned a hole in the ground by Percy's feet. Harry's eyes nearly bugged out when he spotted a hand-sized pitch-black scorpion. Percy made to go for his pen, but Luke stopped him. I wouldn't do that. Pit scorpions can jump up to 5 meters. Its stinger can pierce right through your clothes. You'll be dead in 60 seconds. Under his cloak, Harry was in shock. Percy stammered, Luke, what? Then, realization struck both of them, but only Percy voiced it, you. Luke shrugged and got up. I saw a lot out there in the world, Percy. Didn't you feel it? The darkness gathering. The monsters growing stronger. Didn't you realize how useless it all is? All the heroics. Being pawns of the gods. They should have been overthrown thousands of years ago. But they've hung on, thanks to us half-bloods. Percy tried to reason with him. Luke, those are our parents you're talking about. He laughed. That's supposed to make me love them. Their precious, Western civilization, is a disease, Percy. It's killing the world. The only way to stop it is to burn it to the ground and start over with something more honest. You're as crazy as Aries, Luke snapped. Aries is a fool. He never realized the true master he was serving. I wish I could explain, but I'm afraid you won't live that long. All the while, the scorpion kept climbing up Percy's leg. The son of Poseidon snarled. Kronos, that's who you serve. He got you to steal the master bolt and the helmet. He spoke to you in your dreams. Luke nodded. You should be careful. Names have power, but you're right. When Hades went to speak with Potter, that was my chance and I took it. Kronos told me that my talents were being wasted. Do you want to know what happened in my quest? Hermes wanted me to steal a golden apple from the garden of the Hesperides and return it to Olympus. I mean, was that seriously the best he could think up? Heracles did it. Exactly. Where's the glory in repeating what others have done? All that the gods know how to do is relive their past exploits. The guardian dragon gave me this scar, and when I returned, all I got was pity. From then on, I wanted to tear down Olympus, stone by stone, but I bided my time. That was when I began to dream of Kronos and he convinced me to steal something worthwhile. Something that no hero had the guts to take. The Olympians are so arrogant, they never dreamed that someone would dare steal from them. Percy goaded him on. So what stopped you from going directly to Kronos? His triumphant grin was wiped off and he scowled. I got overconfident. Zeus sent out everyone, but it was Ares who caught me. He beat me, but then Kronos came to my aid. He helped me plant the idea in Ares' head of a great war between the gods. All that he had to do was hide the items and watch the other gods fight. That's when I knew I had him. Hook, line and sinker. Luke also revealed that he was the one who summoned the Hellhound. He also revealed that the flying shoes were meant to drag Percy to Tartarus and Kronos' clutches. At this point, both Percy and Harry were fuming, and the former growled. Talia gave her life to save you. And this is how you repay her. You're being used, both you and Ares. Luke's mask broke. Don't you dare speak about her. The gods let her die, and they will all pay for it. Kronos will rise. You've only delayed his plans to cast the Olympians into Tartarus and drive humanity back to their caves. Call off the bug. Fight me yourself. He sneered. Nice try, Percy, but I'm not as gullible as Ares, so you can't bait me. I have to go now. He was about to leave when Harry made his move. He pointed his wand through his cloak and concentrated on all of Luke's memories of magic, obliviate. Luke's face blanked for a few seconds, before he took out his sword and swung it, and in a ripple of darkness, he disappeared. Meanwhile, Harry quickly put away his wand and knocked. An arrow. The scorpion lunged for Percy, but Harry let loose, nailing it before it could sting the boy. He then removed his cloak and hurried over to Percy. You all right, Jackson? Percy was pale. Why yeah. I can't believe he. Harry's own face twisted with rage. Same here. I can't believe he would do this. He was like a brother to us, to me. Bloody traitorous scum. He's no better than Pettigrew. Come on, let's go to the big house. Kyron needs to know about this. I'll go get Beth, and I'm really not looking forward to that conversation. This is going to break her heart. By the way, what did you do to him? Took away all his memories of magic. Can't have him taking that sort of intel to the enemy, can I? 10 minutes later, the four were gathered in the big house, and there was an array of emotions. Kyron looked grave as he digested the information. Annabeth looked angry for a brief moment before her expression turned sad. I can believe that he would do this. May the gods curse him. He was never the same after his quest. I'm just glad Harry was there to save you from getting stung. Then Harry got up. I'm going to go get some last-minute training before I head back to England with Mackenzie. Next time I see Luke, I'm turning him into a bloody pincushion, and I don't mean transfiguring him into one. He stalked out with a murderous expression on his face. Annabeth bit her lip before something clicked in her mind. She hurried out of the big house and back to her cabin. Taking a couple of pieces of paper, she began to write. Dear Ron and Hermione, this is Annabeth. We met during the winter solstice. I'm writing to you because I'm really worried about Harry. I think you two may be aware of this, but Zeus' lightning bolt was stolen. So, myself, Harry and two of our friends went on a quest to find the thief. To cut a long story short, we found the bolt and returned it. However, we later found out that the thief was none other than one of our good friends, Luke Castellan. Yes, Ron. The bloke with the wicked-looking scar on his face. Luke betrayed us and is working with an ancient enemy who is rising. I'm upset because I loved Luke like a brother. Harry, on the other hand, took the betrayal much harder than me though. I know about his godfather Sirius situation, so I could guess why Harry was furious. That's what I wanted to talk about today. For us demigods, we have certain mental or physical weaknesses called fatal flaws. All human beings have it, but it is even more dangerous for demigods. I strongly suspect that Harry's fatal flaw is holding grudges against traitors. Considering that one of his father's best friends got him and his wife killed, as well as another friend falsely imprisoned for a decade, the signs were there. So I want both of you to promise me something. No matter what happens, please don't betray Harry's trust. I'm not saying that you should not argue with him, because all friends do that. However, when the going gets really tough, I want both of you to be there for him. Harry doesn't forgive easily, so do not screw it up. Regards, Annabeth Chase. Around mid-July, Harry and Mackenzie went to the hunters' camp. They had set up camp somewhere in Michigan and they stayed there for a few weeks and even celebrated Harry's 12th birthday. During his stay, he ramped up his training and even taught Mackenzie to defend herself with hand-to-hand combat. In the middle of August, he got a letter from Ron, inviting him and Hermione to his home for the last 2 weeks before school began. For that, Zoe volunteered to take Harry and Mackenzie to England. Katie was also heading there, so she decided to tag along. Percy and Annabeth also wanted to come, though Zoe was a little wary with the arrangement. Annabeth had promised Percy earlier that she would try and repair her relationship with her father and stepmother. Unfortunately, that didn't last very long and she was only too happy to get away. On the other hand, Percy was glad to have a distraction from brooding about Luke. Sirius had taken Percy via Portkey and would meet them at Heathrow Airport. The boy was definitely taking Zeus' threat to blast him out of the sky, seriously. All through the trip, Harry seemed very moody, and even Mackenzie and Katie were silent. The younger girl had heard about Luke's betrayal and promised herself to be there for her big brother. When they touched down that afternoon, Remus, Sirius and Percy were there to pick them up from Heathrow Airport. They also had a new addition with them in the minivan, a spiky, pink-haired girl who looked like she was in her early 20s. She grinned and warned, "Hey there, Squirts. The name's Tonks, just Tonks. My first name is classified and you will not call me by my first name if you value your life." Sirius snorted, "Come on, Nymphadora," he suddenly yelped when she shot a stinging jinx at his testicles. Of course, she had to be sneaky because they were still in public, despite being in the car. Remus chuckled as he drove. "Sirius wanted to be the one to pick you up, but after his Vegas shenanigans, I didn't trust him to be on his own. Tonks here is a junior Auror. Officially speaking, She's a bodyguard, but unofficially, she's his youngest cousin. Also, as you can tell, she hates her first name. Harry asked, "Does she know?" Sirius nodded, "Yes, but we swore her into secrecy. Anyway, we're off to your friend Ron's house. If I'm not mistaken, your other friend, Hermione, arrived there just yesterday." Tonks quipped from the shotgun seat, "Yeah, honestly, I'm still wrapping my head around that. You three are the children of literal gods?" She gestured towards Zoe and Katie, "And these two are part of Harry's mum's all-girl immortal group? Wow." Annabeth chipped in, "Percy's actually the most powerful of us three, especially since he is the son of Poseidon." Harry asked, "Hey Sirius, how are Bianca and Nico?" "They're settling in well. I've been trying to convince Nico that exploding Snap and collecting chocolate frog cards is better than collecting Mythomagic figurines." By evening, the minivan entered the quaint little village of Ottery Street, Catchpool. It wasn't long before the minivan pulled into the driveway of a cottage that largely resembled a pig pen with extra rooms. The house was a couple of stories high and was assembled very haphazardly. Annabeth moaned about the house being a crime against architecture, prompting Percy and Harry to laugh. Suddenly, Remus slammed the brakes, as he almost rammed into the back of a Ford Anglia that was backing out. He stopped the car and got out, ready to scold Arthur Weasley for not using his mirrors, when he froze in his tracks. In the front seat and riding shotgun were a pair of familiar redhead twins. Ron was also there, out of the car and trying desperately to get them to stop. An indignant Remus scolded, "Hey, what are you kids up to? Does your father know that you two are taking his car for a joyride?" One of the twins got out, "Hey mister. We had heard from Dad that Ron's mate, Harry, was coming, so we thought we'd give him a welcome party. According to Dad, he lived at number 4 Privet Drive, so we wanted to pick him up." Harry poked his head out of the minivan, "Oi Fred. George. Your intel is a mite off. I actually live across the pond in America." Ron hollered back, "That was what I've been trying to tell these two numbskulls, but they told me that they were older and knew better." Next to Harry, Katie was pinching the bridge of her nose as she got out of the van. She groaned, "Oh, for the love of the gods. I should have known they would try something stupid." The twins finally noticed her. "KK. What are you doing here with Harrykins?" She snapped, "I wrote to both of you, as well as Oliver, Angelina and Alicia, that I was living with Harry. Don't tell me that you two twits forgot. And don't call me KK." Inside the house, a woman's voice screeched, "Frederick Gideon, George Fabian, Ronald Bilius Weasley. Where are you? Those gnomes have better be gone. If I find that you three have been up to some mischief, there will be hell to pay." The adults groaned as well, and Sirius sighed, "Well, we might as well head in and smooth things over with Molly before she blows a gasket." He knocked on the door and a short, plump woman with a round face opened the door. Her initial scowl morphed into a smile. "Sirius Black. Come in. Come in. Oh, I see that you brought company and several new faces. Come in and make yourselves comfortable." Harry and the others calmly walked in. Ron also walked in like normal. Meanwhile, Fred and George tried to sneak inside the house, but Molly Weasley cornered the three of them. "And just where were you three?" Sirius chipped in, "It seems that the twins tried to get a head start in fetching Harry. The problem was that I think Arthur's information was a touch outdated. Harry isn't living with Lily's sister, thank goodness for that. He's been living in the United States all this time. I do wonder how these two would have carried out their little scheme, by going all the way across the Atlantic. Ron over here was trying to convince them that it was a bad idea." Her eyes narrowed and her lips pursed. "I see, Ronald, you are off the hook for now, but if you step one toe out of line." He gulped and nodded fearfully. She then gestured to the others, "Could you get our guests settled in? I need to deal with these two ruffians." It's a miracle that Sirius and Remus turned up when they did, or else your father would have been in big trouble. Honestly, we've never had trouble like this from Bill or Charlie or Percy. Percy looked up, but Harry muttered, "Not you, Jackson." Eventually, she finished her tirade and turned to the group, all smiles. She said, "Shall we retire to the living room? We can have our introductions there. Ronald, fetch your brothers and sister, and get Hermione as well." Before long, the entire Weasley clan and Hermione had gathered, with the patriarch flowing in from the ministry a few minutes after the group arrived. Harry introduced the group to Annabeth, Percy, who decided to go by Perseus the entire time, and Mackenzie. When Harry mentioned that Mackenzie was his cousin and starting her first year, a small red-headed girl perked up. However, when he glanced at her, her cheeks turned crimson and bolted. Harry looked at the rest of the Weasley clan and weakly muttered, "I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" The oldest of the Weasley children, Bill, chuckled jovially, "Nah, don't worry about it, Harry. Ginny's just a mite starstruck to meet the Harry Potter, hero of the wizarding world. She pretty much worships you, and I think she even built a shrine to you once." Percy Jackson snorted, but Annabeth elbowed him sharply. Soon Molly Weasley began shepherding them around. She ordered, "Annabeth, Zoe, Katie, Mackenzie dear, you four will be sharing Ginny's room with Hermione. Harry, Perseus, you two are with Ronald." Everyone shrugged and decided to turn in for the night, as they were all exhausted. The next morning, the Weasley children split up to do their chores. Harry ignored Molly's protests and volunteered to help Ron with denoming the garden. As they flung the gnomes, Ron grunted, "Hey Harry, will you help train me to fight the way you do?" Harry glanced at him. "You're serious about it, right?" "I am. So is Hermione. I think last year with that Cyclops." "Yeah, him, that was a bit of a wake-up call. I mean, since we fought off those giant ants, I was thinking about it. But the Cyclops attack kind of sealed the deal." Harry nodded. "I get it, I really do. I was actually thinking of asking you if you knew any private place in the property to train. Myself, Zoe, Katie, Annabeth and Jackson will be training. You and Hermione are welcome to join. I have to ask though, what do you think you'll be more comfortable with? There are different weapons to use. Katie, Zoe and I have our bows and arrows. Annabeth and I also have daggers and hunting knives. Jackson has a sword. I also managed to get hold of a couple of spears and javelins." "What's the difference?" "Javelins are light and can be thrown, while spears are heavier and can be used for mid-range combat. I called in a few favors from the Hephaestus cabin and got 2 of each weapon." Meanwhile in the house, Ginny Weasley was watching both boys from the window of her bedroom. To be precise, she was gazing at Harry as he talked to Ron. Admittedly, she couldn't hear what they were saying, but she didn't care. Suddenly a voice spoke up behind her, "Thou art Ginevra, right?" Ginny nearly shrieked in fright, but jumped to see Zoe standing at the door of her bedroom. She stammered, "Why yes. But you can call me Ginny. Was there something you wanted?" "Come in." Zoe accepted the invitation and entered. "Thou hast what you call it, a crush on Harry, right? No need to deny it, I can see it written all over your face." Ginny's face reddened. Well, what's not to like about him? He's a hero in the wizarding world. Harry is the boy who lived. Every girl dreams of being with the boy who lived. And Zoe interrupted, "And Harry despises his fame. I want thou to understand this. The way I see it, you are obsessed with the idea of the boy who lived. Harry hates that title because it is a constant reminder that he lost his parents to a madman. Let me ask you this, if Harry was not the boy who lived, would you still like him?" Ginny opened her mouth, then paused and thought about it. She slowly digested Zoe's words and then she finally nodded. "Why yes. I would. I mean, he seems like a nice bloke." Zoe smiled. "Then maybe you should get to know him better, but get to know him as Harry Potter, not the boy who lived. If there is one thing I've learned in my entire life, fame is very fleeting. Just as quickly as people can worship someone, they can tear them down just as easily. The real question is, would you stand by him when the world is against him?" Ginny nodded firmly. "I would. That's what I'd like to hear. Someone who is in love with the idea of the boy who lived, would leave him at the smallest sign of trouble. So my advice is, to just treat him like any other person. Be his friend first, then if thou truly fancy him, you have my permission." Later on at lunchtime, Ginny was acting far less bashful, but did have an occasional light blush whenever Harry spoke to her. Over the course of their stay, Harry, Ron and Hermione would sneak off to a far corner of the Weasley property to train. Ron was steadily becoming more adept at using a spear and a shield. Hermione was also improving and she had a preference for knives and daggers. However, they did struggle with archery initially. Ron's main issue was that his posture was all wrong and he tended to slouch. Harry corrected that by pressing his knee to the base of Ron's spine and gently pushing his body straight. On the other hand, Hermione did not put enough power in her shots. Harry had observed that she often pulled the drawstring halfway before letting loose. That also meant that she missed the target a few times. He and Katie then informed her that she had to pull it all the way back until the fletching was next to her cheek. Harry then pointed out that this allowed her to see down the arrow and aim better. Once she corrected herself, she improved drastically. Sadly, Jackson and Annabeth had to leave. This was because the two of them had to start school as well. Remus and Sirius took the two back with an international portkey, but Zoe elected to stay with Harry until he left for Hogwarts. Soon, all of the Hogwarts-bound students received letters. Each of them left instructions to head to King's Cross Station, as well as their respective year's book list. Harry idly noted that it was much longer than last time, and the primary culprit was Dada. There were several of them written by Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry's eyebrow raised when he saw the title of one particular book, Giggling with Gorgons. Having just dealt with Medusa herself, he idly opened Molly Weasley's copy of the book and skimmed through it. However, he froze halfway through it in a weird expression. Crossed his face. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or be angry, because whatever methods Lockhart had used would have been useless. When he finally struggled through to the end of the book, the biggest conclusion that Harry could come up with was that Lockhart was an absolute idiot. One fine day, it was time for them to get their books. Arthur Weasley took Harry aside to try and explain the flow network to him, but Harry told him that Sirius already taught him about it. So one by one, they flowed to Diagon Alley. Unfortunately, Zoe happened to get separated from the group. According to Molly Weasley, who flowed after her, she had messed up the pronunciation. After a harrowing few minutes, a soot-covered Zoe rejoined them, along with Hagrid. He had just about managed to drive off some drunken wizards who were crowding her. Following a cleanup from Molly, she sidled up to Harry and murmured, "I would have been fine. I was just disappointed that I did not get to shoot those lecherous perverts. I ended up in a shop called Borgin and Burke's. I also happened to notice one of your classmates. That boy Malfoy you wrote us about. He was there with his father." Arthur overheard her and sharply asked, "Did Malfoy Sr. buy anything?" "I'm afraid not. He was selling something, I know not what. I was unable to see from my vantage point." Arthur Weasley had an evil grin, "So he's worried. Oh, how I would love to get Lucius Malfoy for something." Eventually, they dropped the subject and headed to Flourish and Blots. Unfortunately, there was a massive crowd gathering. Most of the people were middle-aged women or people around the age of Mrs. Weasley. That was when they noticed a sign, saying that Lockhart was signing copies of his autobiography. An excited Mrs. Weasley began to shepherd everyone in, but Zoe skillfully dodged her, taking Harry with her. The immortal girl told her, "I sincerely apologize, but it is far too crowded. And given my charge's own status, we do not wish to be mobbed." Molly sighed, "I understand, my dear. Not to worry, I shall buy Harry's books for you." So, as the rest of their group squeezed inside, Harry decided to get a head start to his other supplies. He and Zoe popped into the apothecary for his potions supplies. Inside, he noticed the familiar blonde princess curls of Cassandra Vole. She noticed him as well and cordially greeted, "Potter." "Vole, I take it you wished to avoid the crowd." "I did. Also, I'm not a big fan of Lockhart. His books read more like storybooks instead of textbooks." "I agree. I'll see you at Hogwarts, Potter." "You as well, Vole." Finally, Harry and Zoe met up with the Weasleys, Hermione, Katie and Mackenzie. However, there were mixed emotions. Most of the women seemed thrilled, with the exception of Katie. The male contingent were a bit grumpy though. Hermione beamed, "You won't believe this, Harry. Gilderoy Lockhart is going to be our new Dada professor." Ron grumbled, "Speak for yourself. I got bumped out of the crowd and then dragged into a bunch of pictures with Lockhart. Bloody hell, mate. I can see why you hate being famous." Then, a familiar smarmy voice sounded behind them. "What's the matter? Wish you were there, Potter? Famous Harry Potter makes the front page in the Daily Prophet." A fuming Ginny stepped up, ready to give him a piece of her mind. However, Mackenzie beat her to the punch. "Leave Harry alone, you jerk." Malfoy took one look at her. Well, Potter. Have you got yourself a little girlfriend?" Harry replied back coolly, "Sorry to burst your bubble, Malfoy, but I'm not into incest. Mackenzie is my cousin." You hurt one hair on her head and I will squash you like a myrmidon. He had a brief moment of confusion. I have no idea what you are blathering about, Potter, but when he was cut off by a hand on his shoulder, it was the very man he was about to mention. Lucius Malfoy sneered at them and locked eyes with a frowning Mr. Weasley. Well, Arthur Weasley. Lucius. Busy time at the ministry, I hear. All those raids, I hope they're paying you overtime. He reached into one of the kids' cauldrons and extracted a battered transfiguration book. He flicked through it and lazily tossed it back in one of the cauldrons, not caring whose it was. Harry also could have sworn that he slipped something in the book. Lucius continued, Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizardry if they don't pay you well for it? His eyes flipped towards Zoe and Hermione's family, who had also joined their group. Malfoy Sr. drawled, The company you keep, and here I thought your family could not sink any lower. Mr. Weasley socked the man in the face, and Zoe's hands twitched. However, Harry caught it and shook his head frantically. Eventually, Hagrid waded into the fray and separated the two brawling men. The older Malfoy wrenched himself from Hagrid's grip and flounced away with his son. Then Hagrid began scolding Mr. Weasley, You should have ignored him, Arthur. Rotten to the core, the whole family, everyone knows that. Come on, let's get out of here. After Hagrid lumbered away, Mrs. Weasley laid into her husband, A fine example to set for your children. Brawling in public. What Gilderoy Lockhart must have thought. Fred Weasley helpfully quipped that he asked a Daily Prophet photographer to work the fight into his report for good publicity. Eventually, the group went to Ollivander's for Ginny and Mackenzie's wands. With all of their purchases, all parties exited Diagon Alley and parted ways. As they left, Zoe told Harry and Mackenzie, There is something off about Mr. Malfoy. It's best if you keep an eye on him and his son. I will, big sister. Thanks for watching.